Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 316. 6. The Kiwaya tribe chief's secret room contains several pieces of red refined fire copper. If you blend them into your natal spiritual weapon, you can upgrade the 3rd level treasure lotus lantern to the 3rd grade upper grade. 7. A 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree has been planted in the Yangang tribe's spiritual medicine garden. 8. The Changsheng tribe contains frost black iron, which can repair the spiritual cannons of the Xianlong warship. 9. Fu Changsheng exchanged for more than a dozen pieces of intelligence. Looking at the information on them, almost all of them were related to the Donghuang tribe. When he saw that the Luo family was going to war with the Donghuang tribe, he smiled and said, "This is a good opportunity." After the 7th grade Luo Haidang of the Luo family broke through to the Golden Core, the Luo family would definitely need a lot of imperial merit points and resources to advance to the 6th grade. If they follow the usual procedures, who knows how many years it would take. Going to war with the Donghuang tribe would undoubtedly be the fastest way to advance. Looks like I need to prepare well, the thought had just fallen. A familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, Yang Fei has successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion. Your clan has gained a new Purple Mansion warrior and received 1,000 family contribution points. Immediately afterwards, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 8,070. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to exit his thoughts, another line of text appeared on the dashboard. When your family contribution points reach 50,000, the system can be upgraded again, unlocking new features. Another system upgrade. Fu Changsheng's mind fluttered. The system is currently only version V1, so the information it provides is highly random and often hidden. It also can't detect people and objects with higher cultivation levels. Once upgraded, various functions should be improved. The random draw will not only include 2nd level spiritual objects. Furthermore, there will be new system features, which are even more exciting. The system currently has 4 major functions: intelligence, lottery, cultivation deduction, and offspring qualification improvement. Aside from the slower lottery, the other 3 are quite useful. He wanted to accumulate enough contribution points. Then he would have to carefully plan the next tribal campaign. Leaving the Yu family's fiefdom, the green dragon roared and rose to its feet, sweeping its long tail as it soared into the sky. The dragon's speed was immense. In less than an hour, the outline of Yunqian County gradually emerged, encompassing mountains, winding rivers, and towering city walls. The green dragon roared and soared toward the city gates. The city was bustling with activity, decorated for the Purple Mansion Festival. Colorful ribbons fluttered along the streets, and dazzling lanterns hung from the buildings, illuminating the entire city with a dreamlike atmosphere. A rich festive atmosphere filled the air. Hearing the resounding roar from above, the city's inhabitants looked up to the sky. When they saw Fu Changsheng returning, riding the green dragon, they erupted in thunderous cheers. Although Fu Changsheng had achieved the Purple Mansion breakthrough years ago, he had kept it a secret. Known only to the clan elders and many lower-level disciples, unaware until the recent Purple Mansion festival. Seeing the return of the Patriarch, Zifu, everyone was thrilled. They all knelt on one knee and kowtowed in reverence. "Welcome, Patriarch," the uniform chorus echoed across the square, as if to bring the joyous atmosphere to a climax. Amidst the sea of cheering and rejoicing, Fu Yongyan, the first generation of the Fu family, a patriarch of the Yang generation, hunched slightly, yet his eyes shone with pride and emotion. Gently stroking his grandson's head, the elder spoke earnestly, "Child, you must cherish these hard-earned good days." When the patriarch ascended to power, the Fu family consisted of only 4 cultivators, so poor they couldn't even afford a spiritual hoe. The 4 great key refining clans of Anyang County were eager to seize the throne. Yet, with his courage and wisdom, the patriarch steadily raised the Fu family to an 8th-grade aristocratic family. Our current prosperity is largely earned through the patriarch's blood and sweat. You must remember this. Yes, grandson, The child nodded repeatedly. The old man smiled with satisfaction and continued, "The development of the family depends on the efforts of everyone. You must always remember that you are a member of the Fu family and contribute your strength to its development. Only when each of us becomes stronger can the Fu family prosper and stand firm in this ever-changing world of cultivation." It was a conversation similar to that between an old man and his grandson. There were many in the crowd, many of whom were unable to build their own foundations and placed their hopes on the next generation. At this moment, Fu Changsheng's powerful and majestic figure planted a seed in the hearts of the younger generation. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed from Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. "Ling, you have earned the fanatical worship and submission of the family's new blood, and have earned 1,000 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 9,000. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up slightly. On the other side, Fu Yongfen, who greeted him at the mountain gate, quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Father, the Gongsun family's Honglian mountain had been transferred to the Yu family, and Fu Yongfen and his men had retreated from Honglian mountain. The Purple Mansion celebration was Fu Yongfen's sole responsibility. Father, I've sent invitations to all the major families in Huainan Prefecture. The celebration will be in 10 days. Here are my proposed seating arrangements for the guests and the tiers of dishes." Also, Fu Changsheng listened only halfway. Then he raised his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you have full authority over the Purple Mansion celebration. No need to report back to me. I'll be heading to the back mountains." According to intelligence, Fu Yongwei's plant spirits would undergo new changes after her breakthrough to foundation establishment, a fact he was particularly concerned about. When Yongwei's plant spirit awakened, she could extract plant essences to foster spiritual plants. However, this only worked for first-tier spiritual creatures. Now that her spirit had changed, he wondered if it could also ripen second-tier spiritual creatures. In the back mountains water curtain cave, the second-tier spiritual fields here had been elevated to third-tier after decades of cultivation by K. Xianggu. The main medicinal herbs for foundation building were being cultivated. Following the passing of Fairy K, Grandmaster Yu entered seclusion. Given the unique nature of Fu Yongwei's spirit, Fu Changsheng decreed that only Fu Yongwei could reside in this place. Outsiders were forbidden to enter or leave without his permission. Buzz, a ray of spiritual light from the Patriarch's token descended into the water curtain cave. A ripple of light flashed across the cave. Fu Changsheng swung into the cave, the light curtain of the formation behind him instantly closing. The moment he entered, a rich aura of spiritual energy washed over him. Following the recent spiritual vein upgrade, the spiritual well in water curtain cave had been elevated to the third grade, superior grade. Inside the cave, everywhere he looked, a vibrant scene unfolded. The main medicinal plants for foundation building stood neatly in the third-grade spiritual field, each more than half a man's height, their sturdy stems supporting lush branches and leaves, their emerald green leaves dripping with crystal-clear dewdrops. Patriarch, upon seeing Fu Changsheng enter, Fu Yongwei quickly put away her reigning technique. After achieving the foundation establishment stage, Fu Yongwei's aura became even more sanctified. Fu Changsheng sat down at the Catalpati house in the courtyard. He first inquired about Fu Yongwei's cultivation concerns. After answering them, he said, "Yongwei, have you sensed a change in the effects of your spiritual body since you achieved the foundation establishment stage?" Fu Yongwei was stunned. She shook her head. She answered truthfully, "Patriarch, I haven't used my spiritual body ripening effect since you last told me not to do so." She was an honest person, sharing the same temperament as her eldest brother. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a box suddenly appeared. Inside were 3 second-grade, low-grade cloud star flowers, along with a single cloud star flower seed. "Yongwei, try your spiritual body ripening effect again." "Yes, Patriarch." Fu Yongwei nodded slightly. She felt a certain nervousness, yet also a touch of anticipation. After accepting the cloud star flower, closing her eyes, she immersed herself completely in her plant spirit. A soft green glow enveloped her, gradually spreading to envelop the spiritual flowers and herbs. As her spiritual energy flowed, the cloud star flower began to tremble slightly, the spiritual light on its petals growing stronger, and strands of green essence were slowly extracted from the cloud star flower. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Clearly, the power of Fu Yongwei's plant spirit had truly advanced. He was just thinking of having Yongwei try to ripen the cloud star flower, When he saw Fu Yongwei sway slightly, her face suddenly turning pale. "Yongwei, are you okay?" "Nothing, Patriarch." Fu Yongwei smiled and shook her head, her eyes sparkling. She was about to use the newly extracted essence to ripen the cloud star flower seeds in her hand, but Fu Changsheng stopped her, saying, "Yongwei, don't rush. Rest and recover before you begin." Fu Changsheng didn't want Fu Yongwei's spirit to be damaged. Half a day passed like this. After Fu Yongwei recovered, she took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and once again immersed herself completely in the wondrous world of plant spirits. A soft green light enveloped her once again, swaying gently like the gentlest spring breeze, gradually spreading to the cloud star flower seed in her hand. Enveloped in the green light, the cloud star flower seed seemed to be imbued with life, trembling slightly and sprouting. Buzz! As the essence in her hand was consumed, the cloud star flower seed in Fu Yongwei's hand had only grown to a foot tall, the buds yet to open. The extraction of plant essences. The ripening process took a heavier toll on Fu Yongwei. Her body was already shaky, her face pale as paper. Fu Yongwei knew the Patriarch had high hopes for her, but with the current strength of her spirit, it was clear that she would need 6 times as much to ripen a single cloud star flower. It was simply not worth the effort. "Patriarch, I'm sorry." Fu Yongwei lowered her head in shame. Fu Changsheng didn't say much, but instead stepped forward and examined Fu Yongwei's body. Seeing that she hadn't depleted her essence, but that she would need several months of recuperation, he breathed a sigh of relief. He now had a general understanding of Fu Yongwei's spirit body. "Yongwei, please sit down." After a moment's reflection, Fu Changsheng finally addressed her. "Yongwei, do you feel your spirit body's effectiveness is too insignificant?" Fu Yongwei nodded. Not only was it insignificant, but it was also a thankless task. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Yongwei, you cultivate spirit plants yourself, so you must understand better than I do. Even the same second-grade, low-grade spirit herbs can have vastly different commercial value depending on their effectiveness. Do you understand what I mean?" Fu Yongwei was stunned for a moment, then pondered it carefully. His eyes lit up. "Master, are you suggesting that I extract the essence of those inexpensive second-tier spiritual plants and use it to cultivate those scarce spiritual values?" "Exactly." Fu Changsheng pointed to the nearby spiritual field. "For example, these 3 acres of foundation-building spiritual herbs would take 100 years to cultivate to maturity. But if your spirit body were to ripen them, factoring in your spirit body's recovery and your regular cultivation time, I estimate you could ripen a furnace of foundation-building spiritual herbs every 5 years, greatly shortening the time. Furthermore, the value of foundation-building pills far exceeds that of ordinary, lower-grade second-tier spiritual pills. In the future, our Fu family will be able to continuously cultivate new foundation-building members. This is a major step in strengthening the family. Yongwei, from today on, you must remember, never let anyone else know about the effects of your spirit body. Also, do not let anyone else into this water curtain cave. I will pass on the order that this place will be a forbidden area for our clan from now on." "Yes, Master." Fu Yongwei's face beamed. If it weren't for the Master, she would have died in a foreign land long ago. Now that she could contribute to the family's development, she was naturally delighted. It was a pity, however, that she hadn't been able to produce the 3rd-tier spiritual herbs the Patriarch needed. However, she secretly resolved to diligently research the effects of her spiritual body, striving to mature a 3rd-tier spiritual herb as soon as possible. On the day of the celebration, at dawn, a sword rainbow streaked across the sky, heading towards Yuiao City. Atop the flying sword were the He clan leader and his daughter. Clan leader He's expression was particularly bright today, perhaps because he hadn't smiled since learning that the Gongsun clan had been annihilated by the Fu clan. Their He clan was now under the Gongsun clan's control, but their daughter had married into the Fu family. Because of this, the Gongsun family had repeatedly given them a hard time over the years. Now that this heavy burden had finally been lifted, how could they not be overjoyed? Behind him, He King Shang had already established her foundation, but her expression was devoid of the arrogance of her former young lady. A few years ago, her father had arranged a son-in-law for her, but he turned out to be a hopeless case. She had spent all her family contribution points and begged her father repeatedly to get him a foundation-building pill, only to have him fail. She had repeatedly assured her father that the bastard would succeed, but this had completely slapped him in the face. She had never expected that the bastard would use this as an excuse to indulge in alcohol, and now he was the laughingstock of the entire family. Thinking back to the past, if she had listened to her father and married into the Fu family, she would have become the sought-after daughter-in-law of the Fu family's head. The concubine who hadn't even been worthy of carrying his shoes back then would now have to be careful to flatter him even when her father saw her. It was truly infuriating. Patriarch turned to look at his daughter, his expression changing as he sighed softly. "Changer, I'm old. In a few years, I'm afraid I'll have to abdicate. Of your siblings, the only one who can help you right now is King Gru. The Fu family's promotion to the 7th rank will likely only take a few decades. Not only for your own sake, but also for the benefit of the He family, you'll need to manage your relationship with King Gru. At a crucial moment, even the slightest hint from King Gru, or even a few kind words from the Fu family's head, can make all the difference. Do you understand?" Changsheng sighed inwardly. She had already accepted her fate. She nodded slightly. "Father, don't worry. I'm about to become a grandmother, and I understand the stakes." The two reached the Fu family memorial archway. Patriarch muttered a subtle incantation. As he looked back at the memorial archway, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled. They had reached the mountain gate. The gift that had been offered was immediately replaced. "Congratulations, this is a small gift from our He family. Please accept it." Brother Fan, Fu Yongfen, who was greeting the guests at the front door, was stunned when he saw the treasure inside the gift box. He had never expected the He family to give such a precious gift. "Uncle He, thank you for your generosity. Please come in." Fu Yongfen took it with both hands and handed it to Fu Yongqi, who was in charge of recording the gift today. Fu Yongqi glanced at it, his pupils shrinking, and said loudly, "The 9th rank He family sends the Zhenggold." The Wu and Liu families, who had arrived a day earlier to help the Fu family welcome the guests, were startled at the words. Zhenggold is extremely rare in both Huainan Prefecture and Jingzhou. Its creation requires the deep wells of spiritual veins. With Zhenggold's spiritual essence as its foundation, and it undergoes hundreds of years of spiritual accumulation and spiritual power tempering. Any slight mistake during this process would result in all the efforts being wasted. Moreover, the spiritual pressure in the spiritual veins is surging, and the restrictions are severe, making it extremely dangerous. Once formed, it attracts covetousness from all sides. Demons and evil spirits swarmed the land, and the struggle was brutal. Whenever Zhengjin appeared, it stirred up a storm, and cultivators flocked to it, but only a few could obtain it. Clan leaders Wu and Liu exchanged glances. That old fox, clan leader He, is truly generous. He's even willing to part with a treasure like Zhengjin. Could he be using this opportunity to ask the Fu family for help in getting the name registered under a Fu family member? Not impossible. Now that the Gongsun family has been destroyed, I hear the He family's upper family hasn't even been decided. That old fox never trades at a loss. With clan leader He's arrival, the previously quiet Fu family gates suddenly became bustling with activity. Soon after, the Liang, Qi, Xiao, Hong, and other prominent families followed suit, and for a moment, a crowd of congratulatory people bustled around, the atmosphere incredibly lively. The head of the Xiao family arrived at the Fu family's gate, presenting a gift. "Brother Fan, for today's celebration, our Xiao family has specially prepared a piece of long mu ginseng. Congratulations." Long mu ginseng, shaped like a longan, is covered in mysterious runes and emanates a faint spiritual light. It is extremely beneficial for cultivators' cultivation, purifying the body of impurities and enhancing the purity of spiritual energy. It also improves a cultivator's understanding and helps them better grasp the Dharma. Finally, the Hong family arrived. The head of the Hong family and his family came forward to offer congratulations and gifts. "Brother Fan, congratulations on the Purple Mansion celebration. Our Hong family presents us with a 5 elements jade as a token of our appreciation. This 5 elements jade is a treasure formed from the condensed spiritual energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It was born at the mysterious intersection of the 5 elements spiritual veins, where the energies of the 5 elements blend to form a unique spiritual field. Nurtured in this environment, the 5 elements jade absorbs the essence of the 5 elements, possessing powerful spiritual power and miraculous effects. The 5 elements jade automatically adjusts and replenishes the spiritual energy within a cultivator's body based on their 5 elements attributes, facilitating smoother cultivation. For a moment, the Fu family's gate was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, 3 sword rainbows stopped 30 miles from the Yunqian County fiefdom. Patriarch Yangang, observing the endless stream of cultivators heading to the Fu family's fiefdom, would be lying if he didn't envy them. Back then, Huainan Prefecture was still helmed by the Nangang, Shi, and Gongsun families, three established 8th-grade aristocratic families. But now, the Gongsun family has been completely wiped out by the Fu family. While the Nanguang family's losses in the Kanglan secret realm have eased over the years, they have been far surpassed by their successors. They had thought Shangguan Li's sudden rise was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. But they hadn't expected the Fu family's rise to be even more dramatic, firmly surpassing the Shangguan family. In Huainan Prefecture today, the Fu family is undisputedly the leading aristocratic family, followed by the Shangguan family. These established 8th-grade aristocratic families have been relegated to the 3rd tier. Times have changed. Behind him, the second elder of the Nanguang family whispered a reminder, "Patriarch, I've received information that the Kui family, who are attending the celebration today, have also brought several young women with them, hoping to form a marriage alliance with the Fu family. Furthermore, I heard that the Fu family's son, Shower, is already engaged to the Yu family. The only suitable candidate left is Kinger. The triplets born to the Fu family's mistress are too young, and they're legitimate. I'm afraid the Fu family will have to wait until they're promoted to the 7th rank before considering a marriage alliance with another family. Therefore, Fu Yuqing was undoubtedly a sought-after prospect." Hearing this, the Nanguang clan leader felt uneasy. When did their Nanguang family start trying to get in on the cold shoulder of others? The Nanguang clan leader sighed deeply. Then he said calmly, "The Kui family has only just been promoted to the 8th rank. Regardless, our Nanguang family is a long-established 8th rank family in Huainan Prefecture. No matter what, the Fu family, unless they're foolish, will definitely not reject us." Seeing the patriarch's arrogance still lingering, second elder Nanguang was about to persuade him. After all, the footage released by the Fu family showed Fu Changsheng capable of killing a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Barring any major changes in the future, the Fu family's promotion to the 7th rank would be a piece of cake. Once the Fu family ascended, it would be difficult for them to climb onto this high branch. Elsewhere, clan leader Kui and his clansmen arrived near the Fu family's fiefdom. Following him were several beautiful female cultivators, each with a distinctly different aura and unique charm. From a distance, clan leader Kui also spotted clan leader Nanguang and his companions. Seeing clan leader Nanguang arrive with his female relatives, his eyes narrowed slightly. Following him, third elder Kui expressed concern, "Patriarch, the Nanguang family is also planning a marriage alliance with the Fu family." "I'm afraid," comparing the two, clan leader Kui said, "Patriarch, I'm afraid the Nanguang family is also planning a marriage alliance with the Fu family. Naturally, marrying into an established family would maximize the benefits." Patriarch Kui subconsciously touched his storage bag and smiled confidently, "Don't worry. No matter what, I will facilitate a marriage between the two great families, the Kui and Fu. Today, as long as he could connect with the Fu family, perhaps his Kui family would rise in stature and ascend to a higher rank. To this end, he even unleashed his most valuable treasures. Let's go. We'll get there before the Nanguang family does." In the Shangguan family's meeting hall, the previously abdicated patriarch Shangguan now appeared, with the old man standing behind him. The old patriarch of the Shangguan clan addressed Shangguan Li, who was at the head of the clan, earnestly, "Liar, while there's no room for two tigers in one mountain, the Great Zhou is vast. And our Huainan Prefecture has finally gained a purple mansion. If we can join forces with the Fu family, our Shangguan clan's promotion to the 7th rank is imminent. Moreover, the entire Huainan Prefecture's aristocratic families are now eager to establish ties with the Fu family, proving that the Fu family is a virtuous people. Besides," he said, "our Shangguan clan and the Fu family are already related by marriage. Once Hongyu returns, she will marry into the Fu family. We must not let the Shangguan family miss this opportunity because of a momentary anger." Clearly, the old patriarch had heard about Shangguan Li's ambush in the Yunao tribe. He presumably heard of Shangguan Li's retaliatory actions, and so he recruited every clan member he could to prevent a true conflict between Shangguan Li and the Fu family. Given the current situation, the worst that could happen to the Shangguan clan would be a mutually devastating loss. This is a detrimental thing. It absolutely cannot be done. Seeing his son not responding to his repetitive words, the old patriarch Shangguan gritted his teeth and said, "Liar, do you expect me to kneel down and beg you? Don't forget what you promised me when I abdicated the throne to you." He gave the elders behind him a veiled look, They all kowtowed and said, "Patriarch, please reconsider." At the gate of the Fu family mountain, Fu Yongfen glanced at the celebration time. Seeing that it was almost time, but the 3 8th grade families had yet to arrive, he was just thinking about contacting them when he saw the 3 families arrive together. "Welcome, 3 patriarchs." Fu Yongfen hurried forward to greet them. The gifts from the 3 8th grade families were presented to Fu Changsheng personally. Fu Yongfen was merely leading the way, but he was taken aback when he saw that the Shangguan family's congratulatory guests were not Shangguan Li, but the old patriarch. After the guests were seated, Fu Yongfen then sent a message to Fu Changsheng. Not long after, a melodious celestial music suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their gazes to the depths of the Fu family's residence. Amidst a riot of colorful light, a figure slowly approached. Fu Changsheng was dressed in a gorgeous purple robe embroidered with mysterious runes. These runes shimmered with a faint light, swaying gently with his steps. His face was handsome and calm, his eyes deep and sharp, as if imbued with endless wisdom and power. His hair was jet black, shiny, tied into a high bun, adorned with a jade hairpin. The hairpin emitted a soft glow, reflecting the spiritual light radiating from his body. Behind Fu Changsheng followed his children, including his adopted sons. Each of them possessed an extraordinary aura, dressed neatly, holding spiritual instruments, their eyes revealing awe and loyalty to Fu Changsheng. They surrounded Fu Changsheng like stars surrounding the moon, embodying the majesty and power of the Fu family. Fu Changsheng's steps were light and steady, each one seemingly treading on the void, making no sound at all. He emanated a powerful aura that involuntarily instilled a sense of awe. As he approached, everyone sensed a surge of powerful spiritual energy, spreading outward like a surging tide, sending a slight shudder through the crowd. As Fu Changsheng approached the crowd, he raised his head slightly, glanced around, and bowed. "Today, I am grateful for the kindness of all of you, my friends and the noble families, who have gathered here to celebrate my purple mansion. I, Fu Changsheng, would like to thank you all." His voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the square in front of the Fu family. It held a powerful spiritual energy that lifted everyone's heart. Everyone returned the greetings, saying, "Congratulations to Patriarch Fu on the completion of his purple mansion. You will surely reach new heights and lead the Fu family to an even more glorious future," Fu Changsheng humbly replied. Before the celebration began, "We must first pay homage to our ancestors." Fu Changsheng, surrounded by the crowd, slowly walked into the Fu family ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified, filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Huge stone pillars stood on both sides, engraved with the heroic deeds and legendary experiences of the Fu family's ancestors. Fu Changsheng held incense in both hands and walked to the altar. "Ancestors, today your grandson, Fu Changsheng, is blessed by your ancestors and has achieved great success in the Purple Mansion. Looking back on the past, the Fu family has gone through many ups and downs, and our ancestors overcame all difficulties to create today's glory. I know very well that today's achievements are all due to the blessings of our ancestors." His voice was low and powerful, echoing in the ancestral hall, and every word seemed to carry endless affection and respect. Today, the Fu family must continue to forge ahead in this turbulent world of cultivation. I, your grandson, will uphold the aspirations of our ancestors, safeguard the Fu family's honor, and lead our people toward an even more glorious future. May the spirits of our ancestors in heaven continue to bless the Fu family, ensuring peace and success for our people in their cultivation. With this, Fu Changsheng bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground. His gesture was solemn and reverent, as if conveying his faith and resolve to his ancestors. After his initiation, Fu Changsheng slowly rose and turned to face the crowd. A gratified smile crossed his face as he spoke. Today's celebration is also a time for the Fu family to reunite. I am deeply grateful to all you, relatives, friends, and prominent families, who have come from far and wide to witness this moment together. Now, I declare the banquet to begin." As Fu Changsheng finished speaking, melodious music began to play again. Fu family servants shuttled among the crowd, bringing exquisite dishes to the table. Each of these dishes, meticulously prepared by the Fu family, features the most precious ingredients, meticulously prepared by renowned chefs, each exuding an alluring aroma. The table was overflowing with delicacies. There was a rich soup made from spirit meat, its broth rich and oozing with subtle spiritual energy. With a sip, one could almost feel the spiritual energy coursing through one's body. There was also a platter of vibrant, radiant immortal fruits, each biting into sweet, refreshing juice that lingered in the mouth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. There was also a fine wine blended from spiritual herbs, fragrant and mellow, yet carrying a surge of spiritual energy that invigorated the senses. Everyone took their seats and began to enjoy the sumptuous feast. Laughter and conversation filled the air as everyone toasted and shared experiences of cultivation and family matters. The patriarchs of the Wu and Liu families sat together, savoring the delicacies while exclaiming, "This Fu family celebration is truly extraordinarily lavish, and the dishes are truly exceptional." Indeed, the Fu family is thriving, and Fu Changsheng has achieved the great perfection of the Purple Palace. His future achievements are limitless. We, the aristocratic families, must closely follow the Fu family's lead to gain a foothold in this world of immortal cultivation, another patriarch echoed. The young disciples sat together, discussing their own cultivation experiences and adventures. Halfway through the banquet, a terrifying pressure suddenly surged from the horizon. Everyone was startled and stood up. The small town of Changsheng Mountain, near the entrance to the blood-forbidden land, had been inhabited since the yangang market was destroyed by the beast tide. Cultivators heading to the forbidden land had settled here, and over time, it had developed into a small town. The town was primarily populated by cultivators, but there were also a number of mortals serving the cultivators. However, unlike before, a dark cloud now enveloped the town. Yet, in the alleys of ordinary people, over a dozen households had hung white banners. The banners swayed gently in the breeze, creating a rustling sound. In front of each house stood a simple mourning hall, filled with portraits and offerings. Dim candlelight flickered in the darkness, illuminating the grief-stricken faces of those around them. An elderly man in the alley, Su Sanhan, frowned so tightly that he could pinch a fly. His eyes betrayed deep worry and confusion. Lately, the elderly in this town have been passing away quietly in their sleep, peacefully and without the slightest trace of pain. However, the deaths of over a dozen elderly people in such a short time posed a multitude of peculiarities. They had asked the mayor to summon a celestial master, hoping his extraordinary abilities would reveal the cause. However, after careful investigation, the master also offered no clues, fueling Su Sanhan's unease. Su Sanhan slowly turned and walked into his yard with heavy steps. He stood in the center of the yard, looking up slightly at the somewhat dilapidated eaves, and was silent for a long time. Then, he gathered his children together, his eyes revealing a hint of determination and resolve. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Pack up, everyone. I'm afraid we can't stay in this town anymore. After breakfast, we'll go to Xianlang City to seek refuge with your old aunt. Once the things in town are over, we'll make plans." "Father, what about the tofu shop we worked so hard to run?" the son said reluctantly. "If we close it for a long time, all the old customers will leave. Otherwise, take Fenger and the others and leave. After all, the people who died mysteriously in this town are all elderly people." I'd better stay." "Why stay?" Su Sanhan's voice suddenly rose, his eyes revealing an unquestionable majesty. "Listen to me, pack up immediately. If you're going to die, what's the point of running a shop?" Many people in the town shared Su Sanhan's idea. They were equally haunted by the string of bizarre deaths, filled with fear and anxiety. For the safety of their families, they each chose to leave this once familiar, now unfamiliar, town. However, even after Su Sanhan and his family left Changsheng Mountain, they felt something was off. Along the way, he kept glancing back, as if something was following them closely. That inexplicable feeling of unease, like a dark cloud, hung over his heart, lingering. Chapter 317, Gifts, Opportunities, and Battles. At the Fu family's Purple Mansion celebration, everyone sensed a terrifying pressure rushing in from afar, 10 times more powerful than the one emanating from Fu Changsheng. They feared it was the arrival of a Jinden's Henrun. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly turned their attention to Fu Changsheng. They had never expected Fu Changsheng to be acquainted with a Jinden's Henrun. Those present who had seen a Jinden's Henrun were likely rare, and to them, a Jinden's Henrun was a mere legend. Several of the Fu family's relatives exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. The stronger the Fu family, the greater the future support they would receive. How could they not be excited? Meanwhile, the Shangguan family's patriarch, sweat beading on his forehead, a wave of fear welling up in his heart. "Luckily, we stopped Lyre in time today, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." With the support of a Jinden, How could the Shangguan family possibly offend? With their own mixed feelings, they hurried to the mountain gate to greet this mysterious guest. As they arrived at the gate, they all hurried. Then, a streak of light darted towards them like lightning. Within this streak of light, a terrifying and chilling pressure emanated, as if emanating from the wrath of thunder from the heavens. And the owner of this streak of light was none other than Luo Heidang, who had already broken through to the Jiandan realm. Luo Heidang was clad in a sharp, sleek suit crafted from sturdy black satin. Its clean, flowing lines, devoid of any superfluous ornamentation, perfectly framed her figure, embodying a simple yet majestic beauty. Silver lines faintly shone across the suit, protective runes forged with her own spiritual energy. Glinting with a faint glow, they sensed Luo Heidang's Jiandan aura. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Luo Heidang to have successfully broken through to the Jiandan stage. She was truly the undisputed #1 female cultivator in Huainan Prefecture. Everyone took a look and quickly bowed their heads. Following Fu Changsheng's lead, they saluted. "Greetings, Master Luo," among the saluting crowd. Patriarch Shi and Patriarch Nangguang quickly communicated. There were rumors that the Fu family's head and senior Luo had a personal relationship, but no one believed it. Now it seems to be absolutely true. Patriarch Nangguang nodded slightly. When the Fu family advanced to the 8th rank, Luo Heidang personally attended the celebration. Now that Fu Changsheng had achieved the Purple Mansion breakthrough, Luo Heidang, already a golden core true person, was still in attendance. This speaks volumes. A few years ago, Shangguan Li also held a Purple Mansion celebration, but at that time, the Luo family only sent an outer sect elder to present a gift and then depart. As the two communicated, Patriarch Nangguang glanced at Patriarch Shangguan and saw that he seemed to be trembling slightly. He couldn't help but wonder. Normally, the Shangguan family also had a Purple Mansion master, so he shouldn't be so frightened by Luo Heidang. Meanwhile, Fu Changsheng bowed again to Luo Heidang and said, "Welcome, true person Luo, please come in." "Yes," Luo Heidang nodded slightly. The group returned to the banquet hall. After the guests of honor were seated, Luo Heidang waved his sleeves. An array of light flashed. In an instant, a box with a white background and plum patterns floated towards Fu Changsheng, clan leader Fu. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. This is a small gift. Please accept it." Everyone heard the words. One by one, they looked up at the box with plum patterns on a white background. Their eyes were anxious. It seemed that they wanted to penetrate the box to find out what was inside. This was a treasure given by the Jiandan Henrun. It must be better than the one they just gave. Unfortunately, Fu Changsheng took the box and put it directly into the storage bag without opening it on the spot. After toasting, Luo Heidang looked around at everyone, then turned to Fu Changsheng and said, "Clan leader Fu, I would like to borrow your family's meeting hall for a while. Here it comes." Fu Changsheng's heart moved. Luo Heidang had arrived this time, taking advantage of the gathering, most likely to discuss the conquest of the eastern wilderness tribes. He immediately stood up, bowed, and said, "Master, the meeting hall is open at any time." "Well, in that case, all the heads of the noble families present here, please move to the meeting hall. I have an important announcement to make." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. The Luo family had been in charge of Huainan Prefecture for many years, but they had never issued any conscription orders. They were only required to pay tribute annually. Hearing of this important announcement, everyone felt a sense of unease. Clan leader Nangguang quickly communicated with clan leader Shi. "Brother Shi, you and the Fu family are related by marriage. Have you received any news from them?" "What exactly is Master Luo discussing this time?" Elder Shi shook his head. The Nangguang clan glanced at Fu Changsheng again, but saw that he was calm and composed, without any sign of panic, and assumed it was nothing serious. The group arrived at the meeting hall. The rest of the noble families attending the celebration had to stay outside the hall. After everyone arrived, Luo Heidang nodded slightly to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng immediately cast a spell on the formation platform in the council hall. With a humming sound, the formation in the council hall instantly rose, and a light shield turned the entire hall upside down. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but become even more nervous. They looked eagerly at Luo Heidang, who sat at the head of the table. Luo Heidang was a man of great courage and never liked to drag things out. So he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Everyone here is a member of the major noble families in Huainan Prefecture. Since this is the case, Please tell your family that in 2 weeks, we in Huainan Prefecture will march eastward to conquer all the eastern wilderness tribes, including the Changsheng tribe." At these words, everyone was stunned. Then, with a sudden clamor, everyone began to speak out. "Master, the Changsheng tribe boasts a giant in master, and under its wing, 3 tribes possess purple mansions. How can we, the aristocratic families of Huainan Prefecture, defeat the Changsheng tribe? Please reconsider." "Yes, Master, if war truly requires action, it will require the imperial court's leadership. If we provoke the Changsheng tribe, they will ally with other tribes in a rage and turn the tables. With the strength of Huainan Prefecture, we're probably unable to withstand it, Master." Only the Fu and Shangguan families possessed purple mansions. Both were newly minted purple mansion families. While the 3 purple mansion tribes under the Changsheng tribe were established, they couldn't even break through the mountain protection formation, let alone their own purple mansions. After the beast tide, they finally calmed down. They didn't want to go through another battle. Everyone chattered. Luo Haideng didn't intervene. When everyone had finished speaking, their gaze fell on Fu Changsheng. "Chief Fu, you were silent just now. Are you also opposed to the attack on the Changsheng tribe?" Fu Changsheng hadn't expected to be called out. He quickly stood up and bowed, reciting his thoughts before slowly saying, "Reporting to the immortal, Huainan Prefecture is a remote region, with scarce resources. It's also constantly attacked by the 100,000 mountain monsters and the eastern wilderness tribe. Every time we recover, we suffer another devastating blow. Life is extremely difficult, which has led to the rare emergence of high-level cultivators in Huainan Prefecture, but that was in the past. Now that Senior Luo has broken through to the Golden Core stage, we have an opportunity to break the deadlock. Once we capture the territory of the Changsheng tribe, it will be a chance for the major families of Huainan Prefecture to turn the tide. Huainan Prefecture will no longer be the most backward territory of the imperial court. History will be rewritten from this moment." As he spoke, Fu Changsheng walked to the center of the meeting hall. He bowed deeply to the ground. "Changsheng is willing to lead the entire Fu family and swear to follow the immortal to death. Now that Luo Haideng has spoken, this campaign is inevitable. As a subordinate family, we can only obey orders. However, this is indeed a rare opportunity for the Fu family." Now He, Chu Chan, Qing Jiao, the 3rd-level corpse puppet, and Uncle Fei are all at the level of Purple Mansion combat power, totaling 5 people. As long as they don't face the Changsheng tribe, they don't have to worry. Moreover, intelligence has mentioned that both the Kiwaya tribe and the Yangang tribe have many treasures. Secondly, once a few tribes are conquered, the Fu family will have enough merit points to advance to the 7th rank of imperial merit. Seeing Fu Changsheng's statement, the heads of the families present exchanged glances. The Wu and Liu families reacted the fastest, stepping forward and following Fu Changsheng. The Wu and Liu families are willing to follow the immortal to death. 1 followed, and 2 soon followed. The Fu family's relatives, the He, Hong, Yu, and Gan families, all stepped forward. Upon seeing this, the Nangang clan leader sighed. He also rose, bowed, and said, "The Nangang family is willing to follow the immortal to the death." Yes, Luo Haideng was very satisfied. She could have forced a war order, but the willingness of the noble families was another matter. Luo Haideng said calmly, "Rest assured, we will not treat you unfairly when we send you out to fight this time. Based on the merit points you have earned in this battle, in addition to the imperial rewards, our Luo family will also reward you with Zuanine grass, foundation building pills, foundation building liquid, Sinun pills, and many other spiritual items." Zuanine grass. Foundation building pills. Everyone's eyes lit up at the words. Foundation building pills were already extremely valuable, let alone Zuanine grass. A spiritual item that aided in the development of the Purple Palace. Once obtained, it was like stepping halfway into the Purple Palace. The noble families, who had been somewhat reluctant, were now instantly excited. Luo Haideng waved his sleeve, and a flash of light appeared. Instantly, a topographic map unfolded, like a mysterious and magnificent scroll unfolding before everyone's eyes. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the map, meticulously detailed. Mountains, rivers, jungles, and wilderness were all clearly depicted. It revealed the layout of the Eastern Wasteland tribe. Fu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly at this. The map depicted such clarity and precision. Clearly, the Luo family had been preparing for this day for a long time. Fu Changsheng took a closer look. The map centered on the Changsheng tribe. The area representing the Changsheng tribe glowed with a unique golden light, like a brilliant star, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. As the core power on the edge of the eastern wasteland, the Changsheng tribe possessed immense strength and lofty status. Its location was strategically located, surrounded by mountains. These rolling hills resembled a winding dragon guarding the land. The mountains were covered in lush greenery, and the ancient trees had thick branches, as if bearing the vicissitudes of time. Between the mountains, some mysterious buildings could be vaguely seen. They were the important strongholds of the Changsheng tribe, emitting a mysterious and powerful force. The three purple mansion tribes of Yangang, Changsheng, and Changsheng surrounded the Changsheng tribe in a corner. Changsheng had been in and out of the Yangang tribe before, so he just took a quick look. His eyes fell on the Changsheng and Changsheng tribes. The Changsheng tribe was located in a vast desert. Various buildings were scattered in the tribe. Most of these buildings were made of sturdy and durable stone, and were carefully carved and built, showing a simple and heavy style. Changsheng was watching intently. Luo Heidang then spoke, "Everyone, the Changsheng tribe will be under our Luo family's control, so you don't need to memorize its terrain. Of the three purple mansion tribes, our Luo family can handle one. The remaining two will be handled by you, the 8th rank aristocratic families. As for the remaining foundation establishment tribes, the 9th rank aristocratic families will share the responsibility." Upon his words, everyone exchanged glances. The heads of the various 9th rank aristocratic families breathed a sigh of relief. No longer having to deal with the purple mansion tribe, their worries were resolved. Luo Heidang addressed Changsheng, clan leader Nanggong, clan leader Shi, clan leader Shangguan, and clan leader Kui one by one. "You 5 8th rank aristocratic families, please discuss which two of the three purple mansion tribes you will choose. No matter which one, it would be a tough nut to crack." Clan leader Nanggong and clan leader Shi frowned, silent. Clan leader Kui regretted it the most. Had he known this, his family would have chosen to advance to the 8th rank later. Of the 5 8th grade aristocratic families present, the Kui family had the weakest foundation, so how could they possibly attack the purple mansion tribe? The four family heads exchanged glances, their gazes finally landing on Changsheng. The Fu family was now the most powerful of the aristocratic families in Huainan Prefecture. Clan leader Fu, which two purple mansion tribes would you choose as the safest? Changsheng naturally preferred the Yangang tribe. He feigned hesitation for a moment, then pointed at a map and analyzed. From the topographic map, we can see that the Changsheng tribe's fortifications are extremely strong. However, Changsheng changed the subject. Of the three purple mansion tribes, the Changsheng tribe is the most mysterious, so, in my opinion, our best choices would be the Yangang tribe and the Changsheng tribe. These two tribes are adjacent to each other, so if we attack, assistance will arrive sooner if needed. Clan leader Shi nodded slightly upon hearing this. Clan leader Nanggong was puzzled. Clan leader Fu, it seems you didn't analyze the Yangang tribe just now. Changsheng, who had nothing to hide, said frankly, "As I'm sure you've all heard, our Fu family and the Yangang tribe are at odds. Therefore, in this campaign, we, the Fu family, are willing to deal with the Yangang tribe alone, while you, the four great families, concentrate on dealing with the Changsheng tribe. What do you think? That way, clan leader Fu, wouldn't you be at a great disadvantage? So, while our Kui family isn't as strong, we are willing to serve as your vanguard." Clan leader Kui reacted the fastest. No matter how you looked at it, joining forces with the Fu family undoubtedly held the greatest chance of victory. Clan leader Shi snorted coldly upon hearing this. Clan leader Kui, your calculations are quite good. In terms of closeness, our Shi family and the Fu family are related by marriage. When it comes to joining forces, our Shi family takes precedence. When will it ever be your Kui family's turn? No one was foolish. The old patriarch, the Shangguan clan, knew that with two purple mansion warriors, they absolutely could not join forces with the Fu clan. Naturally, the more forces they could unite, the greater their chances of victory. He immediately spoke, "Brother Kui, Brother Shi, clan leader Fu has been so kind as to ask our four clans to unite to deal with the Changsheng tribe. This is undoubtedly the best plan. Time is running out, and we don't have time to argue here. It would be better for the four clans to meet and discuss how to attack the Changsheng tribe." The Shangguan clan was now a purple mansion clan. Although Shangguan Li hadn't spoken out, the Kui, Shi, and Nanggong clans couldn't help but listen and immediately nodded, tacitly agreeing to this plan. Furthermore, the other 9 clans were arguing fiercely over which foundation establishment tribe each would be responsible for. In the end, Luo Haidang intervened and laid out a plan. Since everyone has already been informed of their respective tribes, I will not harp on any further. In 2 weeks, we will march to the eastern wasteland at a unified time. This campaign would determine the fate of each clan for the next century. No one dared to neglect it. After Luo Haidang left, everyone returned to their respective fiefdoms to discuss specific war preparations. After bidding farewell to everyone, Fu Changsheng was about to convene the Elders' Council when a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, your Purple Mansion celebration has added a number of spiritual artifacts to the family, earning 3,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to over 12,000. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to accumulate 50,000 contribution points to use for system upgrades, but with a war approaching, he changed his mind and decided to prioritize cultivating Bing Fire Divine Thunder for safety. Previously, entering the eastern wilderness had been silent. Now, with a war about to begin, there was a lot of fanfare. Having a powerful spiritual technique for self-defense was an added layer of security. However, now was not the time to increase points. Arrangements for the war still needed to be made. He returned to the council hall. The elders had already gathered for the celebration, so the gathering was quick. Everyone took their seats. Fu Changsheng publicly announced his intention to invade the Donghuang tribe. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Fu Yonggan's voice trembled as he spoke. Patriarch, if I remember correctly, the Changsheng tribe is a major Jinan tribe. How can our Fu family be a match for them? Aren't we being used as cannon fodder? They had assumed Luo Haidang was here to give the Fu family some face. They hadn't imagined he was actually issuing a war order. Even Fu Yongqi, the head of the Conquest Hall, was worried. Master, if we go deep into the eastern wilderness this time, and the enemy gets the news ahead of time, I'm afraid they won't just wait for us to come. I'm afraid they'll attack proactively, or perhaps wait for our main force to be deployed and then attack directly. By then, the fiefdoms will be left without manpower. I'm afraid. Fu Changli heard this and said, since it's the Luo family's call to arms, we have no choice but to obey. Instead of complaining, why don't we all brainstorm and come up with a plan? Aunt Changli is absolutely right. As for what Yongqi said about the clan's main force leaving the clan without manpower, I don't think it's a big problem. Currently, the Yunqian County fiefdom and the Anyang County clan territory are both protected by 2 large third-level magic formations, which are difficult for even ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators to penetrate. When the time comes, I'll have the formation masters from the formation hall guard them. We have nothing to worry about. This was not the first time the Fu family had experienced such a major event. The heads of the various halls offered their advice. Liu Runzi said, our weapon refining hall previously refined a batch of magical instruments. They were originally intended for Yongshang to take to Jingzhou, but now they can be distributed to those heading to the front lines. Our alchemy hall also has sufficient reserves of healing elixirs and mana-restoring elixirs, Fu Yongdan added. Fu Yongfu also smiled and said, like the weapon refining hall, our talisman-making hall has accumulated a batch of talismans that we were originally going to sell. Soon, the strategic materials were provided by the respective hall masters. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. After everyone had finished speaking, he said, although this time we're targeting the Xianzhen Jinan tribe, we only have to deal with the Yin and Zifu tribe. The Yinan tribe and the Changsheng tribe fought a major battle last time, and their chieftain is still in seclusion recovering from his injuries. Officially, there are only 2 Zifu cultivators guarding the area, one in the middle stage of the Zifu realm, and the other in the early stage. As for the combat power of the Purple Mansion, our Fu family is not afraid. If we want to conquer the Yinan tribe, the most difficult thing is how to break their 4th order mountain protection formation. As he said that, Fu Changsheng's eyes fell on the Fairy Xianayan who was sitting at the end. Fairy Xianayan was a female cultivator captured by the Yinyan chief from the Great Zhou. She had been imprisoned in the chief's mansion and had never stepped out of the mansion. She had been trying to mediate with the Yinyan chief, and over the past few decades, she not only successfully broke through to the foundation building stage, but also became a very talented formation master. The last time Fu Changsheng sneaked into the Yinyan chief's mansion, he brought her out. At that time, the other party claimed to be the second daughter of the 7th-rank Luo family. However, After returning to the Luo family, Luo Xian'an returned to the Fu family's fiefdom and begged the Fu family to take her in. What happened to the other party in the clan? He did not say a word. Fu Changsheng said, Fairy Xian'an, please inform Yao Iao and Changlui of the details of the Yangang tribe's mountain protection formation. While there's still time, try to develop a plan. Everyone was stunned by this. The Fu family only knew that Fu Changsheng had brought back a formation master from the Shiwen Mountains, but they were completely unaware that Fairy Xian'an was from the Yangang tribe. Since her arrival at the Fu family, Fairy Xian'an had kept a low profile. She had been teaching in the formation hall, and otherwise practiced in seclusion. Rarely interacting with others, Xian'an, a clever woman, naturally feared Fu Changsheng's suspicion that she was a spy from the Yangang tribe. Therefore, she had been cautious and tactful throughout her years at the Fu family. Upon hearing Fu Changsheng's name, she quickly stood up and said, Patriarch, rest assured. I will fully assist Yao Iao and fellow Taoist Changlui in breaking the formation. This was a moment of devotion. She had been a member of the Fu family for many years. Especially after hearing about the history of the Fu family's rise and witnessing its current development, she felt she had followed the right person. The Fu family was no ordinary family, and they would surely rise above the remote region of Jingzhou one day. After Fu Changsheng assigned the remaining tasks, he let them go. He turned and returned to the secret room, casting a spell. With a humming sound, the formation closed. Fu Changsheng then waved his sleeve, and a flash of light appeared. Instantly, a box with a white background and plum pattern floated in front of him. I wonder what Luo Haidang's gift is. As the box's seal opened, a talisman was revealed. Fu Changsheng was slightly startled, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It's actually a 4th grade, low-grade talisman. Talismans. Only giant and true immortals can refine them. Few below the giant stage can withstand the destructive power of talismans. With this talisman, he undoubtedly had a real trump card. This gift is quite valuable. Fu Changsheng knew that Luo Haidang was probably using this to repay the favor I had provided him when the Yangang tribe attacked Wanning Market. However, this talisman arrived just in time. With it, he felt a little more confident entering the eastern wilderness. He carefully removed the talisman from the box and examined it carefully. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it wasn't a single-use item, but could be used 3 times. This undoubtedly increased the talisman's value and practicality. Furthermore, instructions for refining and using the talisman were placed next to the box. A spell was infused, and an image flashed. In the image, Luo Haidang, dressed in heroic spirit, formed a seal with his right hand, infusing a trace of spiritual energy into the talisman. Instantly, the talisman's light intensified, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from it. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The space surrounding the talisman began to distort, a faint flicker of light. The next moment, delicate, voluptuous crabapple blossoms materialized from thin air. These blossoms were no ordinary creatures. Their petals shimmered with an eerie light, as if condensed from spiritual energy. Each blossom exuded a cold, murderous aura, its stamens gleaming with a faint, cold light, like razor-sharp blades. As the talisman's spiritual energy continued to infuse them, the blossoms began to slowly drift, as if possessing a life of their own. They swirled and danced in midair, creating faint ripples in their wake, as if cleaved by some powerful force. This talisman, when activated, can actually transform into crabapple blossoms to kill. The crabapple blossoms, while seemingly beautiful, held a deadly threat. Just like Luo Haidang. Following Luo Haidang's instructions, Fu Changsheng mastered the method of activating his talisman after just a few days. He carefully placed the talisman back into its white box with plum-shaped patterns. Then, his gaze fell on the panel in his sea of consciousness. He now had over 10,000 family contribution points. It was time to add more. He immediately cast a thought on the panel. Use family contribution points to improve Shower's spiritual root aptitude. A buzz? The panel vibrated. As a surge of yellow light surged, the surrounding space seemed to begin to distort. The next moment, Fu Changsheng felt a flash before his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, he realized he had arrived at the Land of Thunder. This second visit to the Land of Thunder had completely transformed Fu Changsheng's state of mind. Gone was the initial panic and embarrassment. His eyes revealed a calm and resolute spirit. He didn't dare slack off for a moment. He immediately found a relatively safe spot rich in thunder element and slowly sat cross-legged in meditation. Last time, he had successfully completed the first step of condensing the Bing Fire Divine Thunder in the third level of the ancient Source Thunder Sutra, and the thunder base had firmly taken root within him. Now, he faced the crucial second step of condensing the Bing Fire Divine Thunder, the integration of fire and thunder into the Purple Palace. Fire and thunder enter the Purple Palace, spiritual consciousness calms turmoil, the 8 trigrams spread fire and thunder, the 8 meridians draw the fire spirit, As he softly chanted, the surrounding thunder elements, as if summoned by some kind of summons, began to slowly converge towards him. He carefully released his spiritual energy, interacting with the surging fire and thunder within the thunder lake. Gradually, at the source of the thunder, the fire and thunder began to intertwine and form. The fire and thunder resembled 2 intertwined serpents of fire, gleaming with a fiery light and releasing heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Fu Changsheng, fully aware of the danger of this fire and thunder, dared not be careless. He concentrated intently, guiding the fire and thunder force, like guiding an unruly beast, slowly towards his Purple Palace. As the power of the fire thunder was about to enter the Purple Mansion, Fu Changsheng distinctly felt a violent turbulence within it. The turbulence, like surging waves, continuously impacted the Purple Mansion's barrier, threatening to tear it apart. However, at that moment, his spiritual awareness suddenly became incredibly powerful and resolute. Like a towering mountain, his consciousness steadily suppressed the turbulence within the Purple Mansion. He permeated every corner of the Purple Mansion with his spiritual power, engaging in a silent battle with the surging power of the fire thunder. Under the suppression of his powerful spiritual consciousness, the fire thunder gradually became docile, slowly merging into the Purple Mansion. During this fusion process, he began to mobilize his spiritual energy, opening 8 spiritual veins centered in the Purple Mansion, corresponding to the 8 trigrams, drawing in the fire-attributed spiritual energy of the Thunder Lake to nourish the fire thunder. This practice lasted for decades. Years passed, seasons changed. In spring, lightning destroyed the grass. In summer, it felt like being in a steaming jar. In autumn, the wind and sand blew in a chaotic atmosphere. In winter, the winds were biting and cold. The only thing that remained unchanged was Fu Changsheng's decades-long dedication to cultivation. Finally, after the last trace of fire and thunder power perfectly merged with a fire-attributed spiritual energy, Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes, glittering with excitement and joy. The second step of the Bing Fire Divine Thunder's condensation, the fusion of fire and thunder into the Purple Palace, had been successfully completed. At the same time, a buzz. The panel vibrated. His eyes flickered, and the next moment, his mind returned to the real world. Decades in the Laze land seemed like a fleeting moment outside. At that moment, the panel trembled slightly, and then a line of text appeared. Fu Yuan Shao, Spiritual Root Aptitude, 55 out of 100, a direct increase of 24 points. The contribution value on the family panel also rose to 100. I wonder what spiritual root aptitude Shower has now. Fu Changsheng decided to raise the spiritual root aptitude of a single individual to its limit. With their departure for the Eastern Wilderness imminent, exchanging information was inevitable. His thought immediately landed on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange information. A buzz? The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The chief of the Yangang tribe recently exchanged 2 soul-guiding pills from the subordinate Changsheng tribe, hoping to add another Purple Mansion warrior to his tribe. However, he was hesitant between the 2 Purple Mansion candidates. Finally, the chief of the Yangang tribe decided to have the 2 candidates compete to determine the winner. Soul-guiding pills. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up when he saw this information. Mizhen and Molin in the tribe are both half-step Purple Mansion. Yao has also reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If they can conquer the Yangang tribe this time, they can also obtain Zuanine grass from the Luo family, which will allow Yao to try to reach the Purple Mansion. Therefore, the soul-guiding pills are urgently needed for their Fu family. I hope the chief of the Yangang tribe hasn't given the soul-guiding pills yet. Fu Changsheng felt the urgency to start a war for the first time. He continued to look down, but when he saw the second piece of information, his pupils shrank. At the same time, in the central square of the Yangang tribe, a tall, sturdy arena stood out in the sunlight. Gathered around the arena were numerous members of the tribe, men, women, young and old, their gazes fixed on the arena, eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Today marked the crucial moment for the Yanang tribe's two half-step Purple Mansion masters to face off. One was named Luosang, with an upright figure and a deep, piercing gaze, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and power. The other, named Kama, was a burly figure with throbbing muscles, exuding a powerful aura. Both were outstanding figures in the tribe, equally matched in strength, and this contest was sure to be a thrilling one. Today's battle hinges on your future and the future of the tribe. You two must give it your all, the Yanang chief declared in a resounding voice from atop the platform, his gaze shone with anticipation and seriousness. Yes, Chief, Luosang and Kama responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful. With a resounding horn, the competition officially began. Kama launched the attack, shouting loudly as he lunged at Luosang like lightning. His feet left deep footprints on the ring, each step imbued with immense power. He swung his hands swiftly, and beams of spiritual energy shot out from his palms like sharp arrows, whizzing towards Luosang. Luosang's eyes remained calm, and he leaned slightly, deftly avoiding Kama's fierce attack. Then, he stomped his feet hard on the ground, springing up like a spring, performing a 360-degree spin in the air. He formed hand seals and chanted something, sending waves of spiritual energy emanating from his body, forming a massive spiritual shield that swept towards Kama. Feeling the powerful impact, Kama didn't hesitate. He quickly mobilized his own spiritual energy, forming a solid spiritual barrier in front of him. HMPH, you think you can defeat me so easily? It's not that easy, Kama roared. Then let's see who's more powerful, Luosang responded, increasing his spiritual energy output, the spiritual shield glowing brighter and brighter. The spiritual energies of both sides collided, creating a deafening roar that shook the arena slightly. The surrounding tribesmen couldn't help but gasp in amazement, knowing full well that the strength of these two powerful warriors was indeed not to be underestimated. Kama, drawing on his vast combat experience, constantly sought Luosang's weakness. He suddenly changed his attack, dodging behind Luosang and delivering a fierce punch to Luosang's back. Luosang, sensing Kama's movement, spun swiftly, blocking Kama's blow with his arm. Thinking of a sneak attack? Too early, Luosang snorted coldly, seizing the moment when Kama's attack missed, he launched a counterattack. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands, and a powerful beam of spiritual energy shot out from his hands, shooting straight at Kama. Kama dodged quickly, but the beam of spiritual energy still grazed his shoulder, forcing him to stumble back a few steps. You're nothing special, Luosang taunted. HMPH. The outcome isn't decided yet, Kama roared, attacking again, launching another fierce battle with Luosang. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding, the battle intensifying. Sweat gradually began to beat on Kama's forehead, and his breathing became rapid, but his eyes still burned with an unyielding fire. Luosang, too, felt immense pressure, his spiritual energy severely depleted. But he knew this was a crucial moment, a decisive one, and he couldn't afford to retreat. During a fierce exchange, Luosang spotted a flaw in Kama's hand, concentrated all his spiritual energy, and unleashed his most powerful blow. A brilliant beam of spiritual energy shot out from his hand, like a bolt of lightning piercing the darkness, hurtling straight towards Kama. Kama felt the overwhelming force of the attack and tried his best to block it. He crossed his arms over his chest, forming a solid spiritual shield to block Luosang's attack. However, Luosang's attack was too powerful, and Kama's spiritual shield gradually shattered under the impact of the light. Finally, he was knocked back by the overwhelming force and fell heavily to the edge of the ring. Luosang wins, the referee shouted. Cheers immediately rang out throughout the tribe, and the tribe members cheered Luosang's victory. Luosang, surrounded by the crowd, slowly walked onto the platform and received the precious soul-guiding pill from Chief Yanang. Luosang, this soul-guiding pill is hard-earned. The tribe has high hopes for you. You must successfully break through to the Purple Mansion and bring greater glory to the tribe, Chief Yanang said. Don't worry, Chief. I will give it my all, Luosang said firmly. To maximize his chances of breaking through to the Purple Mansion, Luosang sought the tribal priest, hoping that the priest would choose a suitable date for his retreat. Priest, could you please calculate for me the most appropriate time for my retreat? Luosang asked respectfully. The priest nodded slightly, closing his eyes and muttering something to himself. The tortoise shell and yarrow in his hands made a soft creaking sound as he fiddled with them. After a long moment, the priest slowly opened his eyes, a solemn expression on his face. Half a month from now is a rare auspicious day. The weather and location are all favorable for a breakthrough, the priest said. That's great, Luosang was delighted. However, the priest frowned and continued, during my calculations, I've discovered other variables. These variables are so complex and intertwined that I'm struggling to determine them. Luosang's expression changed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Priest, despite the uncertainties, I believe in my strength and perseverance. I have decided to retreat in half a month. I will strive to overcome these difficulties. Well, Luosang, I wish you a speedy breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, the priest said. Chapter 318 Plunder, Secret Technique. Outside the Yangang tribe's mountain gate, Fu Changsheng, who had been lurking there for several days, frowned as he watched the fourth-level protective formation operating at full speed. This Yangang tribe's mountain protecting formation, known as the Imminent Spirit Protection Formation, was meticulously crafted by the ancestors of the Yangang tribe, honed over countless years to unleash its extraordinary power. This formation, rooted in the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, draws spiritual energy from all directions to converge, forming an impenetrable barrier. The formation features 8 gates, corresponding to different directions and the power of the 5 elements. The Yangang formation and the Vajra formation, located at the Shangguan gate, are the key elements of the formation. The Yangang formation draws upon the power of the Yangang stars, operating along a specific constellation. These intertwined energies form mysterious runes, which flicker and unleash a powerful barrier that repulses any who attempt to breach it. The Vajra formation, on the other hand, is centered around rare diamond ore, imbued with powerful mana, endowed with a diamond-like defense, capable of withstanding even the most powerful attacks. After the Changsheng tribe's surprise attack, the Yangang tribe no longer stationed their followers at the mountain gate, presumably concealed within the formation. Furthermore, several days had passed, and no cultivators from the Yangang tribe had been seen entering or leaving. Did the Yangang tribe receive the message in advance? If not, they had relocated the exit to a hidden location. Fu Changsheng sent a signal to Fairy Xianyan, Yao, and Fu Chengli, who were probing the formation on the east and west sides. The 3 of them immediately turned back. Fu Changsheng pointed south and said, Let's go back to the Xianlong warship first. Casting invisibility, the 4 of them sped at breakneck speed towards Changlong Mountain, 10 miles away. The Xianlong warship hovered in the air above the mountain. A ripple flashed across the warship, and a gap appeared, allowing the 4 to slip through. Fu Yuqi and Fu Chengli, who were waiting there, hurried forward, asking with concern, Master, how is it? The Yangang tribe is heavily guarded, with no rotation of personnel entering and exiting. Trying to take advantage of the situation is unlikely. Fu Changsheng turned to look at Yao and the other 2. Yao frowned and said, The Yangang tribe's mountain protection formation is a 4th-tier formation. To break it, we need to break through the Yangang formation at the Gate of Life. If there were no time limit, Uncle Changli and I could try. But according to the time given by the Luo family, we have to attack early tomorrow morning, so it's too late. Therefore, the only option is a brute force attack. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. Yao, the key to breaking the formation you mentioned, could it be broken with the power of a 4th-tier talisman? A 4th-tier talisman. Everyone present was stunned by this statement. They had never expected the master of the family to possess such a powerful treasure. Reflecting, Yao said, Father, wait a moment. With a wave of her sleeves, she spoke. Suddenly, arrays of formation flags floated in midair, their runes shimmering and radiant, a faint, mysterious power surging. Fu Chengli, with whom he had collaborated several times, also summoned the formation disk in unison. The patterns on the disk resembled ancient totems, exuding a pristine and mysterious aura. Nearby, Fairy Xianyan summoned a formation platform, ablaze with spiritual light, as if imbued with boundless spiritual power. The 3 cast spells, and array patterns emerged, interweaving with light as a miniature mountain protecting formation materialized in midair. Though only a simulation, this miniature formation emanated powerful spiritual energy, resembling a miniature version of the Imminent Spirit Protection Array. A moment later, accompanied by a powerful spell from the Life Gate, the previously indestructible formation trembled with a humming sound, and a gap appeared, though the gap only lasted for a moment before quickly healing itself. Yao's eyes lit up, and she put away her seal. Father, According to our deduction, if we utilize the power of the talisman, we can break the yangang formation at the gate of life, but the time limit is limited. As long as they could crack the tortoise shell of the Yanyan tribe, everything would be easy. Fu Changsheng was about to speak when the aristocratic jade seal within him trembled slightly, and then Luo Haidang's voice emanated from it, "All families, prepare. At the hour of Chen, launch an all-out attack." It was coming. Fu Changsheng's eyebrows jumped. Yanyan tribe. Sang Luo glanced at the calendar on the wall. It read everything is suitable. It was the date the priest had predicted for his retreat and breakthrough. Huh? Sang Luo took a deep breath, his mind racing through his hard-earned cultivation journey. Born without parents, he had grown up eating at other people's homes. Even at the age of becoming a shaman, his spiritual roots had not been detected, condemning him to a life of mediocrity. But he refused to accept this, unwilling to live a life of mediocrity. He'd heard that entering the blood-forbidden land offered a chance to defy fate. So, despite his tribe's opposition, he resolutely entered the blood-forbidden land. Fortunately, he was favored by the heavenly brightness and unexpectedly embarked on the path of cultivation. He overcame numerous obstacles along the way. Now, if he took the soul-guiding pill, he could take the final step toward the Purple Mansion, becoming the envied master of the Purple Mansion and enjoying a lifespan of hundreds of years. Sang Luo chanted the heart-clearing mantra, calming his excitement before beginning his cultivation. After several hours, he felt the time was right and was about to take the soul-guiding pill. Suddenly, the earth shook. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the sound of warning drums echoed throughout the tribe. This is an enemy attack. Could it be that damned Changsheng tribe attacking again? Damn it. Why didn't they come earlier or later, only right when he was about to break through the Purple Mansion? This was a matter of life and death for the tribe, even if it meant shutting himself up in life and death, he had to act. Sang Luo glanced at the soul-guiding pill in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then formed a hand seal with his right hand, sending a stream of magical energy into the stone wall on the right. With a humming sound, the stone wall trembled slightly, and a dark room appeared. With a flick of his sleeve, he filled the soul-guiding pill into the pill bottle and reclosed the dark room. Then he emerged from his retreat room. The moment he emerged, boom! From the Yangang formation, the core of the Shangman formation on the northern side of the mountain protection formation, a brilliant light soared into the sky. This light was inspired by the begonia talisman in Fu Changsheng's hand. Under Fu Changsheng's command, the talisman slowly floated in midair. Intricate and mysterious runes were engraved on its surface. As the runes flickered, waves of spiritual energy spread outward. As Fu Changsheng chanted and transformed the hand seals, the light from the talisman grew stronger, like a blazing sun, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Is this the power of the talisman? If it wasn't the Changsheng tribe attacking, could it be some Jindan's Henren? How is this possible? How could their Yanyan tribe be worthy of a Jindan's Henren's attack? Boom! A brilliant light dissipated, and the light shield of the Yangang formation trembled slightly. It looked fragile and about to collapse, but it remained resilient. Sang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the chieftain insisted on strengthening the mountain protection formation, otherwise the life gate would have been breached by now. At this moment, the voice of the Yanyan chieftain echoed from the formation hall. Everyone, listen up. Return to your positions and activate the mountain protection formation at full speed. Quick! Outside the formation, Fu Changsheng narrowed his eyes as he saw that the life gate's Yangang formation hadn't been broken by the Haidang talisman's single strike. Yao, Fu Changlei, and the other two were visibly stunned. The result was different from their deductions. Yao immediately looked at Fairy Xianyan, who had provided the details of the mountain protection formation. Fairy Xianyan, the life gate you mentioned only has a Yangang formation, but there's clearly also a small Vajra formation. What's going on? Fairy Xianyan's face fluttered, and she shook her head repeatedly. She didn't know why this had happened, and now she was truly at a loss for words. Fu Changsheng, however, showed no intention of blaming anyone. After his initial attack failed, he immediately activated the begonia talisman again and quickly said, "Fourth sister, cooperate with me in activating the warship spirit cannons." If they couldn't open the life gate in one fell swoop, and once the Yanyan tribesmen reacted, the battle would be even more difficult. Immediately, Fu Changsheng formed seals with his hands, chanting something, and continuously channeled his magical power into the talisman. The talisman trembled slightly, and then with a boom, Begonia blossoms materialized. These begonia blossoms were no ordinary creatures. Each one imbued with powerful spiritual energy, and the petals shimmered with a strange light, as if they were spirits condensed from spiritual energy. They shot towards the gate of life with lightning speed. As they reached the gate, Fu Changsheng's seal transformed, explode, rumble. The crabapple blossoms exploded, and in an instant, a dazzling light shone, and a terrifying pressure seemed to tear the surroundings apart. The overwhelming force was like surging waves, crashing wave after wave against the Yangang formation and Vajra formation surrounding the gate of life. Then, the spiritual cannons of the Xianlong warships roared in. The moment they fired, the muzzles flashed a dazzling light, like flames from hell, carrying the power of destruction as they hurtled towards the gate of life. With a crackling sound, the Xiangang formation and Vajra formation surrounding the gate of life, still recovering from the previous round of attacks, suddenly exploded. A hole opened. Zhaoqing, Fu Changsheng commanded the green dragon, seizing the moment the gate of life was pierced, and like a sharp arrow, he darted into the Yan'an tribe. Buzz! As Fu Changsheng and Qing Jiao entered, the Yan'an tribe's mountain protecting formation reacted swiftly. The previously blasted hole, like a petal closing, slowly closed with a flicker of light, temporarily isolating the clamor and flames of battle outside. The formation resumed its operation, and mysterious runes shimmered and shimmered along its walls, as if ancient guardians were whispering mysterious incantations, unleashing a powerful, restrictive force. The shimmering light of the runes intertwined into a brilliant and mysterious veil, enveloping the entire tribe and exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Outside the formation, Yao watched her father enter alone, her face clearly filled with deep worry. Her delicate features tightened slightly with worry. After all, her father had to contend not only with the Yan'an tribe's powerful mountain-protecting formation, but also with 3 purple mansion powerhouses. Yao's mind raced, her gaze fixed on the glimmering life gate. Though the life gate had been repaired, after 2 battles, perhaps they could break the formation from outside. Uncle Chengli, Fairy Xianyan, let's go. Yao instantly swung her body and rushed towards the escape route at breakneck speed. With a wave of her sleeves, formation flags fell one after another. Fu Changli was even more worried about Fu Changsheng's life and death than Yao. After all, his life depended on him. If Fu Changsheng died, he would perish with him. Beads of sweat were already beading on Fu Changli's forehead, and his eyes revealed a hint of panic and anxiety. Fairy Xianyan was also filled with anxiety. Because the information she provided was inconsistent, Fu Changsheng had wasted an opportunity to use the talisman, and now she wanted to make amends. She bit her lip and quickly formed seals with her hands. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from her body, merging with the power of Yao and Fu Changli. The 3 of them worked together and performed at an extraordinary level in this critical moment. At the same time, a late-stage purple mansion chieftain stood in the formation hall, clad in a magnificent robe. Seeing Fu Changsheng charging in alone, he couldn't help but sneer. HMPH, a mere early-stage purple mansion elder dares to enter a Yan'an tribe alone? Today is your death. The 2 mid-stage purple mansion elders standing beside the chieftain, their gazes fixed on the green dragon hovering above Fu Changsheng's head, a hint of greed evident in their eyes. Chieftain, if we can capture this late-stage third-order green dragon, our Yan'an tribe will surely advance to a higher level. We'll then be able to invade the Changsheng tribe and avenge our previous defeat. The Yan'an chieftain nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, a fat sheep presented to us shouldn't be missed. However, the late-stage third-order green dragon is quite powerful, so don't be careless. Yes, chieftain, the 2 men replied. As the 3 spoke, their hands kept moving, casting formations one after another into the formation platform. Buzz! From the formation platform, mysterious rays of light shot out, enveloping Fu Changsheng and Qing Jiao like a spider web. Zhaoqing, be careful. Fu Changsheng quickly formed seals with his hands, and a spiritual shield formed around him and Qing Jiao. Fu Changsheng knew he had to find a way to break through the formation as soon as possible. The longer he waited, the more dangerous he would be. He tightened his grip on the begonia talisman. It had one last chance to activate, and he had to find the key to breaking the formation. He calmed his mind, and powerful spiritual power suddenly spread out in all directions. That spiritual power spread out like an invisible wave, exploring the secrets of the formation. At the same time, a thought moved. With a buzzing sound, A dense swarm of soul-devouring insects materialized from his body, spreading out in all directions, searching for the spiritual energy fluctuations of the surrounding formation, trying to find a flaw. The soul-devouring insects shimmered with the golden light, like golden clouds, dancing in the void. Roar, while Fu Changsheng was trapped, the green dragon struggled to resist the formation's attacks. Its massive body writhed and twisted, spewing streams of azure flames from its mouth, attempting to break free from the formation's constraints. However, the formation's power was too great, and despite its ferocious attacks, the green dragon's attacks were unable to inflict any substantial damage. Inside the formation hall, Chief Yunan's eyes lit up at the sight of the scattering golden insects. Huh? There are even exotic insects like the Soul Devourer. Haha, not bad, not bad, I'll take them all. The Soul Devourer was a renowned species among the exotic insects, possessing immense potential. If it mutated, it could potentially evolve to the 5th level. Chief Yunan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Everyone, there's no need to wait any longer. Immediately activate the formation's most powerful attack to slay this official. He had originally planned to wait until Fu Changsheng exhausted his mana, then annihilate the remaining forces. But he feared the consequences would be futile, and the opportunity would slip away. Yes, Chieftain, the two elders replied in unison. The three of them worked together, frantically channeling their spiritual energy into the formation platform. The light on the platform grew increasingly dazzling, and the runes flickered faster and faster. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light rose from the platform, reaching into the sky. Within the light, a white tiger slowly emerged. The tiger exuded a powerful aura, its fur like golden silk, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its eyes, like two burning flames, revealed an endless ferocity. It opened its bloody maw and let out a deafening roar that resonated through the formation like rolling thunder. Peak 3rd level, Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank as he sensed the white tiger's aura. At that moment, the white tiger suddenly leaped towards Fu Changsheng. Its speed was so great that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Fu Changsheng felt the overwhelming pressure, and his expression grew even more solemn. Just as the white tiger was about to pounce, he unhesitatingly activated his life substitution talisman. A buzz. A flash of light passed. The life substitution talisman transformed into an illusory figure, absorbing the white tiger's attack for Fu Changsheng. The white tiger's sharp claws ripped through the illusory figure, releasing a dazzling burst of light. This is, in the formation hall, Chief Yunan saw Fu Changsheng had somehow avoided the white tiger's fatal blow. His eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone, brace yourself. This young man, in the early stages of the Purple Mansion, had a constant stream of hidden tricks up his sleeve. He had unknowingly considered him a formidable foe. Boom. The white tiger missed its first strike and launched another volley. But Fu Changsheng, with his experience, wouldn't let it go. He instantly unleashed Misty Phantom, transforming his form into a series of afterimages within the formation, so dense and layered that his true form was impossible to detect. Boom. Boom. As the white tiger's attacks descended, one after another, the surrounding magic formations rippled violently. Fu Changsheng seized this opportunity to concentrate and sense the changes in the formation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he discovered a weak spot on the formation. The spiritual energy fluctuations there were relatively weak, and the runes flashed less intensely than elsewhere. Found it? Fu Changsheng's heart pounded, knowing this was the key to breaking through the formation. He took a deep breath, quickly formed seals with his hands, and chanted a mantra. With his movements, the light from the begonia talisman grew brighter. In the formation hall, Chief Yunan saw the familiar talisman light and his pupils constricted. Oh no, he had never expected that the other party's talisman could be reused. Second brother, third brother, changed the formation. The power of the talisman was unstoppable within the formation. However, before they could react, Fu Changsheng shouted, "Break!" The begonia talisman instantly flew towards the weak spot on the formation like a meteor. Boom! The Haidang talisman struck a weak point, unleashing a resounding, earth-shattering explosion. The light, dazzling like the sun, illuminated the entire formation space. Under the impact of the light, a gap was torn open in the formation's weak spot, exposing the key. Crackling. Fu Changsheng's three long-accumulated evil-repelling divine thunders rumbled, piercing the formation's core at breakneck speed. Crackling. The core, blasted open by the evil-repelling divine thunder, instantly crumbled the formation's power. The runes and rays of light dissipated like shattered glass. The inner circle of the mountain protection formation was instantly breached. Simultaneously, at the outer formation's entrance, boom! With the concerted efforts of Yao and the other two, the moment the inner circle was breached, they also seized the opportunity to locate the key weak point. The Xianlong warship spiritual cannons thundered down with a bang. Crackling. The entire mountain protection formation, from the inside out, was shattered. The battle broke out in an instant. Brothers, kill! On the Xianlong warship, Fu Yuanqi and Fu Changli immediately raised their arms and shouted. The Fu family, with their puppets, various spirit pets, and corpse puppets, poured into the Yan'an tribe like a tide. A melee ensued between the Fu family and the Yan'an warriors. Fu Yuanqi led the charge, his spear dancing like a dragon, its tip flashing with a chilling cold light. Each swing drew a shower of blood, and the Yan'an tribe warriors were overwhelmed by his powerful offensive. His movements were like lightning, weaving through the enemy lines with ease, crushing every foe in his path. Fu Changli stood behind, rapidly forming hand seals with her hands. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from her, transforming into mysterious runes that flew towards the Yan'an tribe warriors. As if alive, the runes automatically sought out the enemy's weaknesses. Once they struck, they unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending the enemy flying. Not to be outdone, the Yan'an tribe warriors coordinated closely, forming a defensive line. Some warriors held shields, fending off the Fu family's attacks, others seized the opportunity to counterattack, their swords flashing with a cold light, stabbing at the Fu family. The Fu family's puppets also played a vital role. Enormous in size and immense in strength, they wielded heavy weapons as they charged forward. The Yan'an warriors were overwhelmed by the puppets' immense power, many sustaining injuries in clashes with them. Spirit pets and corpse puppets also joined the fray. The spirit pets, nimble and agile, swirled and danced through the air, spewing streams of spiritual energy from their mouths, causing immense distress to the Yan'an warriors. The corpse puppets, unafraid, charged at their enemies with rigid steps, striking with sharp claws and teeth as they drew close. For a moment, shouts of murder, the ripples of spiritual energy, and the clash of magical weapons mingled, threatening to overturn the entire tribe. Great Zhou thief, you've destroyed my home. Die! A Yan'an warrior brandished his longsword and charged at Fu Changli, his eyes filled with rage and determination. Fu Changli sneered and dodged the enemy's attack. Your mountain protecting formation has been broken. It's not too late to surrender now, or else, only destruction awaits you, dreaming. Even if we, the Eastern Wilderness warriors, are torn to pieces, we will never bow to you. The great Zhou cultivators. Spiritual energy surged through the sturdy man, and runes flickered around him, clearly preparing for a desperate battle. The battle between the Foundation establishment and key refining cultivators was in full swing. However, it was the Purple Mansion's combat power that truly played a crucial role. The moment Fu Changsheng broke through the formation, he immediately rushed towards the formation hall. At the same time, he communicated with a seven-colored glazed beast in the stone tablet space with his mind. Zai-okay, come out, buzz. A brilliant and dazzling light suddenly appeared. The seven-colored glazed beast flashed out. Brilliant rays of light flowed from its body, continuously pouring into Fu Changsheng's body. Boom! With the seven-colored glazed beast's power, Fu Changsheng's spiritual energy began to surge wildly. His cultivation soared like a rocket, breaking through to the third level of the Purple Mansion. His aura suddenly grew powerful and profound, as if striking a strange resonance with the surrounding space. This is Chief Yan'an and the other three within the formation hall, having just recovered from the backlash of the formation, witnessed this scene. Their pupils shrank, and a deep fear flashed in their eyes. Second brother, third brother, don't hold back. The boy before them truly had too many hidden weapons. If they weren't careful today, they could be killed here. Chief Yan'an stomped the ground, and a force rushed out from the formation hall, attacking Fu Changsheng in a pincer attack. However, something unexpected happened. Roar! Suddenly, a melodious, eerie, and extremely cold demonic sound swept over the three of them. This demonic sound seemed to possess an invisible magical power, capable of penetrating the soul and causing confusion. The three attackers, upon hearing this demonic sound, expressions of pain crossed their faces. Wake up! Chief Yan'an reacted with remarkable speed. With a loud shout, a resounding wave of sound shattered the frigid demonic sound. Only then did the three of them see clearly. A third-rank female ghost had suddenly appeared hovering above Fu Changsheng's head, and to her side, a third-rank corpse puppet. Oh no, they had never expected. Fu Changsheng actually possessed 3 third-rank combatants. Stunned, their team was instantly dispersed by the Green Dragon. The Green Dragon engaged Chief Yinan, while Chiu Chan and the corpse puppets held back the second elder, who was in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. The remaining third elder, who was in the early stage of the Purple Mansion, saw Fu Changsheng charging directly at them and snorted coldly, "You really think I'm a pushover?" He quickly formed seals with his hands, muttering something. Buzz! The next moment, a swishing sound was heard, breaking through the air. Countless black chains suddenly materialized in the space around him, gleaming with an eerie light, like ferocious venomous snakes, whistling towards Fu Changsheng. Chains tangled in midair, forming a massive cage, attempting to trap Fu Changsheng. HMPH, Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. His hand seal shifted. Boom! The red lotus earth core fire hovering before him instantly transformed into a blazing spear. He wielded the spear and swung it through the air. With a crackling sound, the spear instantly shattered the massive cage woven from black chains. Strange fire, the third elder observed this. A cultivator at the early stage of the Purple Mansion actually possessed strange fire. The third elder dared not hold back. He immediately swung the Shadow Demon Blade. The blade flashed, and streams of black energy gushed from it, sweeping towards Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng showed no fear. Stepping on the purple divine light, he advanced instead of retreating, charging towards the third elder of Yinan like a flash of purple lightning. He roared, and streams of evil repelling divine thunder roared out from him, blasting towards the third elder of Yinan. The third elder of Yinan quickly swung his Shadow Demon Blade, its blade energy colliding with divine thunder in midair, sending a series of rumbling sounds. The divine thunder, designed to repel evil, was meant to suppress filth. With a bang, the bloody light emanating from the third elder's Shadow Demon Blade was instantly shattered. At this moment, Fu Changsheng, seizing the perfect moment, thrust his spear forward. The flames of the red lotus earth core fire instantly enveloped the second elder of Yinan, its powerful force instantly engulfing him. The third elder of Yinan let out a shrill cry, "Chief, help!" Before he could finish his words, a streak of purple divine light pierced through his brow. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, dead beyond all possibility of death. The entire process seemed slow, yet in reality, it took only a few breaths. After Fu Changsheng slew the third elder of Yinan, he quickly turned and glanced at the battlefield. He saw that Chief Yinan had almost immediately unleashed the Elephant Mountain and River Seal. Towering peaks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, suspended in midair, emanating powerful spiritual energy. Runes flickered above the peaks, as if ancient guardians were awakening. Under Chief Yinan's control, the peaks crushed the Green Dragon. Simultaneously, beams of spiritual energy continuously shot out from between the peaks, interweaving into a dense attack network, attempting to trap the Green Dragon. Roar, the Green Dragon, having evolved to the late third stage, rivaled Chief Yinan's in strength, even surpassing him due to his old injuries. Its massive body twisted violently in midair. Its massive scales shimmered with a cyan light, each one like a sharp blade. From its mouth, streams of cyan flames erupted, like a raging torrent, charging towards the peaks. Rumble. The flames collided with the peaks, creating a tremendous roar, and smaller peaks began to crumble under the impact of the flames. Chief Yinan witnessed a third elder's death, and even though Fu Changsheng rushed toward the second elder, attempting to support him, he was blocked each time by the Green Dragon. Evil beast, courting death, Chief Yinan was enraged. With a single thought, the mountain and river cauldron roared forth. This massive cauldron, its surface engraved with images of mountains and rivers, seemed to contain boundless power. Powered by Chief Yinan's spiritual energy, it shone with a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding space. A powerful suction surged from the cauldron, attempting to draw the Green Dragon in. Roar, the Green Dragon remained unfazed. With a flick of its tail, it instantly broke free from the suction. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of water spiritual energy emanated from its body, forming massive waves. These waves, combined with the flames, swept towards Chief Yinan. Damn it, Chief Yinan had underestimated Li Qingjiao's strength. He had never imagined that a single spiritual pet could possess 3 bloodline spiritual arts, each with considerable power. He immediately manipulated the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river patterns on its surface shimmered with light, releasing streams of earth spiritual energy that countered the waves and flames. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a third-level corpse puppet also engaged the second elder, who was at the early stage of the Purple Mansion. The second elder unleashed a strange spiritual technique, the shadow step. His figure flickered in the shadows, making it difficult to grasp. He held his natal spiritual weapon, the shadow compass. The compass needle spun continuously, releasing streams of shadowy energy that attacked the corpse puppet. The shadowy energy spread across the ground, forming black traps that attempted to ensnare the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet took heavy steps, brandishing its massive arms, fearlessly meeting the second elder's attack. Its solid body trembled only slightly under the onslaught of shadowy energy before continuing its charge towards the third elder. Roar! The corpse puppet roared furiously. A green corpse poison emanated from its body, permeating the surrounding space. The poison collided with the power of shadow, creating puffs of black smoke that obscured the view of what lay within. Bang! A single sound of bone snapped. The next moment, the corpse puppet was sent flying, a massive hole ripped through its chest. The strike had been successful. The second elder was about to charge forward. Roar! Suddenly, a chilling demonic sound enveloped him. The second elder stumbled, revealing his true form. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted to the moment blood dripped from his brow. Then, a purple arrow pierced through his brow. With a thud, the second elder collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open. Fu Changsheng, who had arrived, seized the opportunity and attacked, killing him with a single blow. Second brother, Chief Yinan, locked in combat with the Azure Dragon, witnessed the scene, his pupils constricting. 2 of his tribe's 3 purple mansions had perished at the very beginning of the battle. A glint of determination shone in Chief Yinan's eyes. Fu Changsheng, I will bury the entire Fu family with you. With that, Chief Yinan rapidly formed seals with his hands, muttering something. Obscure runes shone from his body. As the runes circulated, a mysterious and powerful force surged within him. He was burning his own lifespan. Lifespan, for a cultivator, is the most precious possession, determining the length of their life and the duration of their cultivation. However, Chief Yinan knew the situation was hopeless. Only this technique could break the impasse. As his lifespan burned, Chief Yinan's cultivation level soared like a rocket, reaching the level of a full-stand cultivator. This sudden surge of overwhelming force caused his aura to shift dramatically, as if he had instantly transformed from an ordinary purple mansion expert into a towering, peerless powerhouse. This is the Zuinian's secret technique. Fu Changsheng was startled. He had seized this secret technique from Chief Yinan's secret chamber the previous time, and it was similar to the 5 degenerations of heaven and man, derived from the Qing Emperor's longevity secret. Zhaoqing, retreat. If it were a late purple mansion cultivator, he and Qing Jiao might still have a chance of victory if they joined forces. But while the fake Dan realm wasn't a true golden Dan, the power it unleashed was unstoppable. Roar! Qing Jiao sensed the terrifying aura of Chief Yinan and let out a low, uneasy roar, considering retreating as well. But now, it was horrified to find itself trapped in midair. It couldn't even move. You're forcing me to consume over 100 years of my lifespan. Dream on if you want to leave. Chapter 319, Great Harvest, Evolution, and Guidance Order. Chief Yinan snorted coldly. With a wave of his hands, an immense spiritual force surged from his palms, transforming into a massive beam of spiritual light that slammed fiercely towards the green dragon. This beam of spiritual energy contained the unparalleled power of a full-stand cultivator, tearing black cracks through space wherever it passed. Roar! The green dragon roared. Its green scales gleamed with a chilling cold light, and the green flames from its mouth surged ever more fiercely as it lunged towards Chief Yinan. Chief Yinan sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Rumble! The green dragon's green scale shield, Shui Mu's thousand-fold spiritual arts, were shattered one by the spiritual beam of light. The immense impact caused its body to tremble, a blood mist exploded, and its scales fell off. Zhaoqing, just as the beam of light was about to pierce through the green dragon's head, Fu Changsheng dodged and blocked its path. Bang! 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 The third transformation Azure Lotus defense was instantly shattered. HMPH, you fool! Chief Yinan felt a surge of pleasure at seeing Fu Changsheng so daringly offer himself up for death. He increased his spiritual energy, intending to slay both Fu Changsheng and the Azure Dragon in one fell swoop. Boom! Chief Yinan's attack slammed into Fu Changsheng. However, the next moment, A talisman shattered with a bang. It was a crucial moment. Fu Changsheng used his life replacement talisman to block the fatal blow. He instantly stored the azure dragon within the stone tablet. I'd like to see how many life replacement talismans you have. Chief Yuan charged at Fu Changsheng at breakneck speed. Fu Changsheng's thought evoked the azure dragon's reappearance. Zhaoking, hurry, roar. The azure dragon had just experienced a near-death experience. If its master hadn't saved it, it would have perished long ago. A surging azure light surged from his body. Without even waiting for Chief Yuan to catch up, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and sped away from the Yanang tribe. Fu Changsheng glanced back and saw that even though Chief Yuan had reached the Falstan realm, his speed was still a fraction slower than the green dragon's. He immediately said, Zhaoking, slow down. Fu Changsheng controlled the green dragon's speed just enough for Chief Yuan to catch up, but just a fraction short. At the same time, he caused the green dragon to erupt in a cloud of blood mist. From a distance, it looked as if the green dragon had used a secret technique to achieve such speed. Chief Yuan, in pursuit, snorted coldly, let's see how long this secret technique of yours can last. He gave chase, both moving at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they were in relentless pursuit. The Yanang tribe was left behind. What's going on? Chief Yuan chased for half a cup of tea, but the green dragon seemed to be running out of steam. Every time he thought he'd catch up, he found Fu Changsheng narrowly evading him. The Zuonoan secret technique he used had a time limit. Damn it, in a flash, he realized he'd been tricked by that little bastard Fu Changsheng. He immediately turned back to the tribe. However, when he arrived, he found the fighting had dissipated, and every member of the Fu family had fled. Apparently, Fu Changsheng had ordered a retreat while fleeing. With the Xianlong warships, the Fu family's retreat was a piece of cake. Little bastard, you're so cruel. Chief Yuan calmed himself down. He knew now was not the time to act rashly. To prevent a counterattack, he had to seize the moment and quickly activate the formation. The Zuonoan secret technique was immensely powerful, but it also had severe side effects. He wouldn't be able to fight for the next several months. Furthermore, this battle had triggered an old injury that hadn't yet fully healed. He might have to retreat for years to recuperate. Luoseng organized the formation masters to quickly repair the formation and reactivate the mountain protection formation. Yes, Chief, this battle had inflicted heavy losses on their tribe, not only losing 2 purple palaces but also killing most of the tribe's elite. The tribal square, once a scene of bustling prosperity, was now littered with corpses. Some of the dead still held their fighting stances, faces etched with fear and resignation. Others, shattered by the powerful spiritual energy, had their limbs shattered. Their blood stained the ground, mingling with this oil in a horrifying pool. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making one nauseated. Most of the tribe's houses had been severely damaged. Some houses were destroyed in the fierce fighting, leaving only rubble and ruins. Others, though still barely standing, had their roofs blown off and their walls riddled with cracks of varying sizes. Groans, wails, and sobs echoed from every corner of the tribe. Luoseng found a formation master who could still cast spells and brought him to the formation hall. Suddenly, he saw a warship leaving the tribe and returning. The tribe members were stunned for a moment. Then, excited, they kowtowed to Chief Yuan, saying, Chief, please kill the Fu family and avenge the deaths of our tribe. However, unlike Luoseng and the others, Chief Yuan's eyes were filled with intense fear. Quick, quick, flee. Everyone who can escape muster. Quick. He had never expected the Fu family to dare return. After all, conventionally, knowing he could unleash his fake pill power, they should have been terrified. But they not only launched a surprise attack, but also, the timing was perfect, just as the effects of his Zuonoan secret technique were fading. It was also when he was at his weakest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the tribal formation master to reactivate the mountain protection formation, but would have done it himself. In a flash, he thought of the secret room that had been robbed years ago. Yes, he said before he finished. With a buzzing sound, a purple arrow pierced his forehead. With a thud, his body fell heavily to the ground. Chief, the sudden scene stunned the Yanang tribe. The chief, one moment so powerful, was instantly killed the next. The overwhelming impact made their minds swoon. Kill, spare no one. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly from his position atop the Xianlong warship. The Fu family members behind him immediately rushed forward, their cries of killing echoing throughout the Yangang tribe. Fu Changsheng, taking precautions, made a thought. The soul-devouring insects within the steel space buzzed and dispersed, swarming like a dense golden cloud. Then, with a loud bang, they scattered in all directions, guarding the various exits of the Yangang tribe, ensuring that none remained alive. Thanks to Fu Changsheng's 4 purple mansion warriors, the entire battle lasted less than half a cup of tea before the Yangang tribe was completely annihilated. Fu Changsheng quickly issued orders. Yao, Changlei, Fairy Xianian, organized the formation masters and talisman masters to quickly reactivate the mountain protection formation. Yongki, organized the disciples of the battle hall to clean up the battlefield. Fourth sister, take Yongyan and the others to the warehouse to confiscate supplies. Yongyi, you go to the sutra library. Fu Changsheng had barely finished speaking when the various teams took their orders and departed. Post-battle preparations proceeded in a busy, yet orderly manner. Seeing Chu Chan activating the Human Empire banner to collect souls, Fu Changsheng said to Qing Jiao, Xiao Qing, you stay here and guard. Hiss, Qing Jiao nodded obediently this time. After the previous battle, he found that Qing Jiao had become even closer to him. Fu Changsheng removed the storage bags from Chief Yinan, the second elder, and the third elder, and immediately tossed the corpses to Qing Jiao. Although Qing Jiao had escaped, it was also seriously injured. 3 corpses should be enough to allow it to recover. After determining the direction, Fu Changsheng sped towards Lu Sang's residence at breakneck speed. According to intelligence, Lu Sang had obtained 2 soul-guiding pills, a matter of vital importance to the Fu family. Also, after the previous battle, he planned to cultivate the secret technique of Heavenly 5 Decay, after successfully cultivating Bing Fire Divine Thunder. The previous battle had been too dangerous. If Chief Yunan had been faster, even with the many life substitution talismans he still possessed, he would have been in great danger. Therefore, he had to master the secret technique of the 5 decaying celestials. Lu Sang's residence was not far from the chief's residence. The courtyard's formation was obviously not activated. In his haste, Lu Sang hurried. He entered the courtyard and searched for it, but failed to find the soul-guiding pill. Strange, the intelligence hint should be correct. Fu Changsheng's thoughts flashed. A flash of white light appeared. The next moment, a green-faced white fox emerged from the stone tablet space. After being raised for so many years, its cultivation had reached the late second stage. Xiao Bei, search this courtyard for any hidden places storing spiritual objects. The green-faced white fox responded with a squeak. Its pupils closed and opened, and its black eyeballs instantly turned white. A mysterious white light emerged, transforming into a mist that swept across every corner of the courtyard. After a while, the green-faced white fox excitedly chirped twice. With a sway, it headed towards the retreat room. Fu Changsheng followed closely behind. The green-faced white fox raised its paw and pointed at the western stone wall. This secret room. Fu Changsheng had been here before, but he hadn't noticed anything unusual. His spiritual sense fell on the western stone wall again, but still found nothing. The soul-guiding pill was precious, and he couldn't break the wall with brute force. He combined his index and middle fingers. A flicker passed before his eyes. Instantly activating his spiritual clarity, he opened his eyes again and saw that the seemingly ordinary stone on the western stone wall actually contained a small space, containing a small box. It's really well hidden. Moreover, this stone was quite strange. Fu Changsheng waved his hand. The stone wall trembled slightly. And then the stone flew out, hovering in front of him. With a magical incantation, the box inside flew out with a humming sound, and the box's restrictions were released. His spiritual sense fell into the pill bottle. He saw that it indeed contained 2 soul-guiding pills. One was of medium quality, the other of low quality. Not bad, Fu Changsheng said with a wave of his sleeve. He immediately put the pill bottle into his storage bag. He left the Luosang courtyard and, with a few flashes of his body, arrived at the Yanyan chieftain's residence. The wind and thunder killing array within the residence complemented the entire mountain protection formation. With the entire formation broken, the wind and thunder killing array within the residence also collapsed. Standing in front of the residence, Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the 2 scarecrows that had accompanied him out of the underground cave. He had been able to escape the formation back then thanks to those 2 scarecrows. I wonder what this scarecrow is. Entering the residence. After searching around, he found no useful spiritual objects. It seems Chief Yuan still prefers to hide his treasures in the dry well cave mansion. Entering the backyard through a side door, he cast a spell into the dry well. With a humming sound, the simple magic circle was instantly dispelled, and a strong yin spiritual energy suddenly overwhelmed him. Thinking of the eerie and gloomy cave below, Fu Changsheng couldn't help swallowing. The last time he entered the dry well cave mansion, he had been in such a hurry that he hadn't searched thoroughly. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng tapped the ground with his toes, transformed into a rainbow of light and rushed into the dry well. He plummeted about 1,000 feet before suddenly seeing a flash of green light. The cave entrance came into view, etched with intricate runes and arrays. Last time, only Fairy Xianyin had allowed him entry. However, this time, there would be no such trouble. He patted Chief Yuan's storage bag, still stained with blood, at his waist. A flash of light, and an ancient token appeared in his hand. Accompanied by several spells, it entered. Buzz! The array patterns on the stone wall of the entrance rapidly rotated, forming a complex, complete rune. With a creak, the door automatically opened outward. An ancient, time-honored aura filled the air. Master, at this moment, Chuniong in the stone tablet space suddenly expressed excitement. Master, I want to leave. Fu Changsheng's heart moved. He himself was also uneasy about this strange space. If Chuniong could help, it would be great. With a thought, a buzz, a green light surged. Chuniong's figure flashed into view. Chuniong's eyes fell on the cave entrance, a look of doubt in her eyes. Fu Changsheng hesitated and asked, Chuniong, have you discovered anything, Master? This cave gives me a sense of deja vu. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up at the words. Chuniong had been trapped in the Five Elements cave heaven for a long time, supposedly never having left. The only possibility that this place was familiar to her was that it might once have been part of the Five Elements cave heaven. Chuniong, let's go in and take a look. Yes, Master. Chuniong, somewhat impatient, immediately took the lead upon hearing the words. The entrance was a deserted poplar forest, with poplar trees lining either side, and a dirt path in the middle leading directly to the mulberry forest in the distance. Crows swarmed the withered trees in the poplar forest. Seeing Fu Changsheng and the others enter, they weren't frightened. After a couple of strange cries, they flapped their wings and soared into the air, disappearing mid-air. This, he vaguely remembered. The last time he'd been here, there had been neither crows nor withered trees. He glanced up at the blood moon in the sky, feeling the eeriness of this place even more. Chuniong, how are you feeling now? Chuniong stared blankly at the ancient temple in the distance. Chuniong slowly regained consciousness and whispered, Master, I feel the atmosphere here becoming increasingly familiar. It's as if something in the ancient temple is calling me. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Chuniong, then glanced at the mysterious ancient temple in the distance. The last time he came in, he hadn't entered the temple, but had gone straight into the hut, grabbed his belongings, and left. This place was too eerie and unpredictable. Fu Changsheng stopped Chuniong. Wait. He then directed his thought to the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The Kiwaya tribe, under the Yu family's charge, has been under siege for a long time. The Kiwaya tribe possesses a half-step purple mansion cultivator and a third-level mountain protection formation. Seeing that the Yu family cultivators are weak, the two major factions in the Kiwaya tribe are arguing about whether to send the 10,000 poison spiders to counterattack. 2. The Kui, Nanguang, and Shi families have hired a purple mansion cultivator with a large sum of money as their own combat force. Together with the Shangguan family, they are studying how to break the Changsheng tribe's mountain protection formation. They have not yet launched an attack. 3. The Kiwaya tribe chief's secret room contains several pieces of red refined fire copper. If you integrate them into your natal spiritual weapon, you can upgrade the third-level treasure lotus lantern to third-level upper grade 1. 4. In the spiritual medicine garden of the ancient temple in your cave, a Bodhi tree has been planted. It is already a 1,000-year-old medicinal tree. 5. The Changsheng tribe possesses frost black iron, a spiritual object that can repair the spiritual cannons of the Xianlong warship. 6. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned the information. No information about the ancient temple was provided. Obviously, the system level was not high enough. However, since there was a 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree in the ancient temple courtyard, and there were things that Chuniong was interested in, it seemed reasonable to take a chance. Chunhyang, let's go. Yes, master, Chunhyang responded excitedly. They slowly made their way along the dirt path. The ground beneath their feet felt soft, like cotton. Under the blood-red moonlight, the mulberry forest glowed an eerie red, and the mulberry leaves rustled. As they approached the mulberry forest, a sudden, chilling wind blew through, sending the leaves flying through the air, captivating their eyes. Fu Changsheng quickly used his spiritual power to shield himself. When the wind died, he noticed the surroundings had changed. The dirt path had vanished, replaced by a mist, and the ancient temple ahead was obscured. Master, what's going on? Chunhyang asked, somewhat panicked. Fu Changsheng took a deep breath and said calmly, this is probably a trap set by Chief Yunan. We must be cautious. Last time, treasures were stolen from Chief Yunan's hut. Every failure is a lesson for sure. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch the mist, but was repelled by an invisible force as soon as he reached in. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed from the forest. Fu Changsheng glanced around warily. He noticed strange runes flickering faintly on the mulberry trees. These runes seemed alive, slowly flowing and emitting faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Chunhyang, be careful, Fu Changsheng thought, and instantly stored Chunhyang within the stone tablet space. At the same time, several dark figures suddenly shot out from the depths of the mulberry forest at incredible speed, approaching in the blink of an eye. A closer look revealed them to be several enormous black spiders, each the size of an adult, emitting a sickening aura. Their 8 sharp claws scratched the ground. Zzz, the black spiders opened their mouths. Dark green and white lines shot out, densely encircling Fu Changsheng. In an instant, they formed a dragnet, encircling him from heaven to earth. HMPH, Fu Changsheng's face showed no sign of panic. He formed a seal with his right hand. Thunder rumbled in the air. Then, boom! 3 blasts of divine thunder descended, instantly disintegrating the spider web. At the same time, the black spider, unable to dodge, was instantly blasted to a crisp by the thunder. Squeak! The next moment, a beam of white light shot up from the forest. Fu Changsheng looked closely. It was a blood-jade spider. Even larger than the previous black spider, it stood more than 2 men tall. A strange blood-red glow shone throughout, as if burning from within, illuminating the surrounding mist in a crimson glow. It's a blood-jade spider, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. This creature was already on the list of exotic beasts, rumored to have the potential to reach the 5th level. Unexpectedly, there was this unexpected bonus. The one before him was only a juvenile, at a quasi-3rd level. Hiss! As the blood-jade spider appeared, it let out a sharp hissing sound that echoed through the mulberry forest, causing a dull pain in the eardrums. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of blood-red light. This ray of light, imbued with the potent power of bloodline spiritual arts, surged towards Fu Changsheng like a materialized torrent, overwhelming him with overwhelming force. You're quite skilled indeed, because he couldn't kill but had to capture him alive. Fu Changsheng exercised considerable caution. He formed seals with his hands, muttering something to himself. In an instant, his form blurred, as if merging into the surrounding mist. Then, phantom forms separated from him, flickering under the bloodline spiritual attacks of the blood-jade spider, deftly dodging each blow. Hiss! The blood-jade spider, its attack missing, grew even more furious. It raised its head and let out a long, whirring cry. Buzz! The surrounding mist, as if summoned by it, grew thicker, forming a faint, vast vortex, trapping Fu Changsheng within. HMPH, trying to trap me won't be that easy. Fu Changsheng felt the increasing pressure around him. With a thud, the 3rd-level treasure lotus lantern flew out of his storage space and hovered above his head. The treasure lotus lantern emanated a soft light, forming a barrier that enveloped him, shielding him from the fog and the blood-jade spider's attacks. Delay would lead to unexpected consequences. Fu Changsheng had no intention of continuing the fight with a blood-jade spider. He immediately shifted his hand gestures. Boom! A blazing flame erupted from his palm, the red lotus core fire. Like a blazing torrent, the flame swept towards the blood-jade spider. Wherever the red lotus core fire passed, the fog instantly evaporated, and the ground was scorched black. Hiss! The blood-jade spider, sensing the red lotus core fire's overwhelming power, flapped its long legs, attempting to evade the deadly attack. However, the red lotus core fire, as if alive, pursued it closely, encircling it. Fu Changsheng formed another hand seal and shouted, Bind! The red lotus earth core fire instantly transformed into thick chains, as if forged from steel, gleaming with a blazing glow as they entwined the blood jade spider. The blood jade spider struggled, but the chains tightened, its blood-red glow gradually dimming. HMPH, you still won't surrender, Fu Changsheng glared sternly at the blood jade spider and shouted. The blood jade spider seemed to sense Fu Changsheng's powerful aura, a flicker of fear flickering across its once fierce pupils. Finally, it slowly lowered its head and let out a low hiss, as if in submission. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and injected his spiritual imprint into the blood jade spider, completing the ritual of recognition. The blood jade spider's light shone again, but this time, it held a hint of gentleness. From now on, you will follow me, Fu Changsheng said. The blood jade spider trembled slightly, as if responding to Fu Changsheng's words. The mist in the mulberry forest gradually dissipated, and the eerie red glow gradually dimmed. Everything seemed to have returned to calm, save for the scorched earth and the remains of the black spider. Fu Changsheng had a thought. Chuniang flashed out of the stone tablet space, her gaze fixed on the blood jade spider that followed Fu Changsheng closely. Chuniang's eyes lit up. Master, have you tamed this blood jade spider? Yes, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly, then turned to the blood jade spider and said, Xiaoxu, lead the way, toward the ancient temple. Hiss, the blood jade spider hissed gently, swayed, and took the lead. Fu Changsheng and Chuniang followed behind. With the blood jade spider leading the way, the journey became much smoother. The mulberry forest seemed not far away, but it was quite winding. It took them half a cup of tea to make their way out. When they were 100 feet from the ancient temple, the blood jade spider trembled slightly. Hiss, it hissed a few times in the direction of the temple before crouching on the ground, refusing to move forward, as if some terrible terror lay within. Fu Changsheng's heart tightened. Could this ancient temple contain some evil deity? If not, why would the blood jade spider be so frightened? Master, unlike the blood jade spider's fearful expression, Chuniang's face was filled with excitement, even a hint of impatience. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Let's go. Now that we're here, we must go in and investigate, no matter what it is. The two of them quickened their pace until they finally reached the ancient temple. The gates were closed, covered in dust and moss. As if they had seen countless years of vicissitudes. The gates were unlocked. However, judging by the thick layer of dust in front of the door, it was likely Chief Yunan had never been here before. Perhaps he hadn't made it out of the mulberry forest and reached the ancient temple. His spiritual sense swept across the temple's gate. A buzz. This seemingly ordinary door instantly deflected his spiritual sense back. If he hadn't withdrawn it in time, it would have even had the power to devour spiritual power. This wooden door is truly incredible. Chuniang, standing nearby, was already waiting impatiently. Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate any longer. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gently pushed the door open. A creaking sound accompanied by a stale aura. Inside the temple, in the dim light, a massive stone statue could be vaguely seen standing in the center, its head and arms missing. It didn't seem unusual, and there were no high-level spiritual objects in the temple. Strange, everything was perfectly normal. Yet the blood jade spider was terrified. Fu Changsheng looked at Chuniang in confusion. Chuniang paced the temple, mumbling to herself, Chuniang, I'm going to the backyard. She seemed to be in a state of total oblivion. She ignored whatever Fu Changsheng said. Seeing no danger within the temple, Fu Changsheng headed through the side hall and pushed open the stone door, revealing the backyard. The atmosphere in the backyard was slightly different from the front, exuding a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. His gaze wandered around, and a somewhat desolate medicinal herb garden came into view. The scene was somewhat desolate. It must have once been a thriving and flourishing place, but now, mostly only withered herb stumps lay scattered across the grounds. Amidst this desolate landscape, a single Bodhi tree stood tall, like a dazzling pearl, radiating a unique light. There truly is a Bodhi tree hidden within. Fu Changsheng's steps involuntarily moved towards the tree, a hint of surprise in his eyes. As he approached the Bodhi tree and examined it closely, he could sense its extraordinary aura. Its trunk was thick and solid, its bark a pristine dark brown, its veins interwoven, as if bearing the vicissitudes of time. Its branches spread out in all directions, lush with leaves, each shimmering with a soft luster, as if enveloped in a faint aura. It truly is one of the 10 sacred trees. It was said that when a Bodhi tree reached a sufficient age, it would produce Bodhi seeds. These seeds possessed extraordinary properties for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. This is a huge win. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. His major, the Green Emperor's longevity secret, inherently granted him a long lifespan. With the added longevity of the primordial mysterious vine, he was certain he would live long enough to see the Bodhi tree produce Bodhi seeds. Just for this one Bodhi tree, the risk was worth it. Fu Changsheng reached out and gently touched a leaf. Instantly, a warm and rich spiritual energy flowed through his fingers, invigorating his spirit. His eyes and ears instantly became sharp, and the fatigue of battle was swept away. It's worthy of being one of the 10 sacred trees. After some exploration and perception, he confirmed that the Bodhi tree was indeed 1,000 years old, just as the intelligence had mentioned. I'll have Chunyang transplanted to the stone tablet's base later. Such a sacred object must not be shown to others lightly. If even the slightest word got out, the whole family would be wiped out. Buzz! He was thinking. Suddenly, the earth shook, and the spiritual energy in the entire space suddenly became chaotic. The blood-red moon in the sky tilted down as if it were a substance, illuminating the entire world like a blood-red world. This, Fu Changsheng's heart tightened. He no longer cared about the Bodhi tree. He swung his body and rushed into the front hall. Boom! At this moment, a tremendous force suddenly lifted him directly into the air. The next moment, he landed at the cave entrance. Boom! The cave before him collapsed instantly. Chunyang, what on earth was going on? He could no longer sense Chunyang's presence. The entire chieftain's residence was shaking violently, and rocks from the dry well kept falling. It was clearly not a good place to stay. Fu Changsheng swung his body and soared into the sky. As he hovered in midair, the Yinyan chieftain's residence below him. Boom! The entire residence collapsed instantly. The former site became a 1,000-foot chasm, and smoke and dust billowed. Those who were gathering supplies, seeing this scene, gathered around, confused as to what had happened. Fu Changsheng, still a little startled, waved his hand, saying, "Go about yourselves. It's all right here." Seeing that Fu Changsheng was unharmed, the others glanced at the chasm and went back to their work. Fu Changsheng lamented, "The Bodhi tree I'd secured is gone just like that. If he had known this would happen, he would have moved more quickly and dug up the tree first." As he pondered, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through his mind. "Ling, you led your people to conquer the Yanang tribe, earning 10,000 imperial merit points, numerous spiritual artifacts, and 15,000 family contribution points." Immediately, the family head's contribution points, which had previously reached double digits, instantly returned to 4 digits. Fu Changsheng swung his body and landed on the Xianlong warship. Before he could count the storage bags of the 3 Yinyan chieftains' purple mansions, he entered the cabin, closed the magic circle, and with a flick of his sleeve, the 3 storage bags levitated in front of him. At that moment, a buzz. The stone tablet's cave heaven mark on his arm glowed. This is, as his mind focused on it, he discovered that his consciousness had been repelled. What on earth is going on? In a flash, Fu Changsheng recalled Chunyang's unusual reaction and vaguely guessed a possibility. Could it be? At this thought, his eyes lit up, and he didn't even bother to check the storage bags. He stared intently at the 5 elements cave heaven mark on his arm, but after a short while, he discovered it was still scorching, showing no sign of abating. Only then did Fu Changsheng retract his consciousness with a desperate look. He cast a spell on the 3rd elder of Yinyan storage bag. A shimmering glow surged. Dozens of boxes and a pile of spirit stones flew out. A quick scan revealed 800 mid-grade spirit stones, which translated to 80,000. Adding in 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, the total number of spirit stones alone reached a staggering 140,000. Tisk, 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 worthy of a purple mansion master. Unlike him, these purple mansion masters possessed considerable wealth. His gaze fell on the numerous boxes. With each spell infused, a humming sound echoed through the boxes, and the restrictions on the boxes were activated. Then, a multitude of spiritual flowers and herbs came into view, along with elixirs, books, and techniques. All the spiritual herbs are actually 3rd grade. Not bad, Fu Changsheng was pleased. These spiritual herbs were clearly prepared by the 3rd elder of Yinyan for the Kingin pill, and the recipe was readily available. The Kingin pill is a 3rd grade, low-grade spiritual elixir used by early-stage Purple Mansion cultivators to boost their mana. It was assigned to Mei Zhen for refinement. Upon successful refinement, he should be able to reach the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, The most valuable item in the third elder of Yinan's storage bag was his natal spiritual artifact. However, the third elder's cultivation technique was somewhat related to the demonic path, so it wouldn't be of much use within the clan. It could be auctioned at the Wanning market, or used to exchange for personal supplies at future Purple Mansion gatherings. I wonder what's in the second elder of Yinan's storage bag. The second elder of Yinan was a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and presumably more generous than the third elder. Fu Changsheng, filled with anticipation, cast a spell, landing precisely on the storage bag. Buzz! Treasures and piles of spiritual stones flew out like a tide. After a careful inventory, he carefully counted them. There were a staggering 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 120,000. Low-grade spirit stones were piled high, roughly estimated at 100,000. The spirit stones alone were worth a staggering 220,000. As expected, the second elder of Yinan, a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, possessed a wealth far greater than the third elder. That's fitting for a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Spells were cast into the box one after another. The restrictions were lifted. The spiritual flowers and herbs within were mostly mid-grade third grade, with even a few extremely rare, high-grade third-grade herbs. The value of these herbs far exceeded the third-grade spiritual medicines previously contained in the third elder's storage bag. With these spiritual herbs, Mei Zhen might be able to attempt to refine higher-grade elixirs. In addition to spiritual herbs, there are also many spiritual pills in the box. The quality and efficacy of these spiritual pills vary, but most of them are precious pills that can repair injuries and improve enlightenment. Fu Changsheng carefully put away these pills. Among the many treasures, he also found several precious martial arts secrets, one of which was a high-level martial arts manual on the arrangement of spiritual arrays. It will play a vital role in their arrangement of various spiritual arrays in practice and combat. This second elder of Yinan is indeed worthy of being a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. The treasures in this storage bag are really surprising. Fu Changsheng, with a glimmer of hope, suddenly cast a spell on the storage bag of the Yinan chief. Buzz! In an instant, a dazzling light shot up into the sky, and some items slowly flew out of the storage bag. However, what surprised Fu Changsheng was that the number of items flying out of the storage bag was not as many as he had imagined. A rough look showed that there were only a few boxes and a small pile of spirit stones. Fu Changsheng first set his sights on the spirit stones. After a thorough inventory, he found that there were only 300 mid-grade spirit stones, which converted to 30,000, and low-grade spirit stones were only about 50,000. Compared with the rich wealth of the second elder of Yinan, this number was indeed a bit surprising. Chapter 320 Treasure, Breakthrough, Special Lottery. It seems Chief Yinan's treasures have all ended up in that cabin, Fu Changsheng said with some regret. However, Chief Yinan's natal spiritual weapon, the Mountain and River Cauldron, is a third-grade, top-grade spiritual weapon. This alone far surpasses the two previous ones. As each box was opened, it was revealed to contain some third-grade refining materials. When the last box was opened, a faint light shone. A closer look revealed an ancient jade pendant, engraved with strange patterns, and a mysterious power seemed to flow through the patterns. Fu Changsheng picked up the jade pendant and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He discovered that it was actually a jade talisman for guiding to an ancient ruin. Could it be an admission ticket to the ruins of the East Wilderness tribe? Fu Changsheng was excited. This was a true treasure. And since this jade pendant was so carefully stored in Chief Yinan's storage bag, it should be accessible to even Purple Mansion cultivators. The secret realms he had encountered so far were only accessible to those at the Foundation establishment and key refining stages. Not bad, not bad, I just don't know when this secret realm will open. However, regardless of when it opened, it was a great opportunity for him. Furthermore, before entering the secret realm, he needed to improve his strength as much as possible. After all, once inside, he would face the Purple Mansions of the Eastern Wilderness tribe. Fu Changsheng's gaze shifted to the control panel. A thought flashed through his mind: consume 15,000 family contribution points to improve Shower's spiritual root aptitude. A buzz? The panel vibrated, followed by a surge of yellow light. The next moment, he found himself in the land of Thunder Lake. On his previous 2 forays into this area, he had already mastered the process of condensing spiritual energy into fire to draw upon the lightning foundation, forging the flames and thunder into the Purple Mansion. Now came the final and crucial step: Forging divine thunder with the true meaning of being fire. Comprehension of the true meaning of being fire. The flames and thunder transform into thunder beads, the essence in blood-carved runes, and the divine thunder begins to grow. Fu Changsheng concentrated his mind and began to circulate the ancient source of thunder sutra within his body. Within the purple mansion, the power of flames and thunder surged like a raging tide. His mind slowly sank into it. Ahum. In an instant, he seemed to be glimpsing the majestic spectacle of being fire at the dawn of time, amidst the chaos of flames and thunder. Being fire blazed brightly within the chaos, imbued with endless vitality and unyielding will. Fu Changsheng absorbed every ripple of the Bing fire, and for an unfathomable amount of time, he felt. Boom. At a certain moment, he felt a strange resonance with the true meaning of Bing fire. In an instant, the true meaning of Bing fire, like a flaming dragon descending into the abyss, merged with the power of the flames and thunder, transforming it, and slowly condensed into a brilliant bead of lightning. This is the prototype of the Bing fire divine thunder. Fu Changsheng's heart trembled with joy, but he quickly calmed down. Knowing that the bead still needed to be stabilized, Fu Changsheng channeled his own essence in blood into ink. He gritted his teeth, his hands rapidly forming a seal, and his essence in blood slowly oozed out. Like a falling spirit bead, landing on the surface of the lightning bead. His gaze focused, and he muttered an incantation. Bing fire runes shot out from his fingertips, merging with his essence in blood, and becoming engraved on the lightning bead. With each successive rune, the lightning pearl's radiance grew brighter, its structure becoming more stable. When the final rune was inscribed, the lightning pearl's radiance intensified, like the sun breaking through the clouds. Done. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. All in all, he had cultivated in the Thunder Lake for nearly 100 years. This was enough to demonstrate the difficulty of cultivating the Bing fire divine thunder. I wonder how powerful this is. Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed. With a thought, the Bing fire divine thunder flew out from his purple mansion, hovering in his palm with unparalleled majesty. He was just about to unleash it to test its power. Boom. His vision flashed. The next moment, his mind returned to reality. But the 15,000 family contribution points had been depleted. At that moment, the panel trembled. A line of text appeared. Fu Yuan Shao, Spiritual Root Aptitude, 70/100, a direct increase of 25 points. The contribution points on the family panel also changed to 60. At the same time, a rapid buzzing sound came from his waist, and a spell was infused into his voice. It was Yaoiao who sent the message. Father, please come to the back mountain. Could there be some treasure hidden in the back mountain? Fu Changsheng flashed and immediately emerged from the Xianlong warship. With a few flashes, he arrived at a back mountain. He saw Yaoiao, Fu Chengli, and Fairy Xian'an gathered there, studying a towering stone wall. But the stone wall looked ordinary. There was nothing unusual. Father, Yaoiao saw Fu Changsheng approaching and quickly bowed. Then, a spell was infused into the stone wall. With a humming sound, the stone wall trembled slightly, and runes surged. This stone wall actually held a secret. Yaoiao's eyes flickered with excitement. Father, just now, when your ghost servant was refining the ghost of Chief Yinan, he learned that behind this stone wall lies a daunting lake. However, only the tokens of the elders and the chieftain are allowed in and out. If the three of them were to study, they could break the formation, but doing so would be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng wasted no time. He slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, Chief Yinan's token floated out. He then infused a spell into it. A spiritual light rose from the token and landed on the stone wall. Boom. The stone wall trembled slightly. Then, waves flashed. An entrance appeared before the two of them. From within, the sound of waves crashing against boulders could be heard. Yaoiao tried to enter, but Fu Changsheng quickly stopped her, saying, "Wait, this is an unknown place. Caution is the best course of action." Fu Changsheng's mind flickered, and with a buzzing sound, the dozen or so soul-devouring insects swarming around him instantly flew toward the entrance. After a moment, Fu Changsheng frowned. Seeing this, Yaoiao was startled. Father, could there be a master of the tribe hidden inside? It's hard to say. After the soul-devouring insects entered, he quickly lost contact with them. He didn't know if it was due to the formation or if a master of the tribe was hidden within. But just now, during the fateful moment of the tribe, no one had emerged. Even if someone was, they were likely below the purple mansion level. Of course, This was just his speculation. Fu Changsheng turned to the corpse puppet standing behind him and said, "Go in and take a look." A green light surged in the corpse puppet's hollow eye sockets. It nodded obediently. A shimmering yin energy lingered around it. With a lurch of movement, it instantly plunged into the formation. Boom! A moment later, a roar of joy followed. The sounds of rapid fighting emanated from within, but soon faded. Then, a message from the corpse puppet echoed through, and Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. "Let's go in." Fu Changsheng led the way, his figure flashing and instantly entering. He saw a hidden universe within. Dongting Lake, covering hundreds of acres, came into view. Its shimmering waters resembled a vast silver mirror, reflecting the towering stone walls surrounding it. Dense stands of cangling grass grew around the lake, each successive a crop flourishing with remarkable beauty. Sensing the vibrant vitality emanating from it, Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. The spiritual energy here is as rich as ever. Cangling grass is a second-grade, mid-grade spiritual herb specifically designed to feed biling fish. It has extremely high requirements for its growth environment, requiring at least a third-grade spiritual spring to thrive. The vast expanse of cangling grass before him indicated that there was more than one third-grade spiritual spring here. Just as he was beginning to wonder, a splash of water echoed. A group of second-tier biling fish swam up from the depths. These biling fish were enormous, more than a man's length tall, their bodies shimmering with emerald green light. Their scales seemed wrought from fine iron, emitting a cold, metallic sheen. Their eyes, as large as lanterns, flickered with an eerie red light. As they swam through the water, they created ripples, a commanding presence. That's biling fish. Biling fish are a prime ingredient for cooking. Not only are they delicious and sweet, but most importantly, they contain immense spiritual energy, melting in the mouth and transforming into mana with virtually no refinement. They are undoubtedly a wandering panacea. This is the true treasure of the Yangang tribe. Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with delight. Yao, standing nearby, was also filled with disbelief. This biling fish has never appeared in the market. Many books record that it became extinct 1,000 years ago. I never thought the Yangang tribe would raise so many of them. I was wondering, how come the foundation establishment cultivators of the Yangang tribe are almost all at the middle stage of foundation establishment? I see. With this biling fish from Dongting Lake, the foundation establishment cultivators of their tribe would advance significantly faster than before. Fu Changsheng understood the implications of this and immediately instructed Yao to pass on the order. The back mountain would become a forbidden area. At this moment, his gaze fell on the corner of Dongting Lake and saw a group of strangely dressed humans kneeling on the ground behind the third-level corpse puppet. Who is this? Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. Because among these people, only the upper body was human, while the lower body resembled a horse. This was the first time he had seen such people. Seeing this, Fairy Shangguan explained, the Yangang tribe breeds humans with Shangguan horses. Shangguan horses are special, capable of producing offspring with a human head and a centaur body. They are born with divine powers, and upon reaching adulthood, they are no different from key refining cultivators. Furthermore, their lifespans are exceptionally long, reportedly reaching 200 years. However, ordinary humans simply cannot carry a beastman for 10 months. Only female key refining cultivators can give birth, and after childbirth, their essence and blood are drained dry by the baby. Therefore, the Yangang tribe often selects unsuitable captive female cultivators to breed with Shangguan horses. Yao frowned upon hearing this. These Yangang tribe members truly deserve to die. Such cruel treatment of female cultivators is simply inhuman. Fu Changsheng glanced at the beastmen, estimating there were over 100 of them, presumably employed to tend the biling fish in Dongting Lake. Fairy Shangguan, can't male and female beastmen mate and produce offspring? Fairy Shangguan shook her head. If it were possible. That's all there is. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng didn't ask any further questions. These beastmen had been uncivilized, but the people of the Yangang tribe had already trained them to become experts in breeding biling fish. After Fu Changsheng and his group carefully searched Dongting Lake several times and found nothing, they emerged. Yao asked with concern, "Father, what should we do with these beastmen? Let them continue to feed the biling fish. Also, select a few shrewd individuals from the tribe who have a talent for breeding spiritual fish and send them to learn how to care for biling fish from the beastmen." Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried her father would follow the example of the people of the Yangang tribe. As a fellow female cultivator, She couldn't bear to see women being treated like reproductive machines. Fu Changsheng stood still and asked, Yao, can the tribe's imminent spirit protection formation be repaired and restarted? Yao shook her head. The yangang formation and the Vajra formation, where the life gates of this formation were located, were damaged, which was the key. Before this, the three of them had been worrying about how to replace them. But upon seeing Dongting Lake, Yao had an idea. Father, the tribe's original imminent spirit protection formation was based on the 5 elements. It might seem powerful, but its fatal weakness is extremely obvious. Furthermore, now that the 2 key smaller formations have been destroyed, I suggest transforming this large formation into the 9 Heavens Green Water Formation, using Dongting Lake as its source of power, completely transform it into a water-attributed formation, unleashing its full potential. Furthermore, based on the original, it can have 3 additional modifications. First, it can activate the Kishu Divine Thunder to counter the enemy. Second, it can add the Water Curtain Heavenly Flower as a defense. And third, it can add a barrier to block the forbidden air. Father, what do you think? Fu Changsheng was a complete layman in the art of formation deployment. However, after listening to Yao's description, the modified 9 Heavens Green Water Formation looked quite impressive. Okay, just set it up as you say. Ask the tribe for anything you need. Yes, Father. Yao's heart was filled with joy. She immediately and unceremoniously presented a pile of materials, almost all of them 3rd tier. Fu Changsheng rummaged through his storage bag and found just the right materials. He handed them out to Yao and the other 2, all fascinated by formations. They immediately led the disciples from the formation hall and the talisman crafting hall to set up the formation. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ding, you have discovered a Dongting Lake and restored a 9 Heavens Mountain Protection Formation for the clan, earning 3,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 3,060. As Fu Changsheng emerged from the back mountain and boarded the Xianlong warship, another resounding mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, your contribution points have accumulated over 100,000, earning you a chance to enter the system's grand prize draw. A grand prize draw. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Speaking of which, the system hadn't been upgraded. Plus, the double prize draw feature only randomly awarded 2nd-tier spiritual objects, so he hadn't participated in the lottery in a long time. He hadn't expected to have another chance at a grand prize draw this time. He was thrilled. Unsure what he'd win, he took a deep breath. Immediately, his mind flashed to the panel in his sea of consciousness. Redeem the prize. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, a box with a white background and yellow stripes suddenly appeared from his sleeve. With a flip of his hand, the box appeared before him, and a spell was cast into it. Buzz! The box opened. Inside, a seed-like treasure shimmered with mysterious runes was revealed. What is this? This was the first time the system had distributed such a thing. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the runes within were immediately repelled. So magical. Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. The moment it touched. At this moment, a message flooded into his mind. Dharma Seed, weapon overturning mountains and rivers, rank, 4th rank, explanation. When the spiritual light of a weapon refining radiates like the sun and moon, its dazzling brilliance dimming the stars, those who receive this weapon overturning mountains and rivers Dharma Seed will experience a sudden rise in their weapon refining talent, as if infused with immortality. The treasures they refine will be able to withstand all odds, their aura will overturn mountains and rivers, their might will resonate throughout the universe, and they will fully demonstrate the supreme majesty of the way of weapon refining. Note, this Dharma Seed can only be bestowed upon your direct bloodline descendants. Fu Changsheng digested the above information and was stunned. This was the first time he had heard the term Dharma Seed. Currently, their clan's weapon refining hall was still being run by Runzi. Although Mizhan's triplets later bore a talent for weapon refining, it was still young and had not yet fully developed. Therefore, talented individuals in the weapon refining hall were extremely scarce. With this, weapon overturning mountains and rivers, the clan's weapon refining hall could rise strongly. Fu Changsheng murmured, who would be the most suitable person to bestow this Dharma Seed upon? His descendants now included Mei Zhen's firstborn children, Fan Gear, Rong Gear, and Yao, his later adopted sons, Fu Yongru and Fu Yonggai, and Xiao Xianzhe's children, Fu Gear and Kaiang Gear. Furthermore, there were Qing Ru's firstborn children, and Anan Ningning, her second-born children, Shou Gear and Qing Gear, and her third-born children, Kui Gear and Fan Gear. Fan Gear had no spiritual roots, and Kui Gear only had 5 spiritual roots. Now, there were Mei Zhen's second-born children, Yongjing, Yongling, and Yongpeng. And then there was Kui Zhi, the daughter Mei Zhen adopted in Jingzhou. Adding Zuiner, whom he brought back from the ancient cultivators' cave in Jingzhou, to his descendants. Not counting his adopted sons and daughters, he had 14 direct descendants. Information about these 14 children flashed through his mind, and ultimately, Fu Changsheng chose Yongjing, Yongling, and Yongpeng, who already possessed a natural talent for refining. As for these 3, he hadn't yet decided who to choose as the recipient of the weapon overcoming mountains and rivers seed. This system can actually draw treasures like this. It seems I need to work hard to upgrade the system. However, to upgrade, he needed to gather 50,000 family contribution points. If he followed the usual routine, it would take forever. Furthermore, the Fu family's current imperial merit points, including this one, only totaled 60,000, leaving them a whopping 20,000 short of promotion to a 7th-rank aristocratic family. Fu Changsheng's gaze drifted towards the Changsheng tribe. To quickly amass both family contribution points and imperial merit points, he undoubtedly had to rejoin the campaign. In the Changsheng tribe, aboard the Shangguan family's treasure ship, Shangguan Li sat at the head of the table. To his right sat Yun Yangzi, the Purple Mansion, a member of the Kui, Nanguang, and Shi families. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was clearly tense. Clan leader Shi observed this. He coughed lightly and said, "We're running out of time to figure out how to break the Changsheng tribe's formation. The Luo family has already issued 3 consecutive urgent orders for us to launch an attack. If we don't act now, even if we capture the Changsheng tribe, we'll likely be held accountable by the Luo family in the future. Seniors, please come to a decision as soon as possible." The stalemate was simply because Shangguan Li and the reinforcements, Yun Yangzi, didn't want to lead the charge. After all, if they were trapped in the Changsheng tribe's mountain protection formation and couldn't break it in time, they would be in mortal danger. Shangguan Li glanced at Yun Yangzi. Yun Yangzi remained motionless. He had come only to provide support, not to risk his life. He couldn't possibly lead the charge. Chapter 321 Danger, Awakening, and Harvest. 50 miles from the Kiwaya tribe, Cheyenne Mountain lies within. A formation shield descends from the mountain, revealing 4 black tortoises that slowly rotate, protecting the Yu family within. Outside, the Kiwaya tribe shifts from defense to offense. The Kiwaya chief, radiating the aura of a half-step purple mansion, surveys Yu Kingru's curvaceous figure with a lewd smile. "This fairy, with your 4 symbols formation, how long do you think it can withstand our attack? I'm in a good mood today, since you're a formation master. If you surrender immediately, I'd consider taking you as my concubine. I can also spare the lives of your people, but I'll make them captives and use them as minors. How do you think?" As he spoke, the Kiwaya chief's attacks continued. A 3rd-grade, low-grade spiritual artifact, the heavy water bead, transformed into a series of water arrows that tinkled and shot into the 4 symbols formation. Within the formation, the Yu family members sat cross-legged, frantically injecting mana into the formation, rapidly repairing the rapidly collapsing formation. However, as one side gained strength, the other weakened. The 4 symbols formation was clearly on the verge of collapse. Anan's face darkened. "Mother, we must send a distress message to father as soon as possible, or we'll be completely wiped out today." Yu Qingru, as the mastermind of the formation, had taken the greatest impact. She wasn't feeling well either, her face pale as paper, her body shaky. She bit her lip and shook her head. "Your father and his men are facing the Yangang tribe. They not only have a 4th-tier formation, but also 3 purple mansion masters. The odds are even greater than ours, and I don't think they've broken the formation yet." She didn't want to interrupt Fu Changsheng and distract him. She quickly telegraphed to Anan, "If the formation breaks, you'll use your secret technique to escape. Remember, keep the life-replacing talisman your father gave you ready. Preserving your own life is paramount." Anan frowned at this. As the head of the Yu family, how could he abandon his people and live on his own? "Mother, no matter what, I will fight to the death with my people, you child." Yu Qingru was so excited that the magic power of the formation platform was a little unstable. Chief Kiuaya, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately urged the heavy water beads to blast into the life gate in the northwest corner. Boom! The power of the heavy water beads was maximized at this moment. With a crackling sound, the light curtain of the life gate was broken in an instant. A cruel look appeared on Chief Kiuaya's face. Except for you, Kingru, the formation master, no one else will be left alive. Yes, Chief, the people of the Kiuaya tribe immediately urged the 10,000 poison spiders to drive straight into the life gate. Enin, go. Yu Kingru pushed Enin away and stood in front of her. A light curtain appeared on the Bagua formation disc in her hand, blocking her. With a sizzle, the venom of the 10,000 poison spiders sprayed into it, and the light curtain shattered instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterwards, white silk threads swept in from all directions. Yu Kingru was directly wrapped up like a dumpling, mother, and then was panicked. He had almost devoted himself to how to effectively handle miscellaneous affairs since he was a child. He didn't have much combat experience. But he was full of blood. He didn't obey Yu Kingru and ran away. Instead, a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he suddenly stimulated a secret technique of burning blood. Buzz! Suddenly, the pressure on him continued to rise. In an instant, he reached the peak of foundation building, form of formation. He waved his arm. The originally panicked tribesmen around him immediately took mysterious steps quickly. With a bang, everyone's aura suddenly condensed into one, and they were able to vaguely compete with Chief Kiuaya. Humph, you are looking for death. Chief Kiuaya sneered. The surging magic power in his body was infused into the heavy water bead. Buzz! The heavy water bead suddenly became more than 10 feet in diameter, and a terrifying gravity pressed down on the Yu family members with a bang. Some key refining monks were instantly defeated, vomiting blood and falling to the ground, their lives unknown. The foundation building monks who were struggling to support also vomited blood. Chief Kiuaya sneered, "Today, I will let you all go to the underworld together." As he said, the hand seal on his right hand suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, the heavy water bead pressed down heavily. Bang bang bang. The key refining monks of the Yu family who fell to the ground lost their protective light shield and were instantly crushed into a ball of blood mist. The Yu family's foundation building monks, including Anin, also had broken bones. At this time, the Yu family's foundation building elders knew that they had run out of strength. But they knew that Anin was the son of Fu Changsheng, and he must have a way to save his life, so they hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry about us, let's go. If you don't leave, then our Yu family will really be finished." "Master, leave quickly." Chief Kiuaya, who was activating the heavy water beads, sneered repeatedly. He was indeed affectionate and righteous, but unfortunately no one could escape from his palm today. Anyone who dared to invade their Kiuaya tribe would only have a dead end. As he said, he activated his magic power again. However, he suddenly couldn't mobilize the magic power in his danshin. "What's the matter?" He looked down. He saw that his abdomen was pierced by a purple light at some point. Before he understood what was going on, his body fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Then, Fu Changsheng rode a green dragon and fell from the sky. Seeing his wife and children seriously injured and almost killed, Fu Changsheng's face changed. "Zhaoking, don't leave anyone alive, kill them for me, roar." The green dragon roared. The terrifying pressure of the late third stage was released and fell on the army of the Kiuaya tribe. One by one, they found that they could not move at all. Then, their bodies turned into a ball of blood mist with a bang. In less than 10 breaths, there were only bloody robes thrown on the ground. The people of the Kiuaya tribe were dead. Fu Changsheng waved his hand and put all the storage bags on the ground into his bag. "Father," and then was saved, and his face relaxed. He thought he could not escape the disaster just now, but he never expected his father to arrive at this time. He was moved and felt sad for the dead people of the Yu family. The surviving elder of the Yu family who built the foundation. He knelt on one knee at this moment. "Thank you for saving my life, Master." Fu Changsheng waved his hand. Let them get up and hurry to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he waved his sleeves and threw several bottles of elixir to Anin. "Anin, are you okay?" "Thank you for your concern, Father. The child is fine. He just needs to be rested for a while." And then took it respectfully with both hands. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. A spell was cast into the cocoon of the 10,000 poison spider, and Yu Kingru was freed from it. Seeing the appearance of Fu Changsheng, she was delighted. "Husband, Has the Yangang tribe been conquered? Well, Fu Changsheng stepped forward quickly, checked carefully, and found that the other party was not seriously injured. He breathed a sigh of relief, and frowned at the same time. King Gru, it was so dangerous just now, why didn't you send me a message in advance? It almost caused an irreversible tragedy. If he hadn't felt that the Changsheng tribe would not fight so soon, he would have rushed over first, and almost caused an irreversible tragedy. King Gru never thought that Fu Changsheng would take over the Yangang tribe so quickly. It's not the time to greet people when it's hot now. After King Gru escaped, he immediately went to the formation hall of the Kiwaya tribe. The mountain protection formation was intact. In addition, King Gru was a third-level formation master, and he quickly occupied the mountain gate of the Kiwaya tribe. Fu Changsheng went straight to the residence of the Kiwaya chief. He opened the secret room. But he saw that there were boxes placed on each of the dozen pillars inside. According to the intelligence, there is a piece of red refined fire copper hidden in the secret room of the chief of the Kiwaya tribe. If it is integrated into the natal spiritual weapon, the 3-turn treasure lotus lantern can be upgraded to the 3rd level upper grade. I hope you won't let me down. Accompanied by a series of spells being cast in. The restriction on the box at the entrance was broken, revealing 3 pill bottles inside, and the pill bottles contained foundation building pills. It's actually foundation building pills, among them 3 of high quality, 5 of medium quality, and 7 of low quality. These were the foundation building pills that the Kiwaya tribe had recently exchanged from the royal court after emptying their family's assets. Before they could be given to everyone in the tribe, the war broke out. Unexpectedly, not bad, 15 foundation building pills. For the Fu family, this would allow them to add at least 12 more foundation building cultivators. This was a good start. However, the next 6 or 7 boxes were all 2nd level spiritual herbs, spiritual materials and elixirs. Fu Changsheng was a little disappointed, but thinking that the Kiwaya tribe was originally a foundation building tribe, he couldn't expect too much. In the end, only 2 boxes were left unopened. Don't let me down. After the battle, he found that the power of the 3rd level treasure lotus lantern was still not enough. If it could be upgraded to the 3rd grade upper grade, it would be able to withstand the attacks of the Lake Purple Mansion, which would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. He took a deep breath. A spell was cast. Buzz! The box restriction was unveiled. Then, a hot breath came to his face. 4 palm-sized stone-like spiritual objects came into view. Looking at its color, the whole body was red like flames. The fiery color seemed to be tempered from the 9 nether purgatory, and it seemed to have absorbed the endless flame power of the ancient stars. It was strong and pure, and people dared not look directly at it. Fu Changsheng touched it with his hand, and he could feel a surge of hot spiritual power surging out of the copper body and spreading along the meridians. This spiritual power is hot and pure, like the scorching sun in the sky, which can dispel all evil ghosts. It really is red refined fire copper. The grade is or the quality is top grade. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his sleeves and put the red refined fire copper into his pocket. With this thing, plus the foundation building pill and the 3rd grade low grade spiritual weapon heavy water beads, this trip is worth it. His eyes fell on the last box. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Fu Changsheng cast a spell into it quite easily, and with a hum, the box opened, and then a piece of ancient gold foil came into view. With a wave of his hand, the gold foil instantly fell into his palm. He did have a way to deal with this kind of object. However, it seemed that the people of the Kiwaya tribe had treasures in their hands and had not yet been able to truly unlock the secret of the jade foil. Fu Changsheng made a strange mark with his right hand. He muttered something. Buzz! The next moment, the gold foil automatically flew up. Then, runes emerged from the gold foil, and finally, with a slight tremor, the gold foil actually disintegrated. The entire secret room was suddenly surrounded by black light, and the black light turned into a flash of lightning and sank into a sea of consciousness. After a long time, Fu Changsheng opened his eyes. It turned out to be a 6th grade heavenly skill. Heavenly grade techniques are extremely rare. At least they can be cultivated to the realm of Yuanying's engine, and this technique is of the 6th grade, which really surprised him. According to the information he received, this technique is called 9 Nether Mysterious Demon Cannon. The opening chapter states the main purpose of this technique: meditating on the shadow of the 9 Nether Mysterious Demon, gathering the spirit of the demon god, tempering the flesh, magic power, and soul, and offering sacrifices to the 9 nether mysterious demon god. In other words, this technique is 3-point condensation of ki, 3-point casting of the body, and 4-point shaping of the god. If the practice is successful, the 9 nether mysterious demon can be bred in the body. The strongest strength of each demon can be equal to one's own cultivation, and the 9 nether mysterious demon can lay down the 9 nether mysterious demon evil formation. And there is also a method from the natal. The magic weapon began to be upgraded step by step to the 9 nether demonic banner, the natal magic weapon, with specific methods of sacrifice and refining. According to the introduction of the technique, when the 81 demonic banners are unfolded together, their power is no less than the Thunder Star Sword formation of the 4th level of the Dainju handed down by the ancient monks. In addition, many spiritual arts are marked on it. 9 nether demon flame. This flame is like the fire of the 9 nether purgatory, which can burn everything. Mysterious demon shadow, can transform into countless demon shadows to harass the enemy. Mysterious demon god skeleton split sky method, can tear the space with the power of the demon god. Mysterious demon burning soul escape method, ignite the power of the soul, and instantly escape into the void. This technique seems to be against the sky, but it is a demonic technique after all, of course. This is just one of them. The most important thing is, currently, for ki training, he has the Green Emperor's longevity art, for spirit training, he has the Dainju, and for body training, he has the 9 heavenly stars art. These levels are far superior to the 9 nether mysterious demon god canon. Therefore, he naturally won't change his training method. Huh? That's not right. Fu Changsheng carefully read the information above again. His eyes fell on the words the Thunder Star Sword formation of the 4th level of the Dainju. There is actually a sword formation in the 4th level of the Dainju? Fu Changsheng was instantly excited. So far, he has only cultivated to the 3rd level, and because he did not deduce the skills, he did not continue to cultivate. However, the sword formation of the 4th level looks very powerful. It seems that I have to accumulate more family contribution points. As for this 9 nether mysterious demon god canon, if it is found that one of his descendants has this talent, he can give it to him. After all, this is a 6th grade heavenly skill and cannot be wasted. Next, he checked the storage bag of Chief Yunin again. He found that there were as many as 100,000 spirit stones, and countless spiritual flowers and herbs, but compared with Chief Yunin and others, it was inferior. On the other side, Anan had already counted the sutra library and the treasure house. He registered it into a list and handed it to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng glanced at it, put the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the storehouse into his pocket, and then said, "Have someone copy a copy of the skills book, and then you can hand it over to Fangir. In addition, you keep half of what you get in the treasure house." The Yu family suffered heavy losses this time. If they don't make some extra money, they will be seriously injured, and the promotion to the 8th rank will be delayed. "Thank you, father," and then thanked him hurriedly. Because it was Fu Changsheng's credit to capture the Kitwaya tribe, Fu Changsheng not only did not ask for a reward for saving his life, but also gave half of the supplies. This was obviously for the sake of Yu Qingru and her son. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in Fu Changsheng's mind. "Didn't you successfully capture the Kitwaya tribe, and obtain the 9 nether mysterious demon god canon and many other spiritual objects for the tribe, and obtain 3,000 court contribution points and 5,000 family contribution points immediately afterwards?" The family contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 8,060. Fu Changsheng stood up and said, "Anan, hand over all the poisonous spiders you have collected to me." According to the intelligence, Niuki Uxiu's poisonous body needs the poisonous spiders as a trigger to awaken. Although the poisonous spiders in the Kitwaya tribe are all minors, they have the advantage of being numerous. He plans to let Niuki Uxiu give it a try to see if he can awaken his spiritual body. There was nothing big happening in the Kitwaya tribe. When Fu Changsheng left, he gave the heavy water beads to Yu Qingru. "Qingru, keep it for self-defense. I don't think this battle will end for a while." "Yes, husband," Yu Qingru wanted to refuse. But after the predicament just now, she also realized that she had to have an ace in her hand. But now, relying on the mountain protection formation of the Kitwaya tribe, plus the heavy water beads, it is not a problem to defend this tribe. Fu Changsheng gave a few instructions, and then drove the green dragon back to the Yanang tribe first. The green dragon escaped very fast, and the Kitwaya tribe was not far from the Yanang tribe. After arriving in the mountains and entering the Xianlong warship, He went straight to the 7th floor. This is where the female cultivators of key training live. When the low-level disciples saw Fu Changsheng coming in person, they all showed excitement on their faces, and at the same time they looked curious. They didn't understand why the head of the family came to their place. Fu Changsheng stayed in the cabin where Niu Qiuxia lived. Because Niu Changxia was a pure yin body, Fu Changsheng did not let her show up, and kept her for future use. The door opened. Niu Qiuxia saw Fu Changsheng and saluted quickly. The head of the family can just summon me if you has something to do. How can I trouble you to make a special trip? If Fu Changsheng hadn't had someone rescue her, she would have died by now. Moreover, it was Fu Changsheng who asked Zhao to help cure the strange disease she had since childhood. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Fu Changsheng was her reborn parent. Fu Changsheng also promised to avenge her on Yun Zhenren of the Happy Sect in the future. At first, she didn't believe it. After all, Yun Zhenren was a giant in Zhenren. But after entering the Fu family for many years and watching the Fu family's thriving development, she felt that one day she would be able to realize this wish. Let's go inside and talk. Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate to be polite with Niu Qiuxia. After entering the room, he waved his sleeves, and in an instant, a number of formation flags fell down, and a simple formation was formed. After sitting down, his face became serious. Miss Qiuxia, do you know why you have been suffering from a strange disease since childhood? Niu Qiuxia shook her head blankly. If she knew, she wouldn't have taken medicine for so many years without any improvement. Fu Changsheng didn't mean to hide it from the other party. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a latent body of all poisons. What? Niu Qiuxia suddenly stood up in surprise. Body of all poisons? How is that possible, Patriarch? Is there some misunderstanding? I almost died when I accidentally ate a red mushroom as a child. If I truly had the body of all poisons, how could I have been poisoned? The body of all poisons is one of the 10 extraordinary spiritual bodies. If one can cultivate a constant supply of poisons, it is possible to achieve the status of a nascent soul true lord in the future. Niu Qiuxia felt that she didn't have such good luck. Fu Changsheng said, the reason you were poisoned as a child was because your spiritual body hadn't yet awakened. Chapter 322 Promotion, Seeking Help. Niu Qiuxia was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. This would allow her to attack the joyful sect and avenge her father. Master, do you know how I can awaken this spirit? Use the 10,000 poison spider as a guide, he said. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a 10,000 poison spider hovered before him. Qiuxia, try to refine the essence of this 10,000 poison spider. Though the 10,000 poison spider before him was only a first level one, it was incredibly poisonous, and a single stroke of caution could kill. Niu Qiuxia swallowed subconsciously. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand, and a detoxification pill landed in his palm. Qiuxia, don't be afraid. I'll be by your side during this process and won't let anything happen to you. Thank you, Master. Niu Qiuxia, initially a little worried, felt emboldened upon hearing this. She took a deep breath, activated her cultivation technique, and channeled streams of magic power into the 10,000 poison spider. Buzz! Instantly, wisps of black energy were extracted from it. It then entered Niu Qiuxia's body through her mouth and nose. Niu Qiuxia's once rosy complexion suddenly turned a dark green, a truly unsightly sight. Breathing became labored. After a while, sores began to form on her body. But Fu Changsheng didn't call for a halt, and Niu Qiuxia didn't stop refining either. Frowning, she concentrated intently on refining the myriad poison spider's essence. After about half a cup of tea, the entire spider, with a buzzing sound, dissipated into a ball of black ash. Niu Qiuxia's legs and hands were already festering. Her mana had ceased to function. Could it be that my method is wrong? Fu Changsheng frowned, scanning with his spiritual sense. He saw that Niu Qiuxia's facial features were beginning to be infected by the toxin. If this continued, she would be beyond saving. With a flick of his index finger, an antidote pill flew swiftly towards Niu Qiuxia. Niu Qiuxia was still conscious, her mouth tightly shut, showing no intention of taking it. Could it be? Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, it was. A moment later, another moment passed. Niu Qiuxia's breathing began to steady. The toxins in her body were miraculously transforming into magical power, and her ulcerated skin began to heal. It's working. At the same moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you helped Niuki Uxiu awaken the all-poison body, gaining a retainer of the 10 great spirits and 1,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points instantly increased to 9,060. This was a pleasant surprise. Niuki Uxiu slowly opened her eyes, looking at her undamaged skin with surprise. Master, I truly am the all-poison body. I truly am the all-poison body. After personally verifying it, Niuki Uxiu's nose felt a little sour. If he had awakened sooner, her father's death would not have been in vain. He had suffered so much for her, yet in the end, he hadn't even experienced a single day of happiness. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng comforted him. Uxiu, your father, knowing you possess such abilities, will rest in peace in his grave. This is all thanks to the Patriarch. Without you, I would have perished long ago, much less awakened my myriad poison body. From now on, Uxiu will follow the Patriarch's lead, regardless of the dangers. I will not blink an eye at any command. Niuki Uxiu bowed deeply to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng asked her to stand and then handed her a storage bag from his waist. Confused, Niuki Uxiu took it and saw it was filled with myriad poison spiders. Her eyes lit up with joy and a touch of emotion. Thank you, Patriarch, thank you. Niuki Uxiu felt that any more words would be better than seeing how she would perform in the future. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Later, tame a few more myriad poison spiders in the Spirit Beast Valley. This will accelerate your advancement significantly. Yes, Patriarch. After emerging from the cabin, he said, yes, Patriarch. After returning to his secret room, Fu Changsheng looked at the nearly 10,000 family contribution points on the dashboard and muttered, I'll have to practice the great evolution technique anyway, so I might as well deduce it sooner rather than later. If I can cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Star Sword formation, I'll have another trump card. With this thought, he immediately thought, deduce the great evolution technique. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, runes emerged one after another. After a moment, the yellow light faded, and a line of text appeared on the dashboard in his mind. Deduction of the 4th level of the Great Evolution Technique, 200, 300, he had reached 2/3 of the way there. In other words, he only needed to spend nearly 5,000 more family contribution points to deduce the entire 4th level. This was a technique from an ancient powerhouse, and for just over 10,000 contribution points, he felt it was worth it. His spiritual sense swept across the 5 elements cave heaven mark on the inside of his arm, revealing that he still hadn't entered. With a flick of his sleeve, the red refined fire copper he'd obtained from the Kiwaya tribe hovered before him. He formed a seal with his right hand. With a humming sound, the red lotus earth core fire within his body instantly hovered before him. As he pointed forward, the strange fire instantly enveloped the red refined fire copper. The red lotus earth core fire's temperature was extremely high, and coupled with his now vastly improved fire control skills and spiritual awareness, after several hours, the red refined fire copper's impurities were gradually eliminated, extracting a pure essence. He took a deep breath. With a humming sound, the red refined fire copper's essence landed in the 3rd transformation treasure lotus lantern. Enveloped by the red lotus earth core fire, the essence rapidly merged into the treasure lotus lantern. After several days, a humming sound appeared, and the originally signed 3rd transformation treasure lotus lantern took on a layer of yellow. The ritual is complete. He inspected it and discovered that it had indeed been elevated to the 3rd grade, superior grade. A flicker of joy filled Fu Changsheng's eyes. With a thought, a humming sound appeared, and as the 3rd transformation treasure lotus lantern began to operate, a layer of yellow light appeared. A stream of spiritual energy injected into it. Boom! The yellow light trembled slightly, but it showed no sign of destruction. Fu Changsheng's face lit up with joy. Indeed, after the rank is raised, it can indeed withstand attacks from a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. If he could find a 4th rank azure lotus, perhaps it could even be upgraded directly to a magical weapon. But 4th rank azure lotuses are rare. Fu Changsheng looked toward the Changsheng tribe. According to intelligence, the Changsheng tribe possessed the resources to repair the Xianlong warship spiritual cannons. According to the timeline, the Changsheng tribe's attack should be in its final stages. Changsheng tribe. Boom. 2 beams of light of different colors struck a mountain gate's light shield, causing it to tremble slightly, but quickly returning to normal. Shangguan Li and Yun Yangzi, hovering above the mountain gate, looked grim. Yun Yangzi hummed, Fellow Taoist Shangguan, with just the two of us, plus your spirit pet, it will take us at least a year or two to take this tortoise shell. If the Changsheng tribe calls for outside help, we'll be on the receiving end. Yuan Yangzi was doing his best for a fee, but risking his life was a complete impossibility. Shangguan Li made a gesture, retracting his natal spirit artifact, the Kunlun jade plate, instantly retracting into his body. His expression changed, and he said, "Let's go back first." The two of them swung back onto the treasure ship. The Shangguan, Shi, Kui, and Nangang families gathered again. Shangguan Li gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sure everyone here has heard that the neighboring Yanang tribe has been conquered by the Fu family. What are your thoughts on this?" The heads of the Shi, Kui, and Nangang families exchanged glances, then hesitated for a moment. He said, "Senior Shangguan, are you suggesting we ask the Fu family's head to come and support us? The other side had single-handedly conquered the Yanang tribe. If Fu Changsheng joined, the Changsheng tribe, a tortoise shell, would surely be taken down." It was a good idea. Clan leader Nangang, however, worried, "Senior Shangguan, if we invite Senior Fu to come, I'm afraid the reward will be substantial." They had already expended considerable effort simply to invite Yuan Yangzi. If they also invited Fu Changsheng, the clan would be severely damaged. Shangguan Li snorted, "As long as we conquer the Changsheng tribe, are you worried about not being able to pay the reward?" He glanced at clan leader Shi and said, "Your Shi and Fu families are related by marriage. Clan leader Shi, please make the trip." If they continued to delay, once the Changsheng tribe waited for reinforcements, they would be completely wiped out. Clan leader Shi also understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll go right away. But how about the remuneration?" Everyone present exchanged glances. Seeing no response, Yuan Yangzi spoke up, "Fu Changsheng and I are both in the early purple mansion stage. Just pay me whatever you offered me. What's the point of getting hung up on this? If that were the case, then it would be easy." But Fu Changsheng had single-handedly conquered the Yanang tribe. Yuan Yangzi couldn't even begin to compare. Shangguan Li quickly telepathically communicated with clan leader Shi. Clan leader Shi shuddered, a bit incredulous. "Senior Shangguan, are you sure you want to make that offer?" "Yes, go now." Shangguan Li waved his hand, then vanished in a flash, returning to his secret chamber. The battle was about to begin, and he needed to recover his mana as quickly as possible. Seeing this, Yuan Yangzi also left a meeting room. Only clan leader Nangang and the other two remained. Clan leader Nangang quickly stopped clan leader Shi, who was about to leave. "Brother Shi, what did Senior Shangguan just say to you?" Clan leader Kui, standing nearby, also expressed concern. Clan leader Shi sighed and said, "Senior Shangguan instructed that if Senior Fu is willing to contribute, he can keep half of what the Changsheng tribe gains." "Half?" Clan leader Nangang's pupils shrank. If that were the case, how would the remaining half be divided among the four families? The Shangguan family would surely take the lion's share, leaving the three of them with nothing. Clan leader Kui also gasped. However, he took a more optimistic view, saying, "If we can successfully complete this mission while keeping our lives, that will be a good thing. Let's not expect too much more." With these words, clan leader Nangang, who had been feeling resentful, laughed out loud. "Brother Kui, you truly are a wise man who can wake me up from my sleep." "Absolutely. Saving your life is already great, and to have achieved merit on top of that is icing on the cake. Brother Shi, hurry on, we await your good news." Clan leader Shi shared this sentiment. Without stopping, they sped towards the Yanang tribe at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they found the Fu family's expeditionary force patrolling in an orderly manner. The original mountain protection formation had been reactivated. Clan leader Shi couldn't help but sigh. "I wonder if the Great Elder can successfully achieve the Purple Mansion breakthrough." Whenever a Purple Mansion cultivator emerged from the clan, their clan's status would be dramatically different. For example, during this expedition, although the four clans were all 8th rank, Shangguan Li was almost always the sole authority. Pausing at the mountain gate, clan leader Shi bowed to Fu Yuanqi and said, "Please, young Master Fu, pass on the message. I have an urgent matter to discuss with your clan leader." Clan leader Shi, wait a moment. The mountain protection formation remained unactivated. Fu Yuanqi quickly produced a jade communication talisman and spoke a few words. A moment later, Fu Changsheng arrived, flying on the wind. He didn't let clan leader Shi in, but instead opened the formation. Upon his exit, The mountain protection formation instantly closed. Clan leader Shi quickly bowed and said, Senior Fu, yes. Fu Changsheng cast a soundproofing spell. Time was running out, so clan leader Shi didn't hold back. He immediately said, Senior Fu, please help us conquer the Changsheng tribe. Our 4 clans have unanimously agreed that if you do, half of the profits from the conquest will go to you. Clan leader Shi had initially intended to bargain, offering a low price. But to demonstrate his sincerity, he decided it was best not to play tricks. After all, they were all intelligent people. Fu Changsheng had long anticipated their request for assistance, but he hadn't expected the terms to be so generous. The treasures hidden within the Changsheng tribe could repair the Xianlong warship's spiritual cannon, and he could also earn contribution points to the imperial court and his clan. Naturally, he was willing to help. I can help, but there's a condition. Upon hearing this, clan leader Shi felt relieved, his mission considered halfway successful. He quickly said, Senior Fu, please speak, then I'll get to choose the treasures from the Changsheng tribe first. This, clan leader Shi was somewhat embarrassed. After all, their faction already had 2 purple mansions. So Shangguan Li would have to choose first. Clan leader Shi gritted his teeth and said, Senior Fu, our 3 clans have no objection to this, but Senior Shangguan needs to approve it. Please wait a moment. Clan leader Shi didn't hesitate. He slapped his storage bag, and with a flash of light, he produced a jade talisman. He relayed a message to Fu Changsheng. After a moment, the talisman illuminated, and Shangguan Li's voice, tinged with anger, said, Promise him. Upon hearing this, clan leader Shi's eyes lit up. He bowed and said, Senior Shangguan has agreed. Senior Fu, when do you think we can depart? Wait a moment. Fu Changsheng turned and entered the formation. When he told Fu Yuanqi that he was going to aid the Shi family and the others, a look of concern crossed Fu Yuanqi's face. Master, since the Luo family hasn't given the order, we don't have to go. The Changsheng tribe, having learned from the Yanang tribe's experience, will likely be even more cautious. Taking the mountain gate will likely be even more difficult than it was for the Yanang tribe. The implication was that Fu Yuanqi didn't want Fu Changsheng to take any risks. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, saying, Don't worry. I'll handle it myself. You just guard the mountain gate. Chu Chan continued to refine the souls of the dead. So Fu Changsheng didn't plan to take her away, and he also took the 3rd-level corpse puppet with him. If there's any sign of trouble, send me a message immediately. Master, be careful. Do you want to send the Xianlong warship over? No, you keep it. They had finally captured the Yanang tribe mountain gate, and they couldn't let anyone take advantage of their weakness. With 2 powerful purple mansion warriors, the Xianlong warship, and Yao and 3 other formation masters leading the formation, even if a late purple mansion cultivator arrived, they could hold out until he could return from the Changsheng tribe. After all, the Qingjiao's speed was faster than that of a fake Dan cultivator. Changsheng tribe. In the meeting hall, the previous chief had died in the battle attacking the Yanang tribe. Now, only 4 purple mansions remained in the tribe. The new chief had secretly broken through to the late purple mansion stage several years ago, utilizing the tribe's hidden treasures. In the hall, the youngest 3rd elder couldn't help but exclaim, Chief, there are only 2 early purple mansion cultivators out there. Rather than alarming the tribe, why not charge straight out? With your late purple mansion cultivation, wouldn't it be easy to kill 2? Chief Changsheng remained unmoved. Seeing this, the great elder glared at the 3rd elder. 3rd elder, these great Zhou cultivators are incredibly cunning. They're openly showing 2 early purple mansion cultivators, but who knows, they might be hiding a late purple mansion cultivator, laying a tight net just waiting for us to escape. We have this mountain protection formation. As long as no giant and cultivators come, we're invincible. Why are you so anxious? Chief Changsheng opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the 2nd elder. 2nd brother, still no news from the Yanang tribe? Chief, I've contacted all of our spies within the Yanang tribe several times, but no one has replied. Furthermore, the soul lamps of the selected secret agents within our tribe have extinguished. The Yanang tribe has likely already fallen. What? The 3rd elder suddenly stood up upon hearing this. How is this possible? The Yanang tribe possesses a 4th-tier formation. Last time, we needed an insider to enter, yet the previous chief and his men perished. This speaks volumes about the power of their mountain protection formation. How could anyone possibly conquer their tribe? It wasn't so much disbelief as unease and apprehension. Chief Changsheng sighed softly and spoke slowly. Not long ago, I received a message from our subordinate, the Changsheng tribe, telling us to depart immediately to support our headquarters. From this, it seems the Great Zhou is serious about this. Chief, are you telling the truth? The third elder's voice trembled. The Changsheng tribe possessed the golden collar. If they all requested assistance, this meant that the Great Zhou must have also dispatched giant and cultivators. If they were to arrive, they would likely become cannon fodder. The third elder finally understood why the chief hadn't yet dispatched troops to kill the 2 Great Zhou cultivators in the early Purple Mansion stage. Clearly, he was looking for an excuse not to send troops. The chief was truly putting in a lot of effort. However, the third elder remained worried. Chief, if the Changsheng tribe can't hold out and is conquered, then we, the giant tribe, had already been conquered. How could they possibly survive? Chief Changsheng knocked on the table and said, with the Great Zhou's massive attack, the royal court can't be idle. We simply need to hold the mountain gate until the royal court sends troops to drive the Great Zhou cultivators out of the eastern wilds. The third elder's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He quickly said, in that case, I must return to the formation hall first. The third elder was the key figure in charge of the mountain protection formation. Now that he understood its importance, he naturally dared not slack off. As he spoke, he stood up and bowed. They were about to leave in a hurry. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. This time, the attack was more swift and fierce than any previous one. The faces of the third elder and the others changed in unison. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 323, Surrender, Hope, and Harvest. The 4 of them flashed, appearing outside the hall in an instant. Looking up, they saw an unfamiliar Purple Mansion cultivator appear outside the mountain protecting formation. Chief Changsheng glanced at the green dragon at the stranger's feet, his pupils shrinking. Late third stage, in a flash, he immediately guessed the person's identity. This is Fu Changsheng, Patriarch of an 8th-rank aristocratic family in Yancheng County. Third elder, quickly head to the formation hall. The other 3's faces changed. The Fu family's presence here meant the neighboring Yangang tribe had truly been annihilated. With a trembling heart, they cast spells and reached the formation hall in a flash. The third elder snorted coldly, if the tiger doesn't show its might, you'd think we were sick cats. Immediately, a series of spells were cast into the formation platform. Buzz! Runes on the formation platform surged. Then, a dense icy aura emerged from the formation's light barrier. With a slight tremor, a peak level 3rd Tier 9 Ice Mountain Eagle materialized. The 9 Ice Mountain Eagle flapped its wings and roared furiously. Yun Yangzi's 1,000-feather fan crackled and instantly froze. The icy aura spread outward, seemingly freezing the entire world. Shangguan Li's face was solemn. He turned to Fu Changsheng and said, Clan leader Fu, please help me stall for a moment. With a flick of his sleeve, a dark green bead appeared in his hand. Though unactivated, it emanated a terrifying pressure. Fu Changsheng glanced at it and thought, this appears to be Shangguan Li's ultimate move. Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind. Boom! The red lotus earth core fire within his body erupted, and with a bang, the flames transformed into a high wall in the air, blocking the icy force from entering. Chew! The 9 Ice Mountain Eagle cried out, then swung its claws through the air. Wind blades shot towards Shangguan Li, each one like a full-strength attack from a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. The dense, swarming attack was terrifying. Yun Yangzi retreated repeatedly upon seeing this. He realized that the Changsheng tribe had previously been holding back, but now, seeing the formation about to break, they were clearly intent on killing. The power of the formation alone was so formidable that if the Changsheng chieftain within attacked, with his late Purple Mansion cultivation, he would be no match for them. Brother Kui, I'm sorry, Yun Yangzi bowed. He discarded the 1,000-feather fan and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, streaking off into the distance. Clan leader Kui and his 3 companions cursed upon seeing this, but they couldn't stop a Purple Mansion cultivator. Now, the 3 exchanged glances, and clan leader Nangguang hesitated, saying, should we ask Senior Shangguan to withdraw? With Yun Yangzi's departure, only 2 Purple Mansion cultivators remained in their camp. The Changsheng tribe boasted 4 purple mansion cultivators and 1 late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Even if they broke the formation, they were no match for them. They would only be courting their own demise. It was clear that clan leader Nanguang was already considering retreating, but clan leader Shi shook his head, saying, "Don't worry. With Senior Fu here, we can definitely conquer the Changsheng tribe. Furthermore, retreating now would leave them in limbo when the Luo family came to their senses." Clan leader Kui nodded, saying, "Senior Fu has a late-stage 3rd-level spirit pet. Even if he can't defeat Chief Changsheng, he can at least draw. Let's see what happens." As he spoke, Fu Changsheng watched the wind blades pierce the sky. With his right hand, he cast a spell on the 3 transformation treasure lotus lantern hovering before him. With a humming sound, the treasure lotus lantern trembled gently, and instantly, pieces of blue lotus petals fell, swirling around him and Shangguan Li. Ding, ding, ding. The wind blades landed on the blue lotus, leaving only a series of faint marks before disintegrating. Chew, he suffered repeated setbacks. The 9 Ice Mountain Eagle roared, flapped its wings, and suddenly flew out of the formation, swooping down towards Fu Changsheng and the others. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. His spell changed. Boom. A crackling sound echoed in the air, followed by 3 blasts of evil repelling divine thunder that struck the 9 Ice Mountain Eagle. The 9 Ice Mountain Eagle froze. The green dragon swung its tail hard, and with immense force, it was lifted back into the air. Buzz. Meanwhile, Shangguan Li's heavenly mysterious pearl, the one he had acquired the last time he fell off the cliff, was fully activated. With a shift in his hand seals, he pointed at the light gate of the mountain protection formation ahead. The heavenly mysterious pearl instantly transformed into a streak of silver light and fell into the gate. The heavenly mysterious pearl's spiritual light surged, expanding and contracting, unleashing a terrifying force. Oh no, the 3 elders in the formation hall tried to alter the formation, but it was too late. Boom. A resounding sound shook the mountains and rivers, and the next moment, boom. The mysterious sky pearl exploded, its terrifying pressure instantly ripping through the formation's shield. The 9 Ice Mountain Eagle, halfway back, crackled with a crackle, then collapsed with a bang. The formation was broken. Shangguan Li raised his arm and called out, "Men, follow me and kill the enemy, kill, kill, kill." The shouts of killing shook the heavens. Inside the formation hall, the 3rd elder, reeling from the backlash of the formation, spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of panic on his face. Chief Changsheng decisively declared, "The 3 of you help me trap Fu Changsheng first. Once I kill Shangguan Li, I'll reunite with you." Chief Changsheng saw Shangguan Li activating the mysterious sky pearl, and he was at a critical moment of weakness. If he could slay this man, the Great Zhou would only have Fu Changsheng left, a single purple mansion warrior. With 4 against 1, the odds were clear. With that, he soared into the sky. The Xianyu abacus in his hand shot out, and in midair, each bead transformed into a gray wolf, sweeping towards Shangguan Li from all directions. Ouch! A deep fear flashed in Shangguan Li's eyes. He immediately activated the Kunlun formation plate in his hand. With a humming sound, the Kunlun formation plate's spiritual light shone brightly, and a series of 8 trigrams talismans swirled around him. The gray wolf bit, but could not break through. At the same time, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He slammed his palm into his chest. With a puff, blood fell onto the talisman in his hand. The talisman had only one last use left. Buzz! A terrifying pressure emanated from it, and with a roar, a 4th-level blue phoenix appeared, flapping its wings. This is... The charging Changsheng chieftain had never expected the other party to possess a blue phoenix talisman. Frightened, he tapped the Xianyu abacus repeatedly. With a humming sound, the beads rolled back, quickly forming a complex magic circle in the air. Boom! The blue Luan phoenix swung its claws through the air. Bang, bang, bang! Explosions echoed. Beads shattered, and then, with a thud, the Xianyu abacus disintegrated into dust. A 4th-tier blue Luan phoenix, equivalent to Jinden's Henren, left Chief Changsheng with no escape. Just as the blue Luan phoenix's claws landed between his brows, a humming sound emanated from his body, and a shimmer of witchcraft light shone. Then, his form transformed into a ray of witchcraft light and dissipated. With a crackling sound, the blue Luan phoenix tore apart a 3rd-tier, life and death reincarnation goo, midair. Shangguan Li was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, HMPH. Let's see how many goo worms you have on you." He immediately activated his talisman with all his might. The blue phoenix flapped its wings, and in a flash of green light, it vanished, reappearing a moment later above Chief Changsheng's head. However, this time, Chief Changsheng didn't dodge. With a flick of his left sword, his right hand severed at the root, dissolving into bloody mist with a thud. A divine staff had seemingly appeared in his hand. As an incantation rang out, the golden crow rune on the staff illuminated. Chew, a golden crow materialized. Its power was surprisingly comparable to that of the blue and phoenix. The battle on this side was evenly matched. Elsewhere, the three Changsheng elders, the moment Chief Changsheng departed, immediately formed the three talents formation. Their auras merged, emanating a pressure reminiscent of the late Purple Mansion stage. They activated a golden bowl, and a terrifying suction force erupted from it, radiating towards Fu Changsheng at lightning speed. Catch the thief first, catch the leader first. Clearly, they intended to slay Fu Changsheng first. This way, the green dragon would collapse without a fight. Roar! The green dragon roared, soaring upwards on the wind, carrying Fu Changsheng directly away from the golden bowl's attack. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the ancient treasure flower basket flew out. Accompanied by a series of incantations, the ancient treasure flower basket instantly emitted a series of colorful rays of light. The rays of light fell on the golden bowl, instantly erasing the imprint of spiritual consciousness left on it. The golden bowl transformed into golden light and was absorbed into the flower basket. Puff! The great elder's life-defining spiritual weapon was taken away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the incantation changed. Kang 9 transformations. Transformation. The air vibrated. Above their heads, surging magic power condensed into late-stage third-level Kang crane. The crane flapped its wings and immediately engaged the charging green dragon. Fu Changsheng had witnessed the counterattacks of the Yangang tribe and others, and knew that the Donghuang tribe possessed numerous secret techniques and spiritual arts. Therefore, he was wary of any chance of success and decided to fight quickly. Otherwise, by the time Chief Changsheng was free, he would be surrounded by enemies. I could test the power of Bing Fire Divine Thunder. He immediately activated the third-level Treasure Lotus Lantern. The Treasure Lotus Lantern trembled slightly, and 3 blue lotus petals fell, lingering around him. Ding, ding, ding. The attacks of the 3 Changsheng elders landed within it. They were completely unable to penetrate the blue lotus's defenses, fully demonstrating the advantages of the Treasure Lotus Lantern's advancement. Below, in the formation hall. Seeing this, the great elder hurriedly declared, Fu Changsheng is likely about to use his killing move. Second elder, detonate your heavenly blade ruler to stop him from casting the spell. Quick! The second elder's face was itched with pain, but he knew this was no time for nagging. With a single thought, the heavenly blade ruler soared into the air, hurtling towards Fu Changsheng at breakneck speed. Just as he was about to unleash his magic spell to cause it to self-destruct, something unexpected happened. A rumble. Thunder rumbled in the air. Then, a fire dragon pierced through Fu Changsheng's body. It looked like a fire dragon, but in reality, it was surging lightning, clearly a divine thunder of the fire attribute. What is this? The great elder and the other two's pupils shrank. Before they could react, the fire dragon, transformed from the Bing Fire Divine Thunder, roared and crashed directly into the formation hall with a thud. With a roar, the entire formation hall was instantly razed to the ground. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, while the 3 Purple Mansion elders beneath the ground were already dead. Such a commotion brought the once heated battlefield to a standstill. Everyone looked at Fu Changsheng, perched on the back of the green dragon, as if he were a monster. The previous attack was beyond the power of a Purple Mansion cultivator. Fu Changsheng's face was as pale as paper, clearly drained from the Bing Fire Divine Thunder. Could this clan leader Fu be the reincarnation of a great master? Otherwise, how could he, with his early Purple Mansion cultivation, unleash such might? It was simply unbelievable. Fu Changsheng seemed possessed by a god of war. Everyone was shocked, yet filled with deep fear. The 3 members of the Kui family were especially shocked. Their pupils shrank. Clan leader Kui muttered, I thought my promotion to the 8th rank would allow me to catch up with the Fu family, but now it seems we can't even begin to compare. Clan leaders Nangguang and Shi exchanged glances. They were both established 8th rank families. But watching Fu Changsheng hover in midair, he felt a surge of helplessness and envy. If only his family had produced a genius like him, they would surely have achieved the 7th rank. Yet, the purple star had fallen to the Fu family. Shangguan Li saw it too. His pupils shrank. A flicker of reluctant resignation flashed across his eyes. They were all of the same age. Having experienced several fortuitous encounters, he had believed he could secure his position as Wainan's most gifted cultivator. But compared to Fu Changsheng, he was a far cry from his strength. Big brother, second brother, third brother, Chief Changsheng, unable to believe that his momentary miscalculation would cost the lives of his 3 brothers, gazed at Fu Changsheng with intense hatred in his eyes. Die, he roared. Chief Changsheng's left leg shattered instantly, dissolving into a cloud of bloody mist. It landed with a thud on the divine staff in his hand. The bloody light on the staff intensified, and the runes suddenly illuminated. The golden crow, which had been on the verge of disintegration, coalesced once more, even more solid than before. The golden crow flapped its wings. It dodged Shangguan Li and charged at Fu Changsheng. A moment of hesitation flashed through Shangguan Li's eyes, but he shifted his hand seals and activated the talisman in his hand, sending the blue phoenix blocking the golden crow's path. The golden crow roared, tearing the already disintegrating blue phoenix to shreds. With this opportunity to turn the tide, Fu Changsheng called out, "Zhaoqing!" The green dragon flashed, soaring high on the wind, suddenly hovering above Chief Changsheng. The ancient flower basket in Fu Changsheng's hand flew down, its rays of light landing on the opponent's divine staff. With a humming sound, the staff trembled slightly and then slipped from Chief Changsheng's grasp. Chief Changsheng's pupils constricted. He formed a series of hand seals, and the golden crow reeled back, almost reaching Fu Changsheng. Buzz! Just as Chief Changsheng was distracted, a beam of purple divine light pierced through his brow. With a thud, Chief Changsheng fell heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the golden crow disintegrated with a thud, its staff, unmanned, finally falling into the ancient treasure basket. Chief Changsheng, lying on the ground, had no idea that Fu Changsheng had a backup plan lingering over him, waiting for the moment he lost his loved ones and lost his attention. The entire battle, from start to finish, took less than 10 breaths. 4 purple mansions of the Changsheng tribe were dead. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they raised their arms and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, like a wolf entering a sheepfold, the Changsheng tribe fell. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves and scooped up the remains of Chief Changsheng and 3 elders, along with their storage bags. His greatest satisfaction of this battle was obtaining Chief Changsheng's golden crow staff. But now was not the time to carefully examine their storage bags. After stuffing a few magic pills to restore his mana, Fu Changsheng looked at Shangguan Li. Shangguan Li had used his magic talisman, and his mana was now somewhat depleted. Still somewhat wary of Fu Changsheng, he bowed and said, "Patriarch Fu just displayed his prowess, successfully slaying 4 members of the Changsheng tribe. I admire you," he spoke sincerely. During the fierce battle, if Shangguan Li hadn't summoned the blue phoenix to block his attack, he would have paid a heavy price to slay Chief Changsheng. His opinion of Shangguan Li had slightly changed. After a few humble words, the 2 of them headed for the treasure vault. Patriarchs Kui, Yangang, and she quickly followed, but were only half a step behind them. The door to the vault was firmly shut. Fu Changsheng immersed his consciousness in Chief Changsheng's storage bag and searched for it. Finally, he found the chief's token. He cast a spell into it, and with a humming sound, the token trembled slightly, and a beam of spiritual light shone into the door. With a creaking sound, a ray of spiritual light shone through the door. As the light curtain of the gate's magic array dissipated, the gate opened. Everyone's breathing became noticeably faster, especially clan leaders Kui, Yangang, and she. This was the Purple Mansion tribe, and the treasures within were undoubtedly extraordinary. Even if they could only take a tiny fraction. However, this was still a good source of income. Fu Changsheng took the lead, entering first and scanning with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the treasure vault was divided into 2 levels, the inner and outer levels. The outer level held hundreds of shelves, each containing a box. Lists of the items were written on the sides of the shelves, and most of them contained second-tier spiritual objects. However, Fu Changsheng's sharp eyes spotted a batch of spiritual medicines needed to refine foundation establishment pills. With a flick of his sleeve, the boxes flew up and landed in his storage bag. Clan leader Kui and the others watched with envy, their eyes green with envy. These materials should be enough to refine 5 furnaces of foundation establishment pills. Although they were an 8th-grade aristocratic family, they were still extremely eager for them. Foundation establishment pills were incredibly hard to come by in Huainan Prefecture, where the primary combat force was currently foundation establishment cultivators. 5 furnaces of foundation establishment pills would be enough to cultivate countless more. Even Shangguan Li, standing nearby, hesitated to speak. But thinking of the power of the Bing Fire Divine Thunder, he swallowed his words. Fu Changsheng, without a trace of courtesy, picked out the spiritual herbs his clan didn't have. Finally, when he reached the last shelf, a name caught his eye, Tian Shangyun Guo seeds. There were actually Tian Shangyun Guos. This spiritual fruit was used to cultivate the blue phoenix, but it had long been extinct. Unexpectedly, the seeds still existed in the Tianshang tribe. With this, there was hope for cultivating the blue phoenix in the future. Although the phoenix had hatched, it was still at the first level due to the lack of spiritual materials to cultivate it. The power of the blue phoenix was evident from the talisman Shangguan Li had offered. However, I heard that cultivating the sky sorrow cloud fruit tree requires extremely high spiritual requirements, and if you're not careful, it could die midway. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve and pocketed the seeds, intending to leave them for Chuniang in the stone tablet space to cultivate and plant. Chuniang has a body that is rich in all kinds of medicine, so she should be able to successfully cultivate a sky sorrow cloud fruit tree. After collecting half of the treasures on this level, Shangguan Li opened his mouth and said, "Friend Fu, since Yun Yangzi has escaped midway, you should still take half of his original share." Chapter 324 Return with a full load. Patriarchs Kui, Nanguang, and Shi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They had thought that with Yun Yangzi gone, they would get a larger share, but they hadn't expected Shangguan Li to suddenly become so selfless. However, the 3 of them reacted quickly, laughing and saying, "Yes, Senior Fu, Yun Yangzi's share should be yours half." They immediately switched to addressing Fu Changsheng with a respectful title. This clearly showed the impact the previous battle had had on everyone. "Since that's the case, I'll be honored to accept it." Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate, scanning the area and selecting a dozen more second-tier spiritual objects. He then stepped aside. By the time Shangguan Li finished selecting, the once-filled shelves were almost empty. Patriarch Kui and the other 2 quickly divided up the items, 1 each. Everyone's eyes fell on the inner door, their breathing quickening. This was the real deal. Fu Changsheng flicked his sleeve, and a spell struck the chieftain's token. The token trembled slightly, and a spiritual light rose and landed on the inner gate. With a humming sound, the inner gate's magic circle rippled, and a gap appeared. Through the gap, he saw only a small secret room. In the center of the secret room stood a treasure pavilion, with more than a dozen boxes placed on it. The boxes were all restricted, making it impossible to see what was inside. Fu Changsheng scanned the interior with his spiritual sense, finding no traps or ambushes. He then stepped inside. Shangguan Li followed closely behind, and clan leader Kui and the other 3 hurriedly followed. Shangguan Li glanced at the number of boxes in the treasure pavilion and said, "Clan leader Fu, there are 12 boxes in total. According to the allocation, you can choose 7 first." Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and formed a seal with his right hand. A spell struck the nearest box, adorned with white magic patterns. The box opened, revealing a broken, low-grade, 3rd-tier magic sword. Fu Changsheng skipped over it. The next item to appear was a low-grade, 3rd-tier Kangming stone, though of limited use. 4 boxes were opened in quick succession. Almost all of them contained 3rd-tier spiritual objects. This caused clan leader Kui and his 3 companions to breathe heavily. After all, they were all at the foundation establishment stage, and 3rd-tier spiritual objects were considered high-tier treasures for them. They would be content with just 1. However, seeing Fu Changsheng's impassive demeanor, they couldn't help but whisper, "Senior Fu is truly worthy of being a purple mansion cultivator. He's unmoved by a treasure like the Kangming stone, of course. Senior Fu just captured a purple mansion tribe. He's seen everything, indeed, with a different realm." His perspective also rose. Naturally, they couldn't compare. Fu Changsheng approached the 6th white box with ice patterns, feeling a faint sense of disappointment. The Changsheng tribe seemed even poorer than the Yangang tribe. The intelligence mentioned frost black iron. Could it be that they don't have it? This spiritual material was needed to repair the Xianlong warship's spiritual cannon, and it was one of the purposes of his attack on the Changsheng tribe. Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the box. Buzz! The moment the restriction was broken, a thick icy aura washed over him, as if the air around him froze, with a subtle crackling sound. He looked closely. Inside the box was a spiritual stone the size of an adult's palm, with distinct patterns reminiscent of a redbud flower. Frost black iron, Shangguan Li exclaimed beside him. Frost black iron is a third-grade, premium spiritual item, a special material for crafting spiritual cannons. This single piece alone is worth more than the treasures in the previous 5 boxes. Shangguan Li's eyes flashed with eagerness. Hiss! The azure dragon coiled around Fu Changsheng's fingertips was the most perceptive, turning its head and hissing at him. Shangguan Li's mind cleared immediately. However, he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. With this piece of frost black iron, the Fu family could repair at least 2 spiritual cannons. The power of the Xianlong warship would far surpass that of an early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. It was like having an additional Purple Mansion warrior. How could he not be jealous? Clan leader Kui and the other 3 watched with eyes that gleamed, swallowing their saliva in unison. Clan leader Shi prayed inwardly, I hope the Great Elder will achieve a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm this time. Without a Purple Mansion cultivator in the clan, it was difficult to hold sway in Wainan Prefecture. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve and pocketed the frost black iron. With that, his purpose was complete. He also found some healing elixirs in the boxes below. Opening the last box, he saw a pill bottle with colorful patterns on a white background. The bottle contained 2 spiritual pills. What is this? Fu Changsheng was puzzled. The elixir in the bottle was the size of a soybean, faintly shrouded in a 3-colored mist. This was the first time he had seen such an elixir. Shangguan Li also leaned forward to take a look, his eyes flashing with surprise. Fu Changsheng said, Clan leader Shangguan, do you recognize this? Yes, I saw it in an ancient book. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the rejuvenating elixir. Taking this elixir can maintain eternal youth. Shangguan Li was not interested in this item. Clan leader Kui and the other 2 immediately looked away upon hearing this. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. You can give this to Mizhan as a gift. Women dress to please themselves. What woman doesn't love beauty? He immediately pocketed the rejuvenating elixir. After everyone had divided it up, they headed to the sutra library. Everyone had no objection to the books and secret techniques here, and each of them copied a copy to take back to their respective clans. Finally, the Kui clan leaders exchanged a glance and said, 2 elders, how do you 2 decide to divide up the Changsheng tribe's spiritual vein and these 1,000 acres of spiritual farmland? Shangguan Li looked at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng replied bluntly, you can simply convert the spiritual stones into spiritual stones to pay me. The Fu clan had already occupied the Yangang tribe and could not spare any manpower to defend it. While the Kui clan leaders wanted the spiritual vein and farmland, their share was too small to afford the spiritual stones needed to compensate. Therefore, the spiritual vein ultimately belonged to the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Li handed Fu Changsheng 350,000 spiritual stones, both from his possession and from the confiscated items, and said, Clan leader Fu, how about I return the remaining spiritual stones in installments over 5 years? Fu Changsheng nodded. Seeing he showed no sign of leaving, everyone looked puzzled. Fu Changsheng coughed lightly and said, if you have no use for the remains of the Changsheng tribe, please pack them up for me. Shangguan Li subconsciously glanced at the green dragon wrapped around Fu Changsheng's fingertips. Since their 2 families would live side by side in the eastern wilderness, he immediately said, no problem, clan leader Fu. Wait a moment. I'll have my tribesmen bring the remains to you. He then sent a message down. A moment later, Shangguan Feng arrived with several storage bags and respectfully handed them to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng waved his hand. Thank you so much. He immediately pocketed the bags and, with a flick of his sleeve, a box floated towards Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng was stunned for a moment. Fu Changsheng said, this is a reward for the disciples who collected the remains. Please help me distribute it. Thank you, Senior Fu. Shangguan Feng's face lit up with joy, and he quickly thanked him. In the crowd far from the Shangguan family, a hunched old man looked at Fu Changsheng, surrounded by so many people. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. He recalled their first meeting, when Fu Changsheng was only at the 4th level of key refining. Now, not only had he surpassed him, but he had become the foremost purple mansion cultivator in Huainan Prefecture. Meanwhile, he had stopped at Foundation Establishment and was nearing the end of his life. It was truly fate's trick. Shangguan Wei watched Fu Changsheng disappear into the distance, his face filled with envy and despair. The green dragon's flight speed was incredibly fast. It took less than an hour to return from the Changsheng tribe to the Yangang tribe. Yao and the other two, who were repairing the Yangang tribe's mountain defense formation, saw the green light approaching from afar and their eyes lit up with joy. Although they were confident in Fu Changsheng's combat prowess, they were wary of the possibility of an emergency. Yao hurried to meet him. "Father, have the Changsheng tribe been dealt with?" "Yes," Fu Changsheng smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Suddenly, a box with ice patterns on a white background flew out. Yao saw that it was frost black iron and exclaimed, "It's frost black iron." Runzi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, was even more excited and trembling. "Master, with this frost black iron, we can repair the other two spiritual cannons on our Xianlong warship." This is a great news. The Xianlong warship had a total of 6 spiritual cannons on both sides, but only one was usable. Once the other 2 spiritual cannons were repaired, it would undoubtedly be a great addition to the Fu family. Liu Runzi excitedly accepted the frost black iron and immediately summoned the disciples of the weapon refining hall. They decided to work day and night to repair the remaining 2 spiritual cannons first. After all, they were now in the eastern wilderness. 2 more spiritual cannons would mean an additional purple mansion warrior for the Fu family. Seeing his tribesmen spontaneously moving without his command, Fu Changsheng immediately swung into the uppermost cabin. After deactivating the magic circle, he slapped his storage bag, and Chief Changsheng's 4 purple mansion corpses levitated before him. Hiss! The green dragon immediately let out an excited hiss. Fu Changsheng smiled, "No rush," with a flick of his right hand. The human emperor banner swayed slightly, and Qiu Chan appeared in a flash. His gaze fell on Qiu Chan, and his eyes lit up. "Qiu Chan, are you nearing a breakthrough, Master? I've absorbed and refined the purple mansion souls stored in the human emperor banner. Combined with the souls of Chief Yangang and the other 4, I'm vaguely reaching the bottleneck of the mid-3rd stage, but I still feel a little off. I've acquired 4 new purple mansion souls. Please absorb and refine them all and see if you can break through." "Thank you, Master." Qiu Chan's face lit up with joy as he formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, a black aura shot out from their bodies, lingering around the 4 men. They trembled slightly, and then wisps of their spirits slowly rose. Among them, Chief Changsheng's spirit hummed and suddenly woke up. It transformed into a streak of white light and was about to sink into Fu Changsheng's body, attempting to possess him. "You're looking for death?" Qiu Chan's seal changed. Boom! The black light transformed into a mysterious sky rope that swiftly coiled around Chief Changsheng's soul, wrapping it like a dumpling. Then, with a powerful tug, Chief Changsheng was instantly encased within the human emperor banner. The other 3 elders were also absorbed, unaware of the situation. "Master, I will enter the human emperor banner for retreat first." "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded, then addressed the already salivating green dragon. "You can eat now." Hiss! Before swallowing, the green dragon sent a message to Fu Changsheng. Though the words were blurry, he understood. It meant that in the future, the green dragon wanted to consume this type of corpse while it was still hot, so as to preserve the flavor. The green dragon had broken through to the late 3rd stage. Not only was it indifferent to corpses of 2nd and lower stages, it was now becoming more discerning even with 3rd stage corpses. Fu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Buzz! With the green dragon's mouth throbbing, the corpse was instantly devoured. At that moment, the panel in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a line of text appeared. "Green Dragon, late stage 3, 200/400, that's good progress." Fu Changsheng estimated that with one more battle, Green Dragon would be able to break through to the peak of stage 3. Huh? He took a deep breath. With a flick of his sleeve, 4 storage bags suddenly floated in front of him. Since the battle began, he hadn't had time to check the storage bags of Chief Changsheng and the other 3. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the storage bag of the 2nd elder of Changsheng. A flash of light appeared, and piles of spirit stones suddenly appeared, followed by more than a dozen boxes. A careful scan revealed that the spirit stones were mostly low-grade, with an additional 100 mid-grade spirit stones, totaling 160,000 low-grade spirit stones. The boxes contained all the materials for refining equipment of the third stage and low grade. There was also a yellowed ancient tome titled General Guide to Weapon Refining. Surprisingly, there's a complete manual on weapon refining. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with delight as he quickly flipped through it, discovering that the General Guide to Weapon Refining consisted of 5 volumes. This was only the first volume, covering the refining of third-tier spiritual weapons. However, for the Fu family, which had no weapon refining heritage, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. With this, combined with the weapon refining talents of Yangling and the other 3 brothers, the Fu family will surely produce a third-tier weapon refiner in the future. This was a good start. His gaze fell on the storage bag of the third elder Changsheng. He infused a spell. Buzz! A pile of spirit stones came into view. Compared to the third elders, this one had more mid-grade spirit stones, with only a few lower-grade ones. Overall, the total amount of spirit stones was only half of the second elders. The bag contained mostly formation materials, along with a jade slip densely inscribed with all of the third elder's insights on formations. Looks like a third-tier formation master. Fu Changsheng decided to hand it over to Yao shortly. With these formation materials, the 3 formation masters would surely be able to repair the mountain protection formation much faster. Then, Fu Changsheng opened the storage bags of Great Elder Changsheng and Chief Changsheng. Boom! A surge of abundant spiritual energy washed over him. A closer look revealed 10 top-grade spirit stones among the pile. This, Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. Top-grade spirit stones contain pure and more vigorous spiritual energy. They are used by high-level cultivators to restore mana and achieve breakthroughs in setting up spirit-gathering formations. Even high-level formations require top-grade spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. He was quite satisfied with just these 10 top-grade spirit stones. He calculated that the total spirit stones in the 4 storage bags approached 700,000. Adding the 350,000 in Shangguan Li's subsidy, the total reached 1 million. It's shocking to see how much you'd never know until you counted. Fu Changsheng was also stunned by this staggering number. Adding the spirit stones he'd collected from the Yanang tribes and those he'd accumulated previously, he now had nearly 2 million. This, unknowingly, he'd become a wealthy man. He was rejoicing. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his arm. He peered closer and saw that it was the movement coming from the 5 elements cave heaven. Could it be that the cave heaven has completed its evolution? Fu Changsheng tried to communicate with Chunyuan. Buzz! Suddenly, a suction force erupted from the mark on his arm. Then, with a whoosh, the spirit stones that had been lingering around him were completely absorbed by the 5 elements cave heaven, and the suction force didn't decrease at all. That's 1 million spirit stones. Not enough. You want more. Fu Changsheng had thought himself a millionaire the moment before, only to find himself penniless the next. He'd already invested millions of spirit stones, and with so many spiritual objects still within the 5 elements cave heaven, he couldn't just give up. He gritted his teeth, slapped his storage bag, and with a flash of light, all his previously stored spirit stones were fed into the 5 elements cave heaven. Buzz! A moment later, the 5 elements cave heaven seal seemed unable to absorb so many spirit stones. It dispensed 3 more low-grade spirit stones. Fu Changsheng was a bit amused and unsure. I spent 2 million spirit stones. I hope the cave heaven evolution doesn't disappoint me. He stared intently for a long moment. Realizing that the 5 elements cave heaven seemed unlikely to complete its evolution anytime soon, he gave up and retracted his gaze, returning to the pile of boxes. He opened one, revealing a yellow jade slip. With a wave of his hand, the slip landed between his brows. He quickly read through it. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. 9 transformations of the blue crane. This was an ancient combined battle formation, capable of cultivation from the key refining stage all the way up to the purple mansion. He had witnessed the power of the 3 elders of the Changsheng tribe's technique. This formation was suited for those with a shared mindset. The greater the rapport, the greater the power of this ancient formation. The creator of this formation had intended it for his own triplets. It could be practiced by the 3 brothers Yangling. They were triplets, and inseparable, making it a perfect fit. The last box opened. A flash of witchcraft light caught the eye. Inside, a pair of cocoons lay, with the faint outlines of an old man and a child. This is, in a flash, Fu Changsheng recalled the reincarnation goo used by Chief Changsheng. Could these insect eggs be the reincarnation goo? He thought with delight. He quickly searched Chief Changsheng's storage bag and the books in their sutra library, but found no relevant records. Strange. Since this insect belongs to Chief Changsheng, he shouldn't have left behind any legacy. He studied it for a while. He didn't know how to cultivate the goo worm. He immediately and carefully sealed it, intending to show it to Gan Muwen after returning to his fiefdom in Yuncheng County. Now, Gan Muwen was the only one in the tribe who possessed the talent for goo dao. After collecting everything, a familiar mechanical voice came to his mind. Ling, you have obtained many spiritual objects and cultivation manuals for your tribe, and assisted the Shangguan family and others in conquering the Changsheng tribe. You have earned 7,000 court merit points and 9,000 family contribution points. Chapter 325 Important Intelligence, Layout. Fu Changsheng looked at the 7,000 imperial merit points displayed on the dashboard. Including the 3,000 from the Kiwaya tribe, his family now had amassed a total of 70,000. They needed another 10,000 imperial merit points to reach the 7th rank. How about a trip to the Kayanai tribe? The Changsheng tribe consisted of 3 major Purple Mansion tribes. Only the Kayanai tribe remained, but it bordered the Changsheng tribe, was founded by the Changsheng tribe's second son, and was located in the forest. Forget it, the Changsheng and Yangang tribes alone had nearly cost him his life. Since the clan still hadn't gathered all its third-rank technicians, the remaining 10,000 imperial merit points could be accumulated slowly. He immediately cast a thought on the dashboard, deducing the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art. Buzz! The dashboard vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Immediately, a stream of brilliant yellow tadpole characters emerged, then connected into line, bubbling into a sea of consciousness. Divine thoughts are vast, consciousness boundless. Spiritual essence condenses the heart, he connects the spirits. The stars shimmer in a miraculous order, heavenly thunder glimmers. The sword formation unites, the divine controls the heavens, he carefully contemplated it. He discovered that practicing the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art was significantly more difficult than the 3rd. However, the end of the technique contained a note: if one can find the aid of divine yin mysterious water, cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Otherwise, using ordinary meditation techniques would be an indefinite endeavor, and even those with average aptitude would struggle to complete it in their lifetime. However, once the 4th level was completed, one could utilize the techniques accompanying heavenly thunder and star sword formation, forged from heavenly thunder bamboo and starstone. There were 12 thunder swords in total. According to the technique, once this formation was unleashed, even a giant and true person would struggle to counter it. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. According to that, once I've mastered this formation, won't I be able to challenge higher-level warriors in the future? Furthermore, this sword formation is also applicable even to those who have reached the Jinden stage. However, heavenly thunder bamboo is rare, star stone is hard to find, and as for the divine yin mysterious water, he's unheard of it. No rush, he currently controls 2 secret realms and ancient cultivator caves. Let's not talk about the one in Hanlin River for now. Once the war in the eastern wilds is over, Yao Iao and the other 2 will be able to return to their Yuncheng County fiefdom to break the barrier. There must be 1 or 2 useful treasures in that ancient cultivator cave. Secondly, the guidance order he received from Chief Yunan should also be an entrance ticket to a secret realm or ruins. Plus, the intelligence mentioned that 30 years from now, only those of the 7th rank aristocratic family and above of the Great Zhou dynasty will be able to enter a small world ruin. Until then, he simply needs to improve his cultivation as much as possible. Once he reached the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion, he should be able to perform powerful spiritual arts like Bing Fire Divine Thunder 3 times. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng glanced at the storage bag at his waist. He currently had all the spiritual ingredients for the Kingayan pill. He only needed to give it to Mei Zhen to refine. By then, he should be able to reach the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. His eyes fell on the control panel. He saw that his family contribution points were only 4,000, just as he expected. He hesitated for a moment. Fu Changsheng's thought fell on the control panel. Exchange information. Buzz! The control panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The Changsheng tribe's Jinden Grand Elder has been killed by Luo Haidang, and the Changsheng tribe has fallen. The neighboring Chang'an tribe received a letter for help when the Changsheng tribe was attacked, but the Chang'an tribe did not provide assistance due to the hatred between their fathers. After the Changsheng tribe fell, the Shangguan tribe's grand elder felt a little regretful and quickly sent a message to the Eastern Wilderness Royal Court, hundreds of miles south of the Yangang tribe, at the junction of the Zifu tribe and the Osprey tribe, a subordinate of the Shangguan tribe. There is a miniature starstone vein in Xinguang Mountain, which will be discovered by Shangguan Li in a few years. 3. A few months later, the Osprey tribe's chief candidate, the Osprey Prince, was hunting in Yutao Mountain. After dissecting a Kangming beast, a Zuanine pearl was found. 4. The cave ruins discovered by the Yu family contain a clump of mature Xianli bamboo. 5. The site where the summons was held by Chief Yin will be opened in a few years. It contains the mysterious water of divine yin, which will be discovered by Prince Osprey. 6. Fu Changsheng looked at the lines of text above, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, only when I master something can I deduce the relevant information from the information above, whether it is the mysterious water of divine yin required to practice the 4th level of the Danju or the materials for refining the thunder sword required for the sky thunder star sword formation. They all have their sources. It seems I have to go to Xinguang Mountain before Shangguan Li. However, before that, I have to wait for the Luo family to send a message. Since the Changsheng tribe has been destroyed, the subordinate Kainai tribe is probably also annihilated, and the remaining foundation-building tribes have been defeated one by the major families in Huainan. Next, it is time to reward the merits. He can't disappear without a reason. But before that, he can arrange things first. Immediately, a spell was cast into the communication jade talisman. Yangsheng, please come to the top floor of the warship. After a while, Fu Yangsheng, his face flushed, respectfully appeared in Fu Changsheng's cabin. Master, what are your orders? Gather some of the supplies for this campaign. Once Runzi and the others have repaired the other 2 spiritual cannons, we'll immediately depart for Jingzhou. Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a box floated towards Fu Yangsheng. Please give this box to Mizhun for me. Remember, it must not be passed on to anyone else. Yes, Master. Fu Yangsheng carefully took it with both hands. Although he was curious about the contents of the box, he knew from the restrictions on it that only the mistress could unlock it. After putting it into his sleeve, Fu Yangsheng bowed and said, Master, I have a small suggestion. Fu Yangsheng was born into business with an extremely flexible mind. Several major initiatives within the clan were related to him. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, just tell me. Yes, Patriarch. Fu Yangsheng composed his thoughts and spoke slowly. Patriarch, although we have conquered the Yangang tribe, this is ultimately the Eastern Wilderness. Our elite members will not be able to hold on to this place in the future. If we want to hold this place, I think we can rely on external forces. Do you mean to recruit guest elders from outside the family? When Luofang Mountain was conquered by the Xianlong tribe, it was the guest elders who acted as internal collaborators and opened the mountain protection formation. For this reason, the Fu family has rarely recruited anyone except those with whom they are well informed. Moreover, after all these years, there are only about 10 members from outside the family. Upon hearing this, Fu Yangsheng quickly shook his head. Master, what I mean is, we should find a mountain top and build a city. Anyone from aristocratic families, independent cultivators, or even imperial prisoners can enter. Our people will simply occupy a seat within it. We must build this city into their own, located directly in front of the Yangang tribe, so that they can serve as the first line of defense against future invasions by the Eastern Wasteland tribe. His thoughts were a bit confused, but Fu Changsheng understood the general idea. He pondered for a moment and said, I'll have Uncle Fei contact you about this matter later. Whether or not we can get this city up and running depends entirely on your performance, but the clan will provide the greatest support. To get people into the Eastern Wasteland, there must first be incentive. Fu Changsheng thought the idea was good, but implementing it would be incredibly difficult. Fu Yangsheng was thrilled upon hearing this. Thank you, Master. Fu Changsheng gave him a few more instructions. A few days later, the jade communication talisman on his waist suddenly lit up. When the Huainan prefecture aristocratic families attacked the Changsheng tribe, a group of men were quietly lurking in Yunayao Mountain, 10 miles outside Pingshan County. Though they appeared to be great Zhou cultivators, their aura was far more rugged and savage. The leader sat upright on a cushion in a cave. The aura of this man was remarkably that of a purple mansion cultivator. After a while, a spy rushed to the front of the cave at an extremely fast speed, knelt on one knee, and said in a muffled voice, Reporting to the third elder, it is indeed as you expected. Outside the Fu family's Yancheng County fiefdom, there is a demon-protecting city that can resist third-level monsters, and inside there is a large mountain protection formation, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, there is only one mountain protection formation in the Pingshan County fiefdom, and this formation has been conquered before. The formation master has tested it. If you want to break the formation, you only need to activate the third-level spiritual weapon to attack the 1,000 gates, and you can break the formation. In addition, the information we have collected is that the person who is now in charge of Pingshan County is Fu Changsheng's eldest daughter-in-law, and most of the Fu family's foundation building people have been recruited by the Luo family to attack the Yanang tribe. The main combat force of the Fu family will certainly not be able to return to support for a while. Third elder, when do you think the formation will be broken? There was a faint mark of an osprey on the old man's brow. They were from the Osprey tribe, under the jurisdiction of the Yangang tribe. The third Osprey elder slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, although the Fu family's main force may not be able to return for reinforcements for a while, there's no guarantee there won't be other unforeseen circumstances. Pass the order down, conduct a thorough investigation to confirm that there are no other hidden Fu family forces in the vicinity. Once everything is confirmed, we can then proceed to break the formation. Yes, third elder. The spy obeyed the order and quickly turned and left. A few days later, other spies returned, all reporting no unusual findings. The third Osprey elder then slowly stood up. The aura of the Purple Palace inadvertently emanated from him, causing the air around him to freeze. Prepare to break the formation. The third Osprey elder waved his sleeve. A treasure ship suddenly floated in midair, expanding in an instant. Dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators who had been staying in the cave abode boarded. The third Osprey elder flashed and landed on the deck of the treasure ship. He cast a spell, and the treasure ship hummed and sped off towards the Pingshan County fiefdom. About half a cup of tea passed before the Fu family's mountain gate came into view. A formation master, hidden nearby, received the message and flew a magical instrument aboard the treasure ship. The three of them slowly unfolded the topographic map and infused a spell. Instantly, the outlines of a large mountain protection formation materialized. Formation Master Yu Sang pointed to the location of the 1,000 gates and said, Third Elder, use your natal spiritual instruments full force to strike. Even if the Fu family is completely unprepared, this will be enough to break the formation. He then demonstrated the technique to the three of them. The third Osprey Elder took a quick look. Since they had decided to attack the formation, they needed to do it quickly to avoid any complications. He said coldly, remember, after breaking the formation, I will first enter the mountain gate to investigate. If anything changes, you need not worry about me. Immediately urge the treasure ship to depart. Do you understand, Third Elder? We must stand with you. Formation Master Yu Sang shook his head upon hearing this. He was an abandoned child, picked up and raised by the Third Elder, who had brought him into the path of cultivation. He had long considered him a father figure and naturally did not want the Third Elder to risk his life alone. The third Osprey Elder shook his head. I am of the Purple Mansion. If I were trapped, I still have secret methods to escape. You, however, Yu Sang tried to persuade him. The third Osprey Elder glared. This is an order. Do you dare to disobey? Disciple dares not. Yu Sang quickly lowered his head. The third Osprey Elder took a deep breath and looked towards the Yancheng County gate. His eyes narrowed slightly. This time, they learned from spies that the Huainan noble families were planning to attack the Changsheng tribe. Since their superiors, the Yangang tribe, showed no intention of supporting them, Huainan's rear was currently empty, making it an opportunity to plunder supplies. Looking at the major Huainan noble families, the Fu family was currently the most powerful and prosperous, so they naturally wanted to attack, to pick a fat sheep. These were the exact words of Chief Osprey. The third Elder of Osprey was actually targeting the 9th-rank noble families. Their weak foundations made it easier to attack the mountain gates. Slaughtering a few of them would equal the number of the Fu family. However, after the chief heard rumors of the Fu family's rise, suspecting Fu Changsheng must possess some secret, he had targeted the Fu family. I hope the chief's intuition isn't wrong this time. Chief Yuan glared at the deck and instantly soared into the air. Simultaneously, with a thought, his natal spiritual weapon, the 9 axes of the Sea of Heaven, roared out. Accompanied by a magical incantation, the 9 axes of the Sea of Heaven shone 100 feet in brilliance. His hand seal shifted. The 9 axes of the Sea of Heaven transformed into a bolt of lightning, slashing through the air at the 1,000 gates of the mountain's protective formation. Before the axe reached the mountain, 9 axe blades, dozens of feet long, connected in a line and struck the 1,000 gates. Boom, boom, boom. The protective formation of the Fu family's Pingshan County fiefdom, which had previously radiated a gentle glow, suddenly intensified, as if provoked, colliding with the blade's attack, creating dazzling sparks. A continuous roar echoed through the mountain, as if the entire mountain were trembling. Under the fierce attack of the third-tier spiritual weapon, the 1,000 gates of the mountain protection formation crackled, and cracks appeared in an instant. Seeing this, the third Osprey Elder's eyes lit up. This mountain protection formation was indeed just as Yu Sang had predicted. He swooped down, wielding the 9 axes of the Sea of Heaven, infusing it with surging magical power. With a humming sound, the 9 axes of the Sea of Heaven transformed into a blazing sun, within which Acacian Mansion was reflected. The third Osprey Elder was like Pangu, the god of heaven. He struck from the air. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the cracks in the 1,000 gates completely shattered, and the mountain protection formation was successfully breached. The formation is broken. The third Osprey Elder's guarded heart relaxed. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the only member of the Fu family now had a purple mansion cultivation level, Fu Changsheng. The enemy had already rushed to the front lines, and the Fu family's only reliance was the mountain protection formation. Now that the formation was broken, the threat to the Fu family was gone. However, just in case, he waved his hand to signal the treasure ship to dock outside. With a flicker of his body, he entered the formation. However, the moment he entered the mountain gate, he felt a strange aura coming towards him. At this moment, the formation, which had been crumbling, suddenly activated again. Rays of light shot up into the sky, then swirled back down, transforming into a vast azure shield that trapped the third Osprey Elder within. Within the formation, azure clouds swirled, as if brewing something. A trap. The third Osprey Elder's face suddenly changed. The 1,000-door formation was just a deception, designed to lure him into a trap. Damn, cunning Great Joe Cultivator. The third Osprey Elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, a spell struck the Cheyenne Yang 9 axe. With a humming sound, the Cheyenne Yang 9 axe transformed into a series of axe blades to protect him. At this moment, a third-tier green python materialized from the formation, its tail whipping through the air with immense force towards the third Osprey Elder. Wielding the 9 axe of the Sea of Heaven, the third Osprey Elder slashed fiercely at the oncoming python's tail. Crack! With a resounding sound, the green python was shattered, dissolving into tiny specks of light that vanished into the air. HMPH, that's all. The third Osprey Elder, seeing his strike was successful, a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. He was about to urge the 9 axe of the Sea of Heaven to break the formation when suddenly, clouds and mist swirled around him, accompanied by a series of furious roars. Then, a stream of green pythons, each one a third-tier cultivator, appeared around him. The third Osprey Elder's pupils shrank. Even the most powerful third-tier mountain-protecting formation couldn't conjure up so many third-tier green pythons simultaneously. The only possibility was that all of them were illusions, with only one being the real thing. But with a scan of his spiritual sense, he couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. His eyes narrowed slightly as he hurriedly wielded the 9 Cheyenne Yang axes. The axes swung with a ferocious force, forming layers of yellow shields around him. He intended to remain constant in the face of change. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Outside the formation, Yu Sang and the others witnessed a completely different scene from the third Osprey Elder. The third Elder stood there, stunned and dumbfounded, as if in a trance. Meanwhile, underground, a figure in black suddenly shot out, emanating the aura of a purple mansion. How is this possible? The Fu family only had one purple mansion, so how could another suddenly appear? The third Elder was in danger. Yu Sang hurriedly said, "You go ahead, don't worry about me." Without hesitation, he activated his magical instruments and instantly arrived in front of the formation. A third-level talisman in his hand was instantly activated. With a bang, a long sword descended from the sky, slashing down on the life gate with lightning speed. Buzz! The life gate was under attack. The magic circle trembled slightly, and the eyelids of the third Osprey Elder, who had been trapped in the illusion, fluttered, evidently showing signs of awakening. Yu Sang, Upon seeing this, was about to draw out his only remaining talisman, when a whoosh, whoosh, a piercing sound echoed from underground. Then, a long skeleton vine pierced through his abdomen like lightning. Its branches swayed, and in an instant, Yu Sang was sucked into a skeleton. Then, with a thud, he was reduced to ash. The people on the treasure ship witnessed this scene. Their scalps tingled. What kind of demonic vine is this? Not daring to stay, they hurriedly urged the treasure ship to flee. Buzz! At this moment, the skeleton vine spun with a whoosh. It unexpectedly extended infinitely, wrapping itself around the treasure ship in reverse at incredible speed. Then, barbed hooks sprouted from the vine, whizzing out and piercing through the eyebrows of everyone on the treasure ship. The treasure ship's members were all at the Foundation establishment stage, so naturally they wouldn't sit still and wait for death. They summoned their magical instruments and cast spells to repel the demonic vine's attacks. Meanwhile, during the fight, Feng Sang turned to glance at the battlefield behind him, only to find that the third Osprey Elder, trapped in the formation, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the third Elder has escaped? Feng Sang's eyes lit up with joy. If so, they were saved. Chapter 326, Rewarding According to Merit, the Biggest Winner. Feng Sang's thoughts had barely formed when he saw a familiar Changsheng 9 axe hovering overhead. However, the weapon was wielded not by the third Elder, but by a bearded man. Third Elder, died in battle. Buzz! Before he could react, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Those who had been battling the skeleton demon vine froze in their tracks. Swoosh, 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 the skeleton demon vine seized the opportunity and pierced through the eyebrows of dozens of Foundation establishment warriors. Zzz, a purring sound could be heard. A few breaths. Crackling, crackling. One by one, the Foundation establishment warriors were instantly drained dry, and with a thud, they vanished into ash. The skeleton demon vine's aura had noticeably increased, their numbers overwhelming the sky and the sun. It was truly terrifying. Yang Fei, wielding the Changsheng 9 axe, saw this scene with a narrowed pupil. This Patriarch's spiritual pet is too. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly pocketed the storage bag. After a moment's hesitation, he said to the skeleton demon vine, "The purple mansion corpse in the mountains is yours." Squeak! The skeleton demon vine instantly solidified into a humanoid silhouette and bowed to Yang Fei. Then, in a flash of excitement, it transformed into a green shadow and arrived in the mountains. The head of the third Osprey Elder had been severed, leaving only his lower body. The skeleton demon vine burrowed into his neck. A gurgling sound of sucking could be heard. Then, a layer of mysterious runes suddenly appeared on the skeleton demon vine. Yu Lian, emerging from the formation hall, observed this scene with astonishment. With the consumption of the third Osprey Elder's corpse, the skeleton demon vine had actually ascended to the quasi-third stage of cultivation. Its rapidity was simply astonishing. With another wave of corpses, won't this skeleton demon vine be able to break through to the third stage directly? Yu Lian envied him. It seemed as if her father-in-law always had an endless supply of treasures and spiritual pets. At this moment, Yang Fei also returned from outside the mountain. Yu Lian hurriedly bowed. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fei." Yang Fei waved his hand. He had originally intended to travel to the eastern wasteland with the Patriarch, but upon departure, he was told to stay in his fiefdom in Pingshan County and set up a plan. Sure enough, an invasion did occur. All of this success was due to the Patriarch's foresight. Yang Fei looked towards the eastern wasteland. "I wonder how the Patriarch's campaign is going," a hint of worry in his eyes. When the Fu family killed the third Elder of the Osprey and his group, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. "Ling, you've planned ahead and successfully killed a foreign enemy. You've earned 2,000 Imperial Merit Points and 2,000 Family Contribution Points." Then, the Family Contribution Points on the dashboard instantly changed to 6,000. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. "It seems the Pingshan County plan is going smoothly." He hesitated for a moment about the additional Family Contribution Points, but he didn't use them, intending to save them until he had 50,000 to use for system upgrades. He emerged from the cabin. Fu Changsheng said to Fu Changli, "Fourth sister, I'll leave this place in your care. I'm going to the Xianshan tribe, master." "Did the Luo family issue the call for war?" "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about I go with you so we can take care of everything?" Fu Changsheng shook his head. He soothed her. "The Xianshan tribe has already been conquered by the Luo family. This call-up is likely a reward based on merit, so don't worry. I'll leave Chu Chen and the third-level corpse puppet with the tribe. Keep me informed if anything matters. Yes, Master. Fu Changli breathed a sigh of relief, then a hint of joy. She had already reached the peak of Foundation establishment cultivation. With the Zuanine grass, she could open her Nuan palace and achieve half-step purple mansion status. However, in the clan, besides her, Fu Changli and Fu Yonggai were also at the peak of Foundation establishment. Given their cultivation talent, Fu Changli should be the first to obtain the Zuanine grass, while considering his contributions to the clan, Fu Yonggai would definitely receive one. Therefore, only if she possessed 3 stalks of the Zuanine grass, a reward from the Luo family, would she have a chance to claim it. Patriarch, be careful on your journey. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. He rode the green dragon out of the tribe a short distance before encountering Shangguan Li. Shangguan Li, seemingly waiting for him, bowed from afar. Chief Fu, he said. As they approached, he explained, although the Xianchen tribe has been eliminated, the neighboring Xian'an tribe still exists. If we travel together, we can mitigate some of the risks. Chief Fu, would you mind? With great pleasure, Fu Changsheng nodded with a smile. The Xian'an tribe was not only a Jiandan tribe, but also subordinated the 3 Purple Mansion tribes. 2 of them, plus 2 third-tier spirit pets, would be equivalent to 4 Purple Mansion warriors. Even if the Xian'an tribe's subordinates saw them, they would probably think twice before taking action. This time, to claim the reward, the Luo family had only allowed 2 of them to go. For safety reasons, the other families stayed in various places and would later send people to the headquarters of the 2 major tribes to take back their shares. The 2 of them were silent all the way. Fu Changsheng was relieved. The 2 of them flew for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping day and night before arriving at the Xianchen tribe. From a distance, they could sense the rich spiritual energy coming from the tribe. As they got closer, they saw a towering wall coming into view. At the city gate, it turned out that a purple mansion of the Luo family was in charge. Fu Changsheng did not dare to neglect it. He pointed the green dragon and landed lightly on the ground. He bowed to Luo Yunqing and said, "How are you, Taoist Luo?" Shangguan Li, who was standing by, also hurried forward to greet him. Luo Yunqing, a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, glanced past Shangguan Li and landed on Fu Changsheng, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I heard that clan leader Fu single-handedly annihilated the Yangang tribe. Furthermore, he aided 4 other clans in successfully conquering the Changsheng tribe. 2 major purple mansion clans perished at clan leader Fu's hands. He truly is a young and promising man. It was just luck," Fu Changsheng said modestly. Seeing that Fu Changsheng didn't deny it, Luo Yunqing's curiosity quickly turned to respect. So, Fu Changsheng, at early purple mansion stage, had defeated the enemy, surpassing his level. He bowed and said, "Our great elder has been waiting for quite some time. Please enter." Luo Yunqing opened a corner of the formation. A Luo family foundation establishment cultivator personally led the 2 of them all the way to the inner city. Judging from the layout of the city, it was filled with mechanical formations. Fu Changsheng couldn't imagine how the Luo family had managed to capture it. They arrived outside the inner city's meeting hall. Fu Changsheng and the other 2 waited for a moment, then 10 purple mansions filed out. Each one paused noticeably as they passed Fu Changsheng, and several even greeted him enthusiastically. Shangguan Li, standing nearby, was ignored, seemingly acting like one of Fu Changsheng's lackeys. Shangguan Li took a deep breath, secretly vowing to redouble his efforts in the future. This feeling of being ignored, once was enough. "Come in," a slightly weary voice called from within. Fu Changsheng and the other 2 instinctively straightened their clothes. Entering the meeting hall, they saw Luo Haiding seated at the head of the table. Unlike his usual heroic attire, he was now dressed in a Haiding palace dress, his demeanor becoming more dignified and elegant. "Greetings, Senior Luo." Fu Changsheng and the other 2 quickly saluted. Luo Haiding pointed to a nearby chair and said, "Sit down." After serving tea, Luo Haiding said, "Thank you both for your hard work in successfully conquering all of Xianzhen's tribes. As agreed, I will reward you accordingly based on your merit points earned. However, if you desire otherwise, you can exchange Foundation establishment pills and other items for other items." With a flick of his sleeve, 2 scrolls of lists floated toward Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Li, respectively. Fu Changsheng reached out to catch one, unfolded it, and quickly glanced at it. The first line read, 6 stalks of Zuanine grass. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with delight. He had assumed the Luo family would reward him with 2 or 3 would be a welcome addition, but he hadn't expected 6. In addition, there were 12 foundation establishment pills, 6 portions of foundation establishment fluid, and 8 Sinone pills. This reward was unprecedentedly generous. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Shangguan Li, standing nearby, also showed satisfaction, but his expression froze as he glanced at the list in Fu Changsheng's hand. He had only obtained 1 Zuanine grass. He had assumed the Fu family would get 2 or 3 at best. He had never expected them to actually get 6. The difference between the two was enormous. Shangguan Li was envious, but he dared not show it. With the Fu family's acquisition of this batch of Zuanine grass, if they could find another batch of soul-guiding pills, wouldn't they be able to add several more Purple Mansion warriors? The gap between the two families would only widen. After a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Li stood up and bowed, saying, Senior Luo, may I exchange the foundation establishment pills and other items on my list for Zuanine grass? Of course, but you have to be clear. The foundation establishment pills on your list can only be exchanged for 1 Zuanine grass. Do you want to exchange, Senior? I agree. One more half-step Purple Mansion warrior was far more valuable than several foundation establishment warriors. Luo Haideng was very forthright. With a wave of his sleeve, a box floated towards Shangguan Li. This is the Zuanine grass you requested, he said. He turned to Fu Changsheng and asked, Clan Leader Fu, are you also going to exchange? His tone was noticeably more friendly. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. He had harvested a considerable amount of foundation-building pills and spiritual herbs from the Yangang and Changsheng tribes. Furthermore, Yang Wei from the clan could use her plant spirits to ripen a batch of the main foundation-building herbs every 5 years. The Fu family had no shortage of foundation-building pills. He immediately bowed and said, Senior Luo, could the foundation-building pills on the list be exchanged for soul-guiding pills? There were 6 stalks of Zuanine grass, enough for now. But if we could obtain soul-guiding pills, that would be another matter. As soon as these words were spoken, Shangguan Li turned to look at Fu Changsheng, shaking his head inwardly. This Fu Changsheng is asking for too much? The Luo family is not stupid. Why would they be willing to exchange foundation-building pills for soul-guiding pills? Furthermore, soul-guiding pills are so precious, even for a golden core family, they must be in short supply. Why would they give them to outsiders? However, Luo Haideng, who was at the head of the group, was also stunned. His handsome brows knitted slightly, and then he said, I can exchange the foundation establishment pills and other items you have for 2 soul-nurturing pills, minus 2 Zuanine grasses, soul-nurturing pills. Shangguan Li almost lost his composure and jumped from his seat. While the soul-nurturing pills weren't as potent as the soul-guiding pills, 2 were equivalent to 1. He had never expected Luo Haideng to be so generous as to give away such a treasure. He quickly changed his tone, saying, Senior Luo, I'd like to exchange for the soul-nurturing pills, too. If they existed, Shangguan Feng's breakthrough would have a success rate of at least 30–40%. Shangguan Li looked up at Luo Haideng eagerly. Luo Haideng said calmly, 2 soul-nurturing pills. Shangguan Li felt a wave of disappointment at this. He should have been bolder and asked directly for the soul-guiding pills. But after calming down, he chuckled to himself. He was afraid he might be the first to threaten to exchange for the soul-nurturing pills. Luo Haideng said he didn't have any. Rumors circulated. Luo Haideng and Fu Changsheng had a personal connection. He initially disbelieved it, but now, having experienced it firsthand, he regretted not having the same blessing as Fu Changsheng. Thank you, Senior Luo. Fu Changsheng joyfully accepted the reward. The two of them then helped the other clans receive their rewards. Finally, Luo Haideng said, although we've conquered the Changsheng tribe, we're still neighboring the Cheyenne and Jinden tribe. Your station, Chief Fu, is not far from the Osprey tribe, less than 1,000 miles away. According to information we've gathered, the Osprey tribe boasts 8 purple mansions. Therefore, it's best for you to stay within your station for the time being. He paused. Luo Haideng glanced at Shangguan Li. Chief Shangguan, your station is adjacent to the Fu clan, so please support each other. Yes, Senior. Shangguan Li stood and bowed. Regardless, he still owed the Fu family a favor. If Fu Changsheng hadn't come, he wouldn't have been able to conquer the Changsheng tribe. Luo Haideng gave a few more instructions, I won't keep you any longer. Return to your base immediately." Fu Changsheng stood up and bowed. As he left the Xianzhen tribe, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have added 4 zuanine grasses and 2 soul-nourishing pills to the tribe, earning you 1,000 family contribution points." Then, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 7,000. A few days later, as they neared their respective tribes, Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Li parted ways. Watching Shangguan Li's retreating figure, Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the miniature starstone mine mentioned in the previous intelligence. "I must go to Xinguang Mountain before Shangguan Li does." Returning to the tribe, Fu Changli, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival for days, spotted Fu Changsheng from afar and immediately approached him, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Master, is everything going well?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the storage bag at Fu Changsheng's waist. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Let's go inside and talk." After stationing in the mountains for over half a month, the Fu family had renovated the former chief's residence into the Patriarch's residence. Arriving at the meeting hall, Yao Iao and Fu Changli, who had been repairing the magic circle, also stopped their work. Only Fairy Xianyan was still busy. After the 4 of them took their seats, Yao Iao cast a spell on the magic circle. Instantly, a magic shield descended inverted. Yao Iao, unabashedly, asked, "Father, how many zuanine grass did you obtain?" Fu Changli looked at Fu Changsheng eagerly. With a wave of his sleeve, a white box with plum blossom patterns floated out. The box opened, and a burst of abundant spiritual energy emanated. The 3 of them looked inside and saw 4 zuanine grass. "The Luo family actually gave us 4 zuanine grass as a reward. This is too generous." Fu Changli was surprised and delighted. So, he also had a share of one of the plants. A huge weight lifted from his heart. Yao Iao smiled and said, "Father, this way, our clan will soon be able to add a few more half-step purple mansions. Well, each of you will get 1 plant of the zuanine grass here, and keep it safe." "Thank you, Patriarch." Everyone quickly stood up and saluted. All 4 plants were of the same quality. After each of them took one and sealed it, Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A jade slip floated toward Fu Changli. He said, "Fourth sister, you've been stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for many years. With a zuanine grass, you can attempt to break through. This is my experience in developing the Niwen Palace. It also contains the insights of other purple mansion cultivators. Please study it carefully. As for the tribal affairs, you can leave them to Yonki." "Thank you, Patriarch." Fu Changli reached out to take the jade slip. This was the dream of many. Although she also desperately wanted to retreat and break through, she was still worried. "Patriarch, the situation is uncertain right now. If the Xianyan tribe or the royal court suddenly launches an attack, I'm afraid it would be better for me to wait a while before retreating." "That's fine, you can retreat. The Luo family has reported that the tribes in the eastern wilderness won't make any major moves in the near future." In fact, his intelligence hadn't mentioned this. It was assumed that the eastern wilderness had entered a truce. Naturally, they had to seize the opportunity to improve their strength. Fu Changsheng also had Runzi and the others accompany Fu Yongshang to Jingzhou. As for repairing the spirit cannon, they could do so as they advanced. With 2 soul-guiding pills, Meizhen would most likely be able to break through to the Purple Mansion. After Fu Changli withdrew, Fu Changsheng asked Fu Changli and Yao Iao, "How's your progress with the Great Evolution Technique?" "Father, I've already completed the 3rd level of the Great Evolution Technique. I can directly consume the zuanine grass and open up the Niwen Palace." Fu Changli nodded. He possessed a lightning-attributed spiritual root, and because he was an incarnation, despite his independent nature, he was single-mindedly devoted to cultivation. Unless Fu Changsheng had instructions, he remained in seclusion, so his cultivation naturally progressed rapidly. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, after you've renovated the mountain protection formation, begin developing the Niwen Palace." Yao Iao and the other 2 had already repaired the key points of the mountain protection formation. Now, all they needed was Fairy Xianyan's help to oversee it, while the disciples from the Formation Hall and the Talisman Hall would be responsible for repairs. However, Yao Iao said, "Father, if Uncle Changli and I go into seclusion, won't the cracking of the barrier at the cave ruins be further delayed?" Originally, the 3 of them would have cracked it in 5 or 6 years. Now, it's been repeatedly delayed. Fu Changsheng said, "That's not a problem. Once you've broken through to the half-step purple mansion, I believe studying that barrier will be much faster, and perhaps it won't take 5 or 6 years." Yao Iao heard this. He smiled and nodded. Father is absolutely right. Fu Changsheng gave a few instructions, and the two of them went down to hand over to Fairy Xianan. Fu Changsheng called Fu Yonggai back. Fu Yonggai was busy surveying the tribe to see if there were any mineral veins. This had almost become his habit. Whenever he arrived at a place, he would take out the treasure hunting instrument to check it out. Chapter 327 An Unexpected Surprise. Fu Changsheng pointed to a chair nearby and asked Fu Yonggai to sit down. "Shitao, are you really not going to practice the great evolution art anymore?" Fu Yonggai had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng had originally intended for him to practice the great evolution art, just like Yao Iao. This would ensure that the golden elixir he would condense would be of a higher quality. "Father, it's not that I don't want to practice, but I simply don't have the talent for it. I've been in seclusion for several years, but haven't made any progress." Fu Yongai's spiritual roots weren't high, but his cultivation speed was not slow. Perhaps it was due to the opportunity he received from the statue in the dilapidated temple as a child. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, "In that case, you should open up your Nuan palace as soon as possible and then practice the 9 heaven star art. I happen to have a Zuanine grass here." With a flick of his sleeve, the last remaining Zuanine grass floated towards Fu Yonggai. Fu Yonggai was stunned for a moment, somewhat flattered. "Father, this Zuanine grass is incredibly precious. I didn't accomplish much in this campaign, so I truly feel unworthy of it. It's more appropriate to leave it to Yao Iao and the others. Over the years, you've discovered countless mineral veins for the clan. This is what you deserve. Take it. Besides, don't worry about Yao Iao, I've already given her share." Upon hearing this, Fu Yonggai respectfully accepted the box with both hands. This was the key to entering the half-step purple mansion. So many people fought tooth and nail to get their hands on it. He was truly fortunate. However, Fu Yonggai hesitated and said, "Father, I have seen the body refining technique, 9 heaven star art, but it requires a considerable amount of star stones to practice. I'd rather not give it up." He felt his aptitude was average, so he should stick to the path of cultivation. Too many distractions would lead to lack of focus, and ultimately, nothing would be accomplished. Fu Changsheng's lips moved. Upon hearing the message, Fu Yonggai suddenly jumped up from his seat in excitement. "Father, are you serious? Nearly, a tiny vein of starstone, if truly mined, would be worth millions of spirit stones. Most importantly, starstones are incredibly rare, and coupled with their clan's 9 heaven star art, their value simply cannot be compared to spirit stones. Father, if that's the case, how about we set off immediately?" Fu Yonggai had always been interested in exploring for mineral veins. This was his first encounter with such a precious resource, and his excitement was compounded by a sense of urgency. He even forgot to consume the Zuanine grass he had obtained, eager to immediately explore the starstone vein. Fu Changsheng shared the same sentiment. He nodded. "Prepare yourselves for a moment. Yonki and I will give you some instructions, after a cup of tea." Fu Changsheng and Fu Yonggai quietly exited Yangang Mountain. Once they reached a deserted area, they revealed themselves and allowed a green dragon to lead them all the way to Shangguan Mountain. The green dragon was incredibly fast. It covered a distance of hundreds of miles in less than an hour. From afar, Fu Changsheng allowed the green dragon to wrap around his fingertips. Gazing eastward from Shangguan Mountain, he could see a towering city wall looming. That was most likely the Osprey tribe's headquarters. According to Luo Haidang, the Osprey tribe had 8 purple mansions. Besides the 3rd elder who died in Pingshan County, there were 7 more. Their background was profound, so this operation required extreme caution. They must not attract the Osprey tribe's attention. Otherwise, the meat they were about to capture would be lost. "Shitao, remember, make as little noise as possible." "Yes, Father," Fu Yonggai whispered. Then, with a thought, a treasure hunting instrument appeared in his hand. A series of incantations were infused into it. With a humming sound, a hazy spiritual light rose from the instrument. As Fu Yonggai chanted the incantation, the light trembled slightly and transformed into butterfly-like spirit insects, scattering in all directions into Shangguan Mountain. Fu Yongai's mastery of this spiritual instrument reached new heights after he reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Several days passed like this, and the entire Xinguang mountain was thoroughly explored. But Fu Yonggai still hadn't found any clues to the starstone veins. He hesitated. "Father, are you sure there are actually starstone veins in this mountain, even if it were a spirit stone vein?" After several days, he could detect it using the treasure hunting device. Fu Changsheng never doubted the authenticity of the information provided by the system. "Shitao, think carefully. Is there anything I've overlooked?" "Okay," but Fu Yonggai had already searched the entire Xinguang mountain several times. He calmed down and used the treasure hunting device again. At the same time, Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense moved. He detected sounds of fighting coming from the direction of Yutao Mountain. According to intelligence, the Osprey tribe's heir, while hunting in Yutao Mountain, discovered a Zuanine pearl in the belly of a Kangming beast. If he could obtain this Zuanine pearl, another of the tribe's quasi-third-level corpse puppets would be promoted to the third level, thus adding another purple mansion combatant to the tribe's eastern wilderness. Fu Changsheng telegraphed to Fu Yonggai, "Shitao, I'm going to Taro Mountain. Be careful here. If there's any disturbance, report it immediately." With that, he piloted the green dragon, vanishing into thin air as he sped towards Taro Mountain. Mid-flight, he paused, patted his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A crane-patterned elixir bottle appeared from the box. Upon opening the bottle, a bloody scent filled his nostrils. As he incanted his magic, the essence within the bottle erupted with a thud, transforming into bloody mist that enveloped him. In the next instant, his features and demeanor transformed into those of the third elder of the Yangang tribe. Halfway up Taro Mountain, rocks rolled. Suddenly, a six-winged Kangming abyss beast flapped its wings and soared into the sky from the collapsed cave, fleeing eastward in panic. A long gash had been ripped from its lower body by a sharp weapon, and blood flowed freely. Behind it, two powerful forces of purple mansion pressure emerged from the collapsed cave. The two men were in a state of disarray. The young man in golden clothes, one arm severed at the root, stared at the retreating figure of the six-winged Kangming abyss beast and gritted his teeth. "Seventh uncle, don't worry about me. Go and capture the beast, otherwise, his injuries would be in vain." To hunt this mid-level, third-stage six-winged Kangming abyss beast, they had deployed a third-level formation, but the beast was so cunning that it even knew how to feign death. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his life would be in vain. Seventh Elder Yu Xiangsang was clearly hesitant. "Prince, this six-winged Kangming beast is injured and can't escape far. I'd better send you back to the tribe first. The chief has instructed us that things are not peaceful outside right now. The Changsheng tribe has been annihilated by the great Zhou cultivators." Before he could finish his words, Osprey Prince impatiently raised his hand and interrupted him. "Seventh uncle, the Luo family is now stationed in the Changsheng tribe, thousands of miles away from us. How can we possibly run into them here? As for the other noble families under the Luo family, they're just a bunch of idiots. If they encounter us, they'll just have to avoid us. Go. The demon core of the six-winged Kangming beast can allow me to break through to the third level of the Purple Mansion. Don't let the second brother and his gang intercept me." Although Osprey Prince had been canonized, he was not the only son of the chief. Especially since the second brother also broke through to the Purple Mansion, his once robust position as prince had begun to show signs of trouble in recent years. "Prince, then you stay here and wait for me. I'll return as quickly as possible. Hurry. Prince Osprey waved his hands repeatedly. Yu Xiangsang, wielding the Bahinia gourd, pursued the six-winged Kangming beast at breakneck speed. The six-winged Kangming beast was renowned for its speed, but due to a wound in its abdomen and the bleeding, its speed slowed, and Yu Xiangsang soon overtook it. Seeing no escape, the six-winged Kangming beast's ferocity was aroused. It turned and flapped all six wings, instantly converging into a whirlwind. The whirlwind trembled slightly, and then a 10-foot-long broadsword materialized, slashing through the air towards Yu Xiangsang. "HMPH, you little beast, you know how to strike first," Yu Xiangsang sneered. He flicked the Bahinia gourd, and with a whooshing sound, vines of Bahinia materialized, like spirit snakes, rushing towards the broadsword. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying spiritual pressure radiated in all directions. The broadsword shattered with a clang. The redbud vines continued to entwine the six-winged Kangming beast. The beast cried out in surprise, clearly unprepared for the strength of Yu Xiangsang's attack. It frantically flapped its wings, attempting to dodge, but the vines were too fast. With a few whirring sounds, they blocked its path, accompanied by Yu Xiangsang's magical spells. In an instant, the six-winged Kangming beast was firmly entangled in the red bud vines. Roar! The six-winged Kangming beast wailed in anger and resignation. Seeing this, Yu Xiangsang sneered, "You're trying to pull off the same old trick again. You think I'll fall for your trick? Dream on." The seal in his hand shifted. He touched the red bud gourd, and a purple aura suddenly emerged from it. The aura flickered slightly, and petals fell one by one. The petals trembled slightly, and with a whoosh, like arrows shot from a bow, they shot towards the six-winged Kangming abyss beast at an extremely fast speed. Roar! The six-winged Kangming abyss beast saw that Yu Xiangsang did not approach. The sorrow in its eyes disappeared, and a fierce look emerged. It opened its mouth, and the demon core shot out. It blew a breath into the demon core. Boom! A tornado instantly condensed. The petals that swept in were all sucked into it, and with a few pops, they turned to dust. At the same time, a green light flashed from the demon core and fell on the red bud vines wrapped around it. The seemingly indestructible vines immediately melted like the first snow in winter. This evil creature, he even used his demon core to fight the enemy. Clearly, he was risking his life. If the demon core were damaged, the six-winged Kangming beast's life would be in jeopardy. This demon core, the six-winged Kangming beast's most precious possession, required no medicinal use. Refining it directly at the initial stage of the Purple Palace could often elevate one level of cultivation. This was the purpose of Yu Xiangsang and his companion's visit. Damn it, the six-winged Kangming beast clearly understood what the other party wanted from it. Offering the demon core not only greatly increased its strength, but also made Yu Xiangsang's attack more cautious. A flicker of anthropomorphic triumph flashed in the six-winged Kangming beast's eyes, and it flapped its wings, attempting another escape. Evil beast, you want to escape? Dream on. Yu Xiangsang knew delay would lead to trouble. Of course, his greatest concern was leaving the injured crown prince alone and causing him harm. If anything happened to the crown prince, their entire faction would be completely defeated by the second young master in his gang. He gritted his teeth. He slapped his storage bag with a painful slap. A flash of light appeared, and a pill bottle with a grid-shaped pattern appeared in his hand. He stuffed a green elixir into his mouth, then flicked his index finger. The pill bottle transformed into a rainbow of light and shot towards the six-winged Kangming abyss beast. While the six-winged Kangming abyss beast possessed some intelligence, it had never interacted with humans, so how could it possibly understand the dangers? It immediately opened its mouth, and a wind blade slashed, slicing the pill bottle open. Bang! The pill bottle shattered. Then, a cloud of pink gas dissipated. The six-winged Kangming abyss beast, which had been flying, was stained by a trace of the gas, and its body paused, then fell straight down, landing with a heavy thud. It couldn't be deader. HMPH, if I had to use the 7 fragrance soul-destroying powder, your death would be justified. Yu Xiangsang waved his sleeve. The pink gas in the air instantly dissipated in all directions. Monsters fell to the ground in its path. But even so, Yu Xiangsang remained uneasy. With a flick of his sword finger, a ray of sword light slashed through the six-winged Kangming beast's neck, sending its head tumbling off. Only then did he feel relieved. Finally, it's resolved. His previously vigilant heart relaxed. At this moment, a sudden sense of mortal danger overwhelmed him. Without a second thought, he immediately raised the Bahinia gourd to shield his head. Boom! 3 evil-repelling divine thunderbolts descended. With a series of crackling sounds, the Bahinia gourd shattered, his natal spiritual weapon destroyed. Yu Xiangsang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, with a swift wave of his right hand, a cocoon-shaped pot levitated in front of him. A spell struck it, and with a slight humming sound, white cocoon worms emerged from the cocoon-shaped pot, meeting the purple arrows hurtling upwards. Bang! 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 The white cocoons were pierced by the arrows upon contact, dissipating in white light. At this moment, he took a closer look. Then, a large man stepped out from the corner. Chief Yinan? Aren't you dead? How could you be here? The destruction of your tribe has nothing to do with our Osprey tribe. Without orders from the Cheyenne tribe, even if we wanted to support them, we have no right. If you want to blame someone, blame the Cheyenne tribe. Why are you targeting me? Yu Xiangsang saw it was Chief Yinan. The two of them had some interactions and weren't sworn enemies, so he felt relieved. They could still discuss the matter. Chief Yinan, your tribe was destroyed by cultivators from the Great Zhou. If you wish to retake your tribe, I can act as a lobbyist and have our chief intervene. What do you think? Not really, said Fu Changsheng, who had transformed into Chief Yangang using the Thousand Faces technique. A sneer crossed his lips. Yu Xiangsang sensed something was amiss. No, you're not Chief Yangang. Who are you? Why are you impersonating Chief Yangang? I'll tell you, you're from our tribe. He didn't finish his words. Suddenly, Yu Xiangsang felt a crackling sound in the air, and instinctively dodged to the side, but the claws followed him with a sharp, piercing sound. The next moment, the claws easily pierced his defenses, cleaving him in two. With a hiss, the green dragon landed. Holding the two halves of the corpse in its mouth, it swam ingratiatingly toward Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng cast a spell into his storage bag, collecting Yu Xiangsang's remains and the six-winged Kangming beast. Without a pause, he said, "Zhaoqing, let's go." They arrived at Xinguang Mountain. He summoned Fu Yonggai and said, "Shitao, let's go. Let's get out of the spotlight." A purple mansion elder of the Osprey tribe had died nearby, and the Osprey tribe would undoubtedly send a search. They couldn't return to this place for a while. Taro Mountain. The Osprey Prince returned to the six-winged Kangming Beast's cave, but found nothing else. He left the cave and waited for a long time, but Yu Xiangsang still hadn't returned. He couldn't help but mutter, "Seventh uncle is so fussy. He's dealt with a wounded Kangming Beast, and yet there's still no progress." He hesitated, about to catch up. Just then, a rapid buzzing sound came from the communication jade talisman on his body. He looked down and saw it was a message from his father. Confused, he cast a spell into it. Then, the Osprey chief's voice, tinged with anger and concern, rang out, "Rebellious son, where are you now?" Why was his father scolding him out of the blue? In a flash, Prince Osprey thought of a possibility and trembled as he asked, "Father, what happened to Uncle Seventh? Rebellious son, what did you instigate your uncle to do? His life soul lamp has gone out, and you're still in the dark. Stay right where you are. I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Uncle Seventh's life soul lamp went out. How could this be? The six-winged Kangming Beast had clearly been severely injured by the formation they had set up, and Uncle Seventh had the 7 fragrance soul-destroying powder on him, so how could it have died so easily? What the hell just happened? He had been cared for by his Uncle Sixth since birth, and their relationship was closer than that of father and son. For this reason, he usually took out all his anger on Uncle Seventh, who always smiled and never got angry. This time, Uncle Seventh had initially disapproved of the Kangming Beast hunt. After all, it was a mid-level third-order Kangming Beast, too risky. But he couldn't resist his nagging. But he never imagined that his momentary display of bravado would lead to the demise of the person who cared for him most and was so tolerant of him. Seventh uncle, Prince Osprey dodged, disregarding his own safety, and sped off in the direction Yu Xiangsang had left. Arriving at Pingtao Mountain, he was met with a sea of fire. The sea of fire was clearly not the work of the Kangming Beast. Someone had clearly intercepted him, wanting to leave no trace, and had set the fire. In a flash, Prince Osprey immediately thought of someone. "Second brother, good. You're so desperate to secure the crown prince position that you'd even dare to kill seventh uncle. Good, very good. We'll see. I'll cease to be a human being until I avenge this." Fu Changsheng and Fu Yonggai returned directly to Yan'an Mountain. En route, Fu Yonggai said, "Father, I've simulated the topography of Xinguang Mountain. Since that's the case, I'll use this time to study it. Perhaps I can uncover some clues." "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded. "The starstone veins must be extremely deep, otherwise they would not have been discovered by the people of the Osprey tribe and the Yan'an tribe for so many years." Chapter 328 Breakthrough, Secret, Treasure Unveiled. Fu Changsheng entered the Patriarch's residence and cast a spell into the secret chamber. After the formation was deactivated, he slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. The corpse of the six-winged Kangming Beast floated in midair. With a wave of his hand, the demon core within the Kangming Beast slowly flew out and landed in his palm. The demon core was adorned with a pale 3-flower natural rune. This mysterious rune allowed cultivators to directly refine the demon core's power and transform it into mana. Feeling the surging demonic energy within, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. With this Kangming Beast demon core, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. He had been waiting for Yuangshang to bring back the Qingyan pill from Meizhen, but now he could achieve this breakthrough ahead of time. After sealing the demon core in a box, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a gourd floated into the air. A spell was cast into the corpse of the six-winged Kangming beast. The six-winged Kangming beast trembled slightly, and then strands of essence and blood were forced out of the corpse, flowing continuously into the purple gourd. This is the finest talisman blood for refining a third-grade, mid-grade talisman. After processing, Fu Changsheng took a deep breath and gazed at the Kangming beast's corpse, a palpable heat welling up in his chest. According to intelligence, within its belly lies a Zuanine pearl. Don't let me down. His consciousness sank into the corpse. After a moment, Fu Changsheng swung his sword finger, and with a piercing gleam of sword light, he dissected the Kangming beast's abdomen. Within its gallbladder, a Zuanine pearl glowed faintly. It truly is a Zuanine pearl. With this, another quasi-third-grade corpse puppet in the clan could ascend to the third rank, giving the clan an additional purple mansion warrior. After securely sealing the Zuanine pearl, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. The corpse of the osprey Yu Xiangsang instantly levitated in midair. Autumn cicada, Fu Changsheng thought, releasing the autumn cicada from the human emperor banner. Qiu Chan's eyes lit up when she saw the remains of a beast and a human. Master, with a soul, I should be able to break through to the middle stage of the third stage. She had already been on the brink of a breakthrough. After activating the human emperor banner and collecting the two spirits within, Qiu Chan bowed and disappeared into the banner to refine them. Hiss, the waiting green dragon, seeing Fu Changsheng complete his processing, immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the remains of the six-winged Kangming beast and the remains of Yu Xiangsang, the seventh elder of the ospreys. A shimmering green light surged within its belly, and it refined the remains in an instant. At this moment, the panel in Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a line of text appeared. Green Dragon, Late Stage 3, 240/400. The Green Dragon had gained 40 points towards reaching the peak of the third stage. In the late stages of a Green Dragon's cultivation, its speed noticeably slowed. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the seventh Osprey Elder's storage bag levitated before him. He slapped it, and a flash of light followed. With a hum, a pile of treasure boxes flew out, landing on the ground like a small mountain. Nearly 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, and several hundred mid-grade spirit stones, were piled up among the stones. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. This is, with a wave of his hand, a white box with a plum pattern landed in his palm. The restrictions were lifted, and a surge of abundant spiritual energy washed over him. Inside, he saw a white stone the size of a soybean. With a wave of his hand, the stone fell into his palm. Boom! The internal skills began to operate involuntarily, absorbing the vast and pure spiritual energy from the stone into his abdomen. Feeling the changes, Fu Changsheng exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually a top-grade spiritual stone." Top-grade spiritual stones contain extremely pure spiritual energy, which is rare even for Yuanying's Henjin. After the spiritual energy in the spirit stone is exhausted, it can be restored after being placed in a spiritual spring well for a period of time. It is a treasure that can be reused, and even a key to assisting high-level cultivators in breakthroughs. This Osprey 7th Elder Yu Xiangsang actually has a top-grade spiritual stone. Fu Changsheng was indeed a little surprised. But this piece of top-grade spirit stone was merely a fragment. The spiritual energy within it was completely devoured by the power of his technique, rendering it of little use. I wonder where they found it. Fu Changsheng rummaged through the pile of spiritual objects for a moment before discovering a yellow jade slip. He pressed it to his brow, revealing a topographical map. Within the valley on the map was a bean-sized mark, the same shape as the top-grade spirit stone in his hand. Is this the place where Yu Xiangsang discovered a top-grade spirit stone? Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. However, he noticed the map lacked any place names, and it didn't look like the terrain near the Osprey tribe. In a flash, a possibility struck Fu Changsheng. Could this be a map of the secret realm or ruins where the reception order is located? If so, he'd struck gold. Previous intelligence suggested that this ruins contained divine yin mysterious water, a spiritual object essential for cultivating the fourth level of the Great Evolution technique. With this map, perhaps the system could accurately deduce the mysterious water's location. Fu Changsheng resisted the urge to exchange the information, planning to wait until the ruins opened, when the system would provide more accurate information. Buzz! At that moment, the Five Elements cave heaven mark on his arm flickered slightly. Is the deduction complete? His consciousness immersed itself in it, but was still ejected. Clearly, it would take quite a while. At that moment, A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you killed a purple mansion cultivator from the eastern wasteland, gaining 1,000 imperial merit points and 1,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 8,000. Fu Changsheng hesitated. Refining the six-winged Kangming Beast Demon Core would take quite some time, so he decided to activate the training room. After all, he was now in the eastern wasteland. However, before retreating, Fu Changsheng said to Qingjiao, Zhaoqing, stay by Yanggai's side for the next period of time. With Qingjiao's protection, Fu Yanggai's exploration of the Starstone Veins and Xinguang Mountain was assured. Furthermore, this time, when he entered the training room, he didn't intend to bring the human Emperor banner with him. He would instead leave Chu Chan to guard Yan'an Mountain. The only remaining purple mansion force on Yan'an Mountain was Yao Iao's four-winged dread python. He had arranged for the third-level corpse puppeteer company Fu Yongshang to Jingzhou. If Qingjiao accompanied Fu Yonggai, he still felt uneasy about Yan'an Mountain being left with only the four-winged dread python, so he decided not to bring Chu Chan with him. Activate the training room, buzz? The panel vibrated. In an instant, he appeared in a quiet room, the familiar scent of sandalwood filling his nostrils. His previously volatile emotions instantly calmed in this strange training room. He sat down on the cushion, forming seals with his hands. The mana within him flowed along the path of the Green Emperor's longevity secret, gushing from his danshan, ascending along the meridians, passing through the Qixin Tansong points, condensing into light at his fingertips. Then, it descended through the Beihuaku point and returned to his danshan, repeating the cycle. Several months later, as he practiced a technique, a faint turquoise glow gradually enveloped his body, a sign that the Green Emperor's longevity secret had reached a deep state. Within his danshan, the mana already stored grew increasingly rich and pure under the guidance of the technique. Sensing the time had arrived, Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand and placed the six-winged Kangming Beast Demon Pill into his mouth. He slowly swallowed it, then continued practicing the Green Emperor's longevity secret, guiding the Demon Pill's power into his body. Boom! The moment the Demon Pill's power entered his body, it surged like a surging river, flowing madly along the technique's path. The powerful demonic energy mingled and collided with his own true essence, continuously impacting his meridians and purple palace. Fu Changsheng groaned. He gritted his teeth, refining it. Spring passed, autumn came. 4 years later, the power of the six-winged Kangming Beast Demon Pill had been completely refined into pure mana within his body. A flicker of determination crossed Fu Changsheng's brows. He controlled the power within him, directing his yangang towards the barrier of the second level of the Purple Mansion. Amidst a violent roar, a crack appeared in the barrier. Immediately, the crack rapidly widened, and a powerful force erupted from it. It was a natural progression. He had successfully broken through to the third level of the Purple Mansion. Feeling the mana within him more than double its previous level, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He carefully sensed it and discovered that not only had the quantity of yangang increased, but its quality had also significantly improved. He could now cast Bing Fire Divine Thunder 3 times a day, its power rivaling even that of a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. He exhaled a breath of foul air. He then spent another 2 years consolidating his cultivation in the third level of the Purple Mansion. Feeling he had achieved sufficient, he withdrew from the training room with a single thought. He glanced at the hourglass in the secret room. 6 years of seclusion in the training room, but only 2 years outside. At this moment, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 5,600. 2 years have passed. I wonder if Yanggai has found the Starstone Vein. Emerging from the secret room, he saw that the mountain protection formation in Yan'an Mountain was already operating at full speed. Apparently, after nearly 3 years, the formation had been successfully transformed into the Great Clearwater Formation. However, Yao Iao, Fu Changli, and Fu Changli, the three who had opened up the Niwen Palace, had not yet emerged from their retreat. Fu Yongqi was currently helping manage the chores in Yan'an Mountain. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng emerge from retreat, he hurried to greet him. Feeling the pressure from Fu Changsheng, his pupils constricted, and then he exclaimed in delight, "Congratulations to the Patriarch for breaking through to the third level of the Purple Mansion. It usually takes years to break through even one level in the Foundation establishment stage." However, after reaching the Purple Mansion, the Patriarch's cultivation speed rivaled that of the Foundation establishment stage. His cultivation talent was truly enviable. Fu Changsheng sat down in the council hall. Yonki, I've been in seclusion for the past 2 years. Has anything major happened outside? Reporting to the head of the clan, nothing major has happened within our clan. However, I've heard that the tribes in the eastern wasteland royal court are currently organizing a grand competition. Furthermore, a strange phenomenon has occurred within our great Zhou. Every winter, some elderly people in the secular world die in their sleep. At first, they thought they couldn't endure the cold, but they discovered that similar cases were occurring among the elderly living in the immortal city, and the number is increasing year by year. This has attracted the attention of the major clans, but before any investigation could be completed, winter passed, and the strange phenomenon ceased. So we can only wait until next year. Dongting Lake in the Yannan Mountains. Although Yonki had previously only been in the Conquest Hall, he was just as skilled as Fu Yongfen in handling mundane affairs. Fu Changsheng nodded repeatedly. From the information provided, it seemed that the competition among the major tribes was mostly for a spot on the ruins. This meant that the ruins would be opening soon. Seeing that nothing major had happened within the clan, he was convinced that nothing major had happened. Fu Changsheng said, "I'll go for a walk outside." He emerged from the Patriarch's residence. He found Fairy Xianyan teaching a low-level formation master who had been guarding the mountain in the lecture hall. Hesitating for a moment, Fu Changsheng appeared in the lecture hall. The disciples saw this and quickly stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Patriarch." Fairy Xianyan, scanning Fu Changsheng with her spiritual sense, noticed that his aura was more than twice as strong as before. Slightly startled, she quickly said, "Congratulations, Patriarch, on breaking through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion." Golden core is within reach. Fu Changsheng waved his hand. "Fairy Xianyan, come with me for a while." "Yes, Patriarch." Fairy Xianyan didn't ask where to go. On their way from Yannan Mountain to Xinguang Mountain, Fairy Xianyan watched Fu Changsheng's back. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her courage, bowed to him, and said, "I have deceived Patriarch about something. I beg your forgiveness." "Oh?" Fu Changsheng turned to look at Fairy Xianyan. Fairy Xianyan bit her lip. If she wanted to truly gain a foothold in the Fu family, she had to gain Fu Changsheng's trust. Otherwise, even if the clan had resources in the future, they wouldn't be allocated to her. Reporting to the Patriarch, "In fact, I'm not the Luo family's second daughter. My mother is from the Wanling sect in the far west. When my father went to the front lines to fight, they accidentally fell into the Shangguan abyss. They thought there was no hope of escaping. So I was born in the Shangguan abyss. I grew up in the Shangguan abyss until I was a teenager. Later, by chance, we discovered an exit to the outside world. This exit is in the eastern wasteland. When our family of 3 escaped, we encountered that immortal old chief Yannan. At that time, my father and mother immediately used their secret techniques to escape. Neither of them wanted to take me with them, so I was abducted by Chief Yannan." Fairy Xianyan's eyes flashed with sarcasm. In the Shangguan abyss, they were a happy family of 3, but she never expected that in the face of danger, her parents, who usually cherished her, would be the first to abandon her. It was precisely because of this that she chose not to return to the Luo family. She was the daughter of an elder of the Yuling sect, and had been held captive by the Donghuang tribe for years. Even if her father had insisted on her returning to the Luo family, she feared she would not be valued. Especially when she learned that his father had many children, she immediately rejected the idea. Rather than that, it would be better to seek refuge with Fu Changsheng, who had shared her hardships. At least he knew her well and wouldn't make assumptions. She also learned that Fu Changsheng treated those from other families he took in as family, even adopting several as his own. After she finished speaking, Fairy Xianyan looked at Fu Changsheng anxiously. "Master, you can use the 2nd-level Divine Inquiry Talisman on me. Everything I just said is true. If there's even a single lie, Master, I will punish you." Fu Changsheng had naturally inquired about Fairy Xianyan's background. He had learned that she had never appeared in the Luo family before, but she did bear a resemblance to Luo Haidang, leading him to suspect she was an illegitimate daughter. He had never imagined that Fairy Xianyan had such a story. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that she had truly pledged allegiance to the Fu family. As he thought this, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have earned Luo Xianyan's heartfelt submission and allegiance, adding a loyal 3rd-level formation master to the clan. You have gained 300 family contribution points." Immediately, The family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 5,900. Fu Changsheng said, Fairy Xianyan, from now on, you will treat the Fu family as your own. Seeing that Fu Changsheng had no doubts about what she said, Fairy Xianyan felt a surge of emotion and bowed with tears in her eyes. When the two arrived at Xinguang Mountain, Fu Changsheng sent a message to Fu Yonggai. A moment later, Fu Yonggai emerged from the mountain. At the same moment, the green dragon, which had been wrapped around Fu Yongai's arm, hissed joyfully, then landed on Fu Changsheng's shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately. Fu Changsheng asked, Shitao, how are things going? Fu Yonggai glanced up at Fairy Xianyan behind him, clearly feeling uneasy with an outsider present. After all, the Starstone vein was a matter of great importance. Fu Changsheng, however, said bluntly, Fairy Xianyan is one of us, so feel free to speak. Yes, father. Fu Yonggai was stunned. Not long ago, the head of the family had repeatedly instructed that someone be assigned to monitor Fairy Xianyan. How had she suddenly become one of us? But since this was his father's wish, he dared not object. He immediately said, Father, please follow me. As he spoke, Fu Yonggai transformed into a ray of spiritual light and sank into the earth. Fu Changsheng and Fairy Xianyan followed closely behind, plummeting thousands of feet. As he did so, Fu Yonggai repeatedly activated several protective talismans. As the pressure of space intensified, the deeper he descended. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand. Instantly, a science shield rose, shielding the three of them. Fu Yonggai and Fairy Xianyan felt the pressure suddenly ease. Fu Changsheng asked, Shitao, how far is it? Further down, it would be nearly 10,000 feet. This showed that Fu Yonggai had endured considerable hardship over the past 2 years. Father, just over 1,000 feet down. If Fu Changsheng hadn't given the green dragon to Fu Yonggai, he wouldn't have been able to descend that deep. Fu Changsheng, Fu Yonggai, and Fairy Xianyan continued to plummet deeper into the earth. As the depth continued to increase, the surrounding space became increasingly cramped, and the squeezing force seemed to crush people. Even with the protection of the green light shield cast by Fu Changsheng, the three of them could still feel the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Finally, after going deep enough, Fu Yonggai suddenly stopped. Father, we're here. As he spoke, the treasure hunting device in Fu Yongai's hand emitted a rapid beeping sound, and the pointer spun frantically, finally pointing to the northwest. Fu Changsheng looked in the direction of the pointer, but saw that the northwest side was just an ordinary stone wall, without any abnormalities. Fu Yonggai said, the stone wall on the northwest side that the treasure hunting device points to should contain an invisible magic circle. As long as this magic circle is broken, we can most likely see the location of the mineral source. However, I have studied it for a long time, but I have no clue about this invisible magic circle. The only peculiarity is that this stone wall will not break no matter how hard it is bombarded. And its material is just ordinary rock, so magical? Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng immediately formed a seal with his right hand, and a stream of spiritual energy struck the northwest stone wall. With a humming sound, the stone wall trembled slightly, but showed no sign of breaking. Huh? Fu Changsheng was slightly surprised. After all, he had now broken through to the third level of the Purple Mansion. A single strike could be enough to bring down even a foundation establishment cultivator. Hesitating for a moment, he brought his right index and middle finger together, opening his clear and bright spiritual eyes. A flash of spiritual light flashed in his eyes, and when he looked towards the northwest stone wall again, the scene before him was completely different. Chapter 329 Good News, the magical use of spiritual body. Atop the stone wall, a complex ancient barrier loomed. Its countless runes converged, resembling the outline of a spider. Fairy Xianyan, use the detection array to detect something. Yes, Patriarch. Fairy Xianyan nodded and patted her storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a detection array floated before her. As she injected spells into it, a series of spells flowed. The array suddenly glowed brightly, and runes swirled, sending rays of spiritual light shooting toward the northwest stone wall. The stone wall, illuminated by the spiritual light, faintly glowed with a strange halo, as if an invisible veil was slowly being unveiled. There truly is an invisible barrier here. Fairy Xianyan studied it carefully for a moment, then pulled out her practice array and deduced it. After a moment, she said, Master, This barrier is likely from the same era as the one in Chief Yunan's secret room, and the layout is the same. Give me 3 or 4 months, and I should be able to break it. Fairy Shangguan didn't inquire about what lay behind the barrier, clearly a wise and dutiful person. Fu Changsheng, however, had learned from intelligence that this was most likely a starstone vein. However, why would such a vein have a barrier? This was puzzling. Just in case, he said in a deep voice, Fairy Shangguan, please first establish a protective formation in Xinguang Mountain to prevent any unexpected phenomena. After all, this place borders the Osprey tribe. Apart from the dead 3rd and 7th elders, the Osprey tribe still has 6 purple mansions. It is best to dig the starstone veins safely without facing the enemy head-on. Upon hearing this, Fairy Shangguan praised sincerely. The head of the family is still thoughtful. I have a set of inverted 5 elements formation in my hand. Although it is only small, it is enough to cover up the strange phenomenon. Well, then I'll trouble Fairy Shangguan. Fu Changsheng nodded. Fairy Shangguan waved her hands hurriedly. After the 3 of them came out from underground again, Fairy Shangguan slapped her storage bag, and a ray of light flashed. In her hand, there were several formation flags shining with spiritual light. She walked around lightly, and wherever she went, she would accurately insert the formation flag into the ground. As the formation flag was inserted, rays of light appeared on the ground, and the light intertwined. Boom! The 5 elements reversal formation was completed in an instant. Fairy Shangguan exhaled lightly and wiped the beads of sweat that seeped out of her forehead. Master, now we can go down and study that barrier. No hurry, you should recover your magic power first. Fu Changsheng had just received the message that Xiao had successfully opened up the Niwen Palace, became a half-step purple palace, and had already come out of retreat. Fu Changsheng immediately asked Qin Jiao to go back and pick up Xiao. Xiao has always been knowledgeable about ancient barriers, and with her help, the time should be greatly shortened. Qin Jiao, please go and come back quickly. When Xiao arrived from Yangang Mountain, Fairy Shangguan had just recovered the magic power consumed by setting up the formation. Xiao was about to tell Fu Changsheng the good news, but she saw that Fu Changsheng's aura was much stronger than before. She smiled and said, Father, your cultivation speed is too fast. Your daughter has just broken through to the half-step purple palace. And you have cultivated to the 3rd level of the purple palace in the blink of an eye, in front of Fu Changsheng. Xiao was obviously much more lively and spoke more casually, unlike Fu Yonggai. Fu Yongai's eyes were full of envy and joy, and he bowed and said, Xiao, congratulations, you can expect to reach the purple palace. How can it be so fast? My father told me that I must practice the 9 heaven star art to perfection in the tendon refining realm. I am still in the flesh refining realm. If there were no starstones, it would take more than 10 years for her to rely solely on meditation to absorb the power of the stars. In addition, she was still thinking about the ruins of the ancient cultivators' cave in the Yunxian County fiefdom. The few of them chatted for a while. Fu Changsheng said to Fu Yonggai, Shitao, Xiao and Shangguan Fairy will be in charge from now on. It's time for you to go into seclusion and try to open up the Niwen Palace. Fu Yonggai originally wanted to see what was behind the barrier below, but after hearing what Fu Changsheng said, he cut off this idea, bowed his hands, and asked Xiao a few more questions about the precautions for opening the Niwen Palace. Then he left Xinguang Mountain and returned to Yangang Mountain. After Xiao opened the Niwen Palace, her spiritual awareness increased greatly. It was even more handy to study the barrier. Together with the experienced Fairy Shangguan, the 2 of them were a powerful team. In less than a month, they found a way to break the formation. Father, we must break the formation immediately. No hurry, you should recover your magic power first. If there's an emergency, you may need to take action. Yes, Father, head of the family. Xiao and Fairy Shangguan were both eager to know what lay beyond the barrier, but Fu Changsheng remained calm and composed. They saw him as someone who had forged a steady composure, and they couldn't help but feel a little more impressed. In reality, Fu Changsheng had other considerations. Since the barrier had been set up here, he naturally wanted to exchange some intelligence to see the specifics before making any decisions. His mind immediately focused on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange intelligence. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Just now, your wife Liu Mizhan obtained 2 of your soul-guiding pills. plus 2 soul-nourishing pills, and successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion. Mei Zhen had broken through. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, a wave of joy filled his heart. Now, besides Uncle Yu and Uncle Fei, whose cultivation levels were unknown, he, along with Mei Zhen, now had 4 Purple Mansion warriors. Add to that Ao's 4-winged red python, his green dragon, autumn cicada, and corpse puppet. Together, the Fu family's Purple Mansion warriors reached 8, on par with the Osprey tribe. Furthermore, he possessed a Zuanang pearl. Because it was so precious, he planned to personally deliver it to the Yu family to allow another quasi-third-level corpse puppet to advance. Counting this, the total number of Purple Mansion warriors would be 9. All they needed now were several thousand Imperial merit points and a third-level technician to advance to a 7th-rank family. Suddenly, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of energy. At the same time, the information exchange had unexpectedly stopped. Then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ling, your wife, Liu Meizhen, has successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion, earning 1,000 family contribution points. The next moment, the family contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 6,900. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy, and he murmured to himself, after Meizhen consolidates her cultivation, I must have him return from Jingzhou. We'll then host the Purple Mansion celebration alongside Uncle Fei's. This would also demonstrate the strength of the Fu family and deter unscrupulous individuals. Fu Changsheng's thought fell on the panel, continue exchanging information, buzz. The panel vibrated again, and text appeared. 3 months later, Shangguan Li, attempting to seize a sea lotus from Yangang Mountain, was besieged by the 5th and 8th elders of the Osprey tribe. By chance, he escaped all the way to Xinguang Mountain, where he discovered a magic array and became suspicious. He saw the information above. Fu Changsheng finally understood why the previous intelligence deductions had suggested that Shangguan Li had discovered a starstone vein in this area. It turned out that he was trying to evade the Osprey tribe's pursuit. If that's the case, then if I go to Yangang Mountain first and pick the sea lotus, Shangguan Li won't discover this place. After all, it's not another mineral vein. Starstone is more valuable than spirit stone mineral veins. Once Shangguan Li finds out, it's impossible for him not to be tempted. In addition, the sea lotus can also improve the quality of his natal spiritual weapon, the third-turn treasure lotus lantern, to a higher level. However, before that, he has to open the barrier first and find out what's going on. 3. Ningning and the illegitimate son of the 7th prince, Zhou Zuanming, have a secret crush on each other. The two are already pregnant, and Ningning is hesitating whether to tell her lover that the wood-flying squirrel is a rare animal. What? Fu Changsheng frowned when he saw the information above. Although the previous intelligence suggested that the illegitimate son of the 7th prince, Zhou Zuanming, would inherit the title of the 7th prince in the future, he still felt uncomfortable thinking that his daughter was taken away by someone else, and the two were still under the premise that they had no engagement. I have to write a letter to Mei Zhen. Everything else is secondary. But Ningning must not tell Zhou Zuanming, the illegitimate son of the 7th prince, that the wood-flying squirrel is a rare beast. Otherwise, he would be in trouble immediately. He originally wanted to ask Mei Zhen to return to Jingzhou. Now it seems that he has to go to Jingzhou in person. If he wants to marry the 7th prince, he, as the head of the family, must show up no matter what. After all, even if he is an illegitimate son, he is still a royal relative. 4. Mullen will receive a mission from this Henshi division to find a Purple Mansion force planted by Master Yuan in Jingzhou and eradicate it completely. She will then be able to obtain the soul guiding pill. Once she breaks through the Purple Mansion, she will be promoted. Purple Mansion force. Mullen is only half a step into the Purple Mansion. This is too dangerous. Mullen is said to have always been methodical and calm in doing things. Why is he suddenly so aggressive? Did something happen in this Henshi division? Never mind. I have to go to Jingzhou to deal with Ningning's matter anyway. I'll ask Mullen about it then. If he really accepts the mission, he'll have to lend a hand no matter what. As the Fu family's rank rises, they should have 1 or 2 people in the court. Fu Changsheng just prayed in his heart that nothing would happen to Yongru again. The previous intelligence mentioned that Yongru had been transferred by the World Suppression Bureau to the front line in the far west to collect sect intelligence. But after all these years, Yongru had not used the Shadow Gate mask to transmit any information to him, and he had not received any response to his messages. He was still a little worried. 5. Once the barrier in front of you is opened, a poisonous gas that has been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years will burst out. Poison gas. Fu Changsheng was shocked. Poison gas that had been hidden for hundreds of thousands of years must be extremely toxic. Fortunately, he had cleverly exchanged some information beforehand. Otherwise, if he had opened it rashly, Yao Iao and Fairy Xianyan would have been the first to bear the brunt of the damage. He hesitated for a moment. He asked Qing Jiao to return to Yunnan Mountain and bring Niuki Uxiu with him. Niuki Uxiu was a body that was immune to all poisons. The fact that this place contained poison gas was a blessed place for her to cultivate. 6. The guide order you obtained is from the ruins of the Zhuan-level ancient Kunlun small world of the Donghuan tribe. The barrier power of this ruins is unstable. Those with too high a cultivation level cannot enter it. Those with too low a cultivation level cannot withstand the spatial compression of this alien world. Therefore, only those with a Jinden or Purple Mansion level can enter Kunlun Small World, and only those with a cultivation level of Purple Mansion can enter. This means that the spiritual objects hidden here must be of a high level. Fu Changsheng's heart couldn't help but beat. However, thinking that there are Jinden entering here, although this is an opportunity, it is also full of dangers. Looks like I need to prepare a few more trump cards. 7. This time, to avoid missing any information, he exchanged 25 pieces of intelligence at once. Seeing that the subsequent information was irrelevant, he stopped exchanging. He sat in silence for about an hour. Qing Jiao brought Niuki Uxiu from Yunnan Mountain. Fu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense over the other person and found that Niuki Uxiu's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds since awakening the 10,000 poison body. In just less than 3 years, he had already broken through to the 5th level of key refining, as expected of one of the 10 great spiritual bodies. Fu Changsheng marveled inwardly. At this time, Yao Iao and Fairy Xianyan's magic power had also recovered. After obtaining Fu Changsheng's permission, the two stood in front of the mysterious stone wall, their eyes fixed on the intricate ancient barrier. The thousands of runes on the barrier shone with a cold light, like countless pairs of eyes silently watching everyone. The spider outlines gathered together seemed to crawl out of the stone wall at any time, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Fairy Xianyan, I am responsible for the composition. Yao Iao took a deep breath, her eyes flashing. She slowly raised her hands. Spiritual light flowed above her hands, and mysterious runes emerged from her palms. These runes faintly echoed the runes on the ancient barrier. As her hands danced, the runes flew towards the barrier like smart elves. The moment they touched the barrier, the runes suddenly lit up and merged into it. At the same time, Fairy Xianyan stood in the Jin position. She quickly formed seals with her hands and muttered something. Mana power surged out of her body and poured into the practice array in her hand. The array suddenly shone brightly, and as the runes flashed, spiritual light shot towards the barrier. These spiritual lights intertwined with the runes released by Yao Iao, forming a gorgeous and mysterious light net, which enveloped the ancient barrier. Buzz! Under the impact of the runes and spiritual light, the barrier began to ripple strangely. The runes that had been still began to flicker violently, the light sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as if they were putting up a stubborn resistance. However, Yao Iao and Xianyan Fairy's offensive became more and more fierce. Under the joint attack of the two, the runes on the barrier began to become disordered. The light of some runes gradually dimmed, and the outline of the spider became blurred. As time went by, the barrier's resistance became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Yao Iao screamed. She rushed forward with both hands. With a push, a powerful spiritual power surged out from her hand and blasted towards the barrier. At the same time, Fairy Xianyan also exerted the power of the array disc to the extreme. The array disc shot out a thick spiritual light, which merged with Yao Iao's spiritual power torrent. Boom! A loud noise echoed throughout the space. Under the combined attack of the two, the ancient barrier finally showed a crack. The crack spread rapidly, like a flash of lightning across the stone wall. As the crack expanded, the runes on the barrier shattered one after another, and the outline of the spider completely dissipated. Zhaoqing. The moment before the barrier was broken, Fu Changsheng shouted softly. The green dragon roared, opened its mouth, and a ball of venom spurted out in an instant, turning into a high wall blocking the broken barrier. Yao Iao and Fairy Xianyan were obviously stunned for a moment. However, the next scene made their faces change. After the barrier was broken, In a passage with no end in sight, the poisonous gas that had been accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years was like a surging black wave, pouring out with an overwhelming force. This is, Yao Iao's face changed. She didn't expect that the barrier sealed a nest of poisonous gas, and she immediately retreated. Fu Changsheng quickly said, Yao Iao, Fairy Xianyan, you two go back to the ground first, quickly. The poisonous gas in front of him was more ferocious than he had expected. It hit the venom barrier of the green dragon almost instantly. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like the crashing of waves. What was even more terrifying was that these poisonous gases were attached to the venom barrier, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The venom of the green dragon was already extremely toxic, but he never expected that this poisonous gas would be even worse than the venom of the green dragon. Even the green dragon was stunned for a moment. Fu Changsheng hesitated and said, Zhaoqing, can you swallow this poisonous gas? The green dragon shook its head like a rattle. It vaguely felt that once this poison gas entered its body, it would rot and die. Fu Changsheng frowned when he saw this, and immediately his mind moved. With a bang, the red lotus earth core fire roared out and turned into a wall of fire blocking everyone. Boom! At the same time, the venom barrier of the green dragon was instantly defeated. Seeing this, Yao Iao hurriedly turned around and said, Father, this poison gas is too strong. Why don't you come up with us, and we will discuss a countermeasure carefully? Fu Changsheng shook his head. Once the poison gas leaks out, it will definitely cause a sensation. At that time, the barrier that they have worked so hard to break will be handed over to others. This star-stone vein is not only important to the family, but also to himself, and it cannot be lost. Yao Iao, you go up first. Seeing this, Fairy Xianyan said to Yao Iao, we can't help, so it's better to go up first. Since the head of the family stays, he will definitely have a way to deal with it. After the two of them went up, Fu Changsheng's mind raced, thinking of a solution quickly. It seemed that the wall of fire of the red lotus earth core fire would not last for quite some time. At this time, a hesitant voice came from behind him, Master, can you let me try? Fu Changsheng looked back. But he saw that Niuki Uxiu had not left. At this time, Niuki Uxiu's face showed excitement, and a group of black spiritual weapons emerged involuntarily from her body, lingering around her. Above her head, a small cyclone seemed to condense, as if forming a vague response with a poisonous gas in front. In a flash, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Xiu, this poisonous gas is so active. Is it because of you? Reporting to the master, I don't know too much, but I can vaguely sense that the poisonous gas in front is a tonic for me, and it should not cause any harm to me. Are you sure? Yes, Niuki Uxiu nodded affirmatively. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the poison gas turned into waves that slapped the red lotus earth core fire wall, and it was about to collapse. Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, Xiu, I will draw out a wisp of poison gas in a while. You try to contact it first. If there is no abnormality, I will release the poison gas again. Chapter 330, Evolution, Civil War, and Prophet. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the wall of fire formed by the red lotus core fire. Suddenly, a humming sound echoed, and a tiny crack slowly appeared in the wall. Instantly, the poisonous gas contained within surged out like a surging tide. However, Fu Changsheng reacted with incredible speed, instantly changing his spell, and the cracked wall of fire closed again in an instant. Only a few wisps of poisonous gas still seeped out from the crack, slowly drifting towards Fu Changsheng and Niuki Uxiu. Wherever the poisonous gas passed, the stone wall sizzled, as if corroded by strong acid, and instantly began to melt. Witnessing this scene, Fu Changsheng's pupils narrowed sharply. The power of this poisonous gas was far more terrifying than he had previously imagined. Uxiu, are you ready? Fu Changsheng turned slightly and looked at Niuki Uxiu beside him. Yes, Patriarch, Niuki Uxiu replied, not with a trace of fear, but with a hint of unconcealed joy. She flashed, and without hesitation, she leaped forward to block the way. Then, the hand seals she formed rapidly shifted, and a miraculous scene occurred. The pervasive poisonous gas, as if drawn by some invisible force, instantly drifted toward her. With a humming sound, the poisonous gas completely absorbed into her body. Fu Changsheng stared intently at Niuki Uxiu, not daring to slack off. As the poison entered her body, A mysterious rune suddenly appeared on Niuki Uxiu's arm. The rune trembled slightly, as if absorbing some power, before slowly fading and disappearing. The poisonous gas, once powerful enough to corrode everything, was like a rare and nourishing elixir to Niuki Uxiu. Instead of having any negative effects on her, it made her look even more energetic and radiant. As expected of a body resistant to all poisons, Fu Changsheng observed this, secretly admiring her. Without further delay, he retreated, his mind simultaneously pulsing. The red lotus earth core fire instantly transformed into a dazzling streak of flame, immersing him. Then, with lightning speed, he sped towards the surface. Fu Changsheng's spiritual consciousness penetrated the earth, descending deep beneath the surface. As he withdrew the red lotus earth core fire, the previously suppressed poisonous energy erupted with a roar, surging like boiling magma. This toxic energy converged, like a surging river, surging towards Niuki Uxiu, completely engulfing her in an instant. To avoid arousing the suspicion of Yao and the others, Fu Changsheng stopped midway. The fewer people who knew about Niuki Uxiu's body, the better. This would be of immense benefit to both Niuki Uxiu and the entire Fu family. Furthermore, Fu Changsheng still harbored some concerns about her safety. Although the others had already left, his spiritual awareness remained closely monitoring the movements below. Buzz! The ground beneath was now completely enveloped by poisonous gas. However, surprisingly, the gas didn't dissipate upwards as before. Instead, it gathered together, as if under some mysterious summons. In an instant, a vast vortex of poisonous gas formed, and Niuki Uxiu's figure was completely obscured by the dense fumes, making it impossible to see clearly. This, Fu Changsheng was secretly shocked. He couldn't help but put himself in her shoes. Even if he had now broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, if he rashly entered this place, he would be in great danger. After all, the amount of poisonous gas was too great. And Niuki Uxiu was only at the key refining stage. He couldn't help but worry more about whether she could successfully digest the surging toxic gas. Time passed quietly. After half a month, the concentration of the poisonous gas underground had noticeably thinned out, and it continued to decrease. This change finally eased Fu Changsheng's anxiety. This meant Niuki Uxiu was safe for now. She had already weathered the most difficult times. Fu Changsheng secretly estimated that it would likely take months for Niuki Uxiu to completely absorb and refine the poison. In that case, we could head to Yangang Mountain first, Fu Changsheng mused, nodding slightly. If he could gather the sea lotus from Yangang Mountain beforehand, Shangguan Li would likely avoid being pursued to Yangang Mountain by the Osprey tribe's 5th elder, Yu Qingseng, and 8th elder, Yu Yunseng. With his mind made up, Fu Changsheng swung his body and fled toward the surface. Buzz! A moment later, Fu Changsheng reached the surface. Yao saw that only Fu Changsheng had come up, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she didn't question him. Fu Changsheng looked at Yao and said slowly, Yao, you stay here. I'm going out for a while, father, can I go with you? Yao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fu Changsheng hesitated for a moment. He felt a bit worried, after all, uncertain whether there were any dangers related to the formation within Yangang Mountain. He had originally planned to send a message to Yao if necessary. After all, the 3 purple mansions would appear within Yangang Mountain, and the dangers inherent there were self-evident. Yao seemed to sense Fu Changsheng's concern and quickly said, Father, I have Hong here, and I've already reached the half-step purple mansion. Even if I can't help, I won't hold you back. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, realizing that Yao would eventually need to experience life, and he couldn't confine her to the clan forever. Having her follow him, experiencing more things, and gaining experience would be beneficial to her future growth. With this in mind, Fu Changsheng nodded and said, all right, in that case, Fairy Xianyan, you will help watch over this place. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Yes, Patriarch, Fairy Xianyan replied respectfully. Yao suddenly became excited. As soon as she came out of Shangguan Mountain, she couldn't help but ask, Father, what is the purpose of our trip? Let's go to Yangang Mountain first, Fu Changsheng said lightly, looking into the distance. The two of them drove the green dragon over several mountains. Gradually, the towering Yangang Mountain came into view. Fu Changsheng raised his hand slightly, signaling the green dragon to slow down, and at the same time cast an invisibility spell. His spiritual sense quietly dispersed, and in an instant, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There are people ambushing in the mountains in advance. If he had not now broken through to the third level of Zifu and had also cultivated the third level of Danju to perfection, it would be difficult to detect this abnormality from such a long distance. Seeing Fu Changsheng's frown, Yao couldn't help but ask, "Father, is there something unusual?" Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, "I received word that a sea lotus is hidden within Yangang Mountain, estimated to mature soon. But now it seems someone has already gotten there and is guarding it." Yao bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Father, should we attack directly? Or should we wait until the sea lotus is fully ripe and then catch them in the act when they enter to pick it?" Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. Based on his intelligence, the ambushers numbered exactly two, most likely Yu Qingsang and Yu Yunsang from the Osprey tribe mentioned in the intelligence. If they acted rashly now, the Osprey tribe wasn't far away, and reinforcements would surely arrive quickly. Therefore, they couldn't act rashly for now, at least until the sea lotus matured. "Let's go, find a place to hide first," Fu Changsheng whispered, inside Yangang Mountain. Yu Qingsang and Yu Yunsang of the Osprey tribe stood in front of a nearby cave. Yu Yunsang's face was faintly concerned. "Fifth brother, the sea lotus is guarded by a sea lotus demon, whose cultivation is at the mid-third stage. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat it. Why don't we report this to the tribe and have the Great Elder come? The Great Elder is at the late Purple Mansion stage, so taking on a mid-third stage demonic beast would be a piece of cake." Yu Qingsang remained unmoved. They were on the second young master's side, while the Great Elder firmly sided with the Crown Prince. If they reported this incredibly precious, top-grade, third-grade sea lotus would surely be out of their reach. Not only would their efforts have been in vain, but they would also have been making things easier for someone else. He didn't want to suffer such a loss. Yu Qingsang smiled faintly and said, "Eighth brother, don't forget, I'm still a third-tier formation master." It was precisely because of his years of dedicated study of formations, expending immense time and energy, that, despite his advanced age, his cultivation remained at the early stages of the Purple Mansion realm. "Eighth brother, follow me," Yu Qingsang said, leading Yu Yunsang out of the cave entrance and into a bush-covered area. Yu Qingsang raised his hand and patted his storage bag. Instantly, a flash of rosy light appeared. Formation flags flew out of the bag, landing steadily around him. As he continuously infused the formation with his incantations, a humming sound erupted, and a lion yi killing formation was instantly established. Yu Yunsang was slightly taken aback. "Fifth brother, you brought your cave's main formation here too." The lion yi killing formation was a small, top-grade third-tier formation, more than enough to deal with the sea lotus demon. A flicker of joy suddenly filled Yu Yunsang's eyes. A smug look crossed Yu Qingsang's face. "In 2 months, the sea lotus will mature. Then, eighth brother, you enter the cave and lure the sea lotus monster into the formation. I'll then slay it with the power of the formation. The sea lotus will be mine, and the sea lotus monster's remains will be yours. In 10 years, the Kunlun small world will open. You can then make this sea lotus monster's skin into inner armor, giving you added protection when entering the Kunlun small world." "Thank you, fifth brother," Yu Yunsang said with gratitude. Although he and Yu Qingsang were half-brothers, their parents had died young, and Yu Yunsang had been raised by Yu Qingsang single-handedly. Therefore, their relationship was more like that of father and son. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a flash. Suddenly, Yu Qingsang's nose twitched, and he smelled a unique fragrance. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Eighth brother, the sea lotus has matured. Go quickly. Remember, be tactful and don't let the sea lotus monster get close." "Yes," Yu Yunsang muttered. Although he was only responsible for luring the sea lotus monster out, it was still a powerful mid-level third-order demon beast with a myriad of attack methods. He was still a little nervous. With a thought, a Vajra, engraved with a white tiger totem, slowly hovered above his head. Yu Yunsang reached the cave entrance and cast a spell into the Vajra. With a humming sound, the Vajra glowed brightly white. Accompanied by a roar, a phantom white tiger materialized, roaring and rushing towards the cave. Roar! The sea lotus monster's furious roar echoed from within the cave. Sound waves surged out, instantly shredding the white tiger phantom. The powerful sound waves continued to radiate, undiminished in force, and in an instant, They transformed into sea lotus flowers that shot towards Yu Yansang at an incredible speed. Yu Yansang's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly tapped the Vajra in front of him. A flood of yellow light rose from the Vajra, and with a humming sound, it transformed into a solid Vajra shield, firmly protecting him. Bang, bang, bang. The sea lotuses slammed violently into the shield, and the shield quickly crackled, cracks spreading rapidly. Then, a demonic beast with a crest the size of a plate and shaped like a crabapple blossom, burst out of the cave. Yu Yansang swallowed hard, resisting the urge to turn and run. He raised his hand and summoned a third-level explosive talisman. With a loud rumbling sound, the talisman exploded. The sea lotus demon's crest shook slightly. Then, sea lotuses quickly materialized and shattered with a loud bang. A protective wall of flowers instantly formed, firmly guarding it. The rocks in front of the cave collapsed under the powerful impact. Roar, the sea lotus demon, its lair destroyed, erupted in fury. Its feet, blossoming like flowers, unexpectedly stepped on crabapple blossoms as it hurtled towards Yu Yansang at breakneck speed. Finally, I've taken the bait. Yu Yansang felt a surge of relief, and with a flick of his wrist, he sped towards the nearby yin-yang killing array. He periodically glanced back, only to find the sea lotus demon's incredible speed, having overtaken him in an instant. Damn it, Yu Yansang couldn't help but curse. The trap was right before his eyes. If he were even quicker, the sea lotus demon would be within its reach. At this point, he gritted his teeth and decisively activated the spirit escape talisman. With a humming sound, the sea lotus demon's attack missed, and Yu Yansang vanished in an instant. The ground beneath him, struck by the sea lotus demon's attack, instantly formed a pit several dozen feet deep. You evil creature! You're too young to kill me. Yu Yansang's figure reappeared in the bushes ahead. The fight here was raging. Elsewhere, just as the sea lotus demon left the cave, a green shadow shot out from the ground like lightning, dashing into the cave at breakneck speed. A moment later, another white shadow quietly disappeared into the cave. It was Shangguan Li. By chance, he had assassinated a spy from the Osprey tribe. He had learned from the spy that Kyanine Mountain might contain spiritual objects, so he rushed to investigate. To his surprise, he actually found something. At the end of the cave, he saw mature sea lotus blossoming beautifully in a spiritual spring. Shangguan Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He was about to reach out to pick it, but his spiritual sense subconsciously scanned the spring. In that sweep, he discovered a green dragon, biting the sea lotus vines, soaring into the sky. Green dragon, Shangguan Li's pupils shrank. He instantly understood that the green dragon was Fu Changsheng's pet, meaning Fu Changsheng was lurking nearby. Shangguan Li quickly bowed to the dragon, but he had no desire to fight for it. After all, the green dragon was a powerful late-stage third-order being. More importantly, its master was Fu Changsheng. He could only consider himself unlucky to have encountered Fu Changsheng at this very moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled the cave. Roar! Just as he reached the cave entrance, he heard a distant wail. It was clearly the sea lotus demon being slain by Yu Qingsang and Yu Yunsang. Shangguan Li wanted nothing more than to leave the place as soon as possible, lest he not only obtain the treasure but also find himself in trouble. However, at that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. A flicker of surprise and hesitation crossed Shangguan Li's brows, but it quickly vanished. Yu Qingsang and Yu Yunsang were already closing in on him, aggressively attacking him. Yu Yansang snorted coldly, "You thief from the Great Zhou, you dare to penetrate my Osprey tribe and steal? You're simply courting death." He'd risked his life to slay the sea lotus demon, so how could this thief dare to steal the fruits of his labor? How could he tolerate that? Yu Qingsang was resolute. "Eighth brother, stop nagging him and start," his voice tinged with excitement. Shangguan Li was only at the second level of the Purple Mansion, while the two brothers were both at the third level. It was a 2-on-1 situation, so killing Shangguan Li would be a piece of cake. They could then exchange valuable gifts from the royal court. Today was truly a triple blessing. Shangguan Li, instead of staying in his own territory, had come here to seek death. It was simply heaven's help. He immediately raised the Bagua formation plate high in his hand. However, Shangguan Li showed no intention of engaging them. Spiritual light surged through him, and he decisively activated the Qingfang Escape Spirit Talisman. The figure flashed, instantly transforming into a wisp of wind and vanishing. "Think you're escaping? Dream on," Yu Yunsang shouted, hurrying after him. As they pursued, they noticed Shangguan Li expended one of his King Fang Dunling talismans and immediately activated another. They were about to leave the Osprey tribe's territory. Yu Qingsang hesitated for a moment. Eighth brother, forget it. Fifth brother, how can we forget it? We've guarded this sea lotus for over a decade. How can we let this thief take it so easily? Besides, with this sea lotus, your Zhui Bagua formation plate can be upgraded to 3rd grade, top grade spiritual artifact. This will give us a better chance of success when we enter the Kunlun small world and seize the infant pregnant grass. Yu Yunsang showed no sign of stopping. He believed Shangguan Li's cultivation was a level lower than his, and his King Fang Dunling talismans would eventually run out. He had already slain a mid-3rd stage sea lotus demon, so how could he be afraid of this little thief? He then sped up. Yu Qingsang's spiritual sense swept across the area and discovered that Shangguan Li's last King Fang Dunling talisman had been depleted, and his speed had noticeably slowed. He immediately hesitated. Eighth brother, destroy him before Mount Yute. The two of them surged in speed, surpassing Shangguan Li in a flash. They stood before the mountain, blocking his path. Simultaneously, they rapidly engaged their hand seals, unleashing their most powerful killing moves. At this crucial moment, a roaring roar erupted. The earth shook violently, as if shaken by an invisible giant hand. The tremor spread from far and wide, like a surging wave, sweeping over with overwhelming force. Immediately afterwards, 7 dazzling beams of light shot up into the sky like sharp swords. In an instant, a dazzling radiance illuminated the entire world. Then, the beams of light spiraled down like serpents, intertwining and merging to form a mysterious and powerful shield that enveloped the three of them. Oh no! I've fallen into a trap. Yu Qingsang's face instantly turned pale, as white as a sheet of paper, devoid of any color. He had never imagined that beneath that seemingly flawless situation, there lay a carefully laid trap by the great Zhou thieves. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. As he took in the formation's features, his pupils narrowed, a deep fear in his eyes. A low-grade, 3rd-tier 7-star Bagua formation. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunsang panicked and frantically produced a communication jade talisman, attempting to call for help. Seeing this, Yu Qingsang shook his head slightly and said solemnly, the 7-star Bagua formation possesses extraordinary powers, capable of blocking all external contact. Communication is useless now. Eighth brother, you protect me while I break the formation. Yes. Fifth brother, Yu Yunsang was filled with regret. He should have heeded fifth brother's advice and avoided falling into the great Zhou cultivator's trap. He dared not slack off for a moment, pouring his mana into the Vajra in his hand. Instantly, the runes on the Vajra illuminated, gleaming with a dazzling white light, as radiant as the stars in the night sky. Accompanied by a low, mysterious chant, a majestic white tiger slowly began to form before the Vajra. However, before the white tiger could fully take shape, a rumble, a dull thunderclap suddenly echoed in the air, followed by a burst of flames that instantly illuminated the entire sky. A blast of Bing fire divine thunder, like a flash of lightning, slammed down upon Yu Qingsang with unstoppable force. Clearly, this attack had been brewing for ages, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for them to fall into its trap before unleashing a fatal blow without hesitation. In the nick of time, Yu Qingsang had no time to effectively counterattack. At the critical moment, he could only forcefully summon the Zhui Bagua formation plate in his hand, shielding himself in the hope of blocking the fatal blow. Boom! The Bing fire divine thunder's power was beyond imagination. Like a raging beast, it blasted a massive hole through the Zhui Bagua formation plate. The terrifying power, undiminished, instantly engulfed Yu Qingsang. Crackling sounds echoed, like the music of death. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingsang was charred from the outside and tender from the inside, his entire body like charred charcoal, deader than death. Fifth brother, Dazhou thieves, I'll fight you. Yu Yunsang watched helplessly as the brother he had raised perished before his eyes. Grief and indignation surged within him like a flood. His long black hair moved without a breeze, each strand standing upright as if imbued with life. Through some mysterious technique, his hair instantly turned a fiery red, and 2 sharp horns sprouted from his forehead. His entire appearance resembled that of an orc, brimming with wildness and ferocity. Roar! Yu Yunsang roared, his voice like a roar from the netherworld, shaking the air around him. At the same time, his aura instantly soared to the mid-stage of the purple mansion. Clutching the Vajra in his hand, he was like a deity descending upon the earth, his presence overwhelming. Shangguan Li, observing this, felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. However, his keen eyes caught sight of a strange red light quietly emerging from Yu Yansang's feet. It spread with incredible speed, clinging to Yu Yansang like a vine in an instant. Yu Yansang leaned forward to observe, his brow furrowing. He was about to activate the Vajra to block the attack when, suddenly, his entire lower body exploded with a thud, like a shattered watermelon, instantly dissolving into a pool of blood, slowly melting into the ground. What? Before Yu Yansang could react, stunned, a flash of green light suddenly shot out from the ground like a sharp arrow. Buzz! A green light instantly pierced his brow, and then, like a dead tree, Yu Yansang's body fell heavily to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open. At this moment, the green light slowly faded, revealing a green dragon hidden underground. It turned out that the green dragon had been lying in ambush here for a long time, having already reached the powerful late third stage. For an early purple mansion cultivator like Yu Yansang, the green dragon was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying existence. Furthermore, its blood fusion technique had significantly increased in power with its advancement, making it a piece of cake to deal with Yu Yansang. The entire battle seemed prolonged, but in reality, it took less than 5 breaths. Everything happened so suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Shangguan Li, who was watching from the side, witnessed it all, his eyes flashing with deep fear. Just moments ago, in the Qianyan mountain cave, he received a message from Fu Changsheng, instructing him to lure Yu Qingsang and Yu Yansang of the Osprey tribe to this location. At first, he was hesitant. After all, the other party were all powerful purple mansion cultivators. If he couldn't kill them in one blow, and if they used secret techniques to escape and attracted support from other purple mansion masters of the Osprey tribe, their situation would be extremely dangerous. But he never expected that Fu Changsheng and his servant would be so powerful that they easily slaughtered Yu Qingsang and Yu Yansang in a single encounter. Such strength was simply horrifying. At this moment, starlight surged within the formation, and Fu Changsheng's figure slowly shone before everyone. Shangguan Li subconsciously glanced over and immediately discovered that Fu Changsheng had actually broken through to the 3rd level of Purple Mansion. He couldn't help but feel astonished. In just less than 3 years, the other party's cultivation speed was so rapid, comparable to a peerless genius with natural spiritual roots. Greetings, Chief Fu. Shangguan Li instinctively stepped back a few steps. He was now trapped within the formation. If Fu Changsheng attacked, he would surely perish if he didn't use his trump card. Fu Changsheng flicked his sleeve gently, and Yu Yansang's fallen Vajra slowly floated towards Shangguan Li. Clan leader Shangguan, this spiritual weapon is yours. We shouldn't stay here for long. We should leave quickly. Shangguan Li glanced at the 2 storage bags on the ground, secretly gladdening his heart. Fu Changsheng had killed the man, and now he had obtained the Vajra spiritual weapon, a good haul. Seeing that Fu Changsheng showed no sign of attacking, he quickly bowed and thanked him. In that case, I'll take my leave. With that, he unleashed the sky feather beast, mounted it, and sped off towards Changsheng mountain at breakneck speed. Hiss! The green dragon gazed at the 2 corpses on the ground, its mouth drooling, its greedy expression as if it had just seen a delicious meal. Since Zhu Chan was away, Fu Changsheng didn't intend to leave the 2 corpses behind, just as a precaution. He gave a slight signal, and the green dragon, receiving permission, let out a joyful cheer. It opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force instantly erupted, landing on the corpses. Under the suction, the corpses shrank continuously, and were finally swallowed by the green dragon. Immediately, the green dragon's abdomen began to wriggle, clearly refining the 2 corpses at a rapid pace. Then, the panel in Fu Changsheng's mind trembled slightly, and a line of text clearly appeared. Green Dragon, Late Stage 3, 280/400. Clearly, the Green Dragon was one step closer to breaking through to the peak of the 3rd stage. After Yao slowly put away the 7-star Bagua formation, the 2 of them flashed and quickly returned to Xinguang Mountain. Meanwhile, in the Osprey tribe's Soul Hall, the 4th elder, who guarded the soul lamp, stared intently at it. Suddenly, he saw the soul lamps of 5th elder Yu Qingsang and 8th elder Yu Yansang extinguish one after another. He shuddered, a look of disbelief crossing his face. 5th elder Yu Qingsang and 8th elder Yu Yansang were usually inseparable. Together, they could easily escape even a late-stage Purple Mansion expert using their secret techniques. Yet, now, they were both dead. What had happened? It's over, the fourth elder muttered to himself, then scurried off to the west hall. The second young master was leisurely sipping the Great Joe specialty Wuling tea, a tribute from his followers. Seeing the fourth elder rushing over with a pale face, his brow furrowed. Fourth uncle, what's got you so flustered? 2 Purple Mansion experts had died in the Crown Prince's camp, while his own camp, including his own, still contained 4 Purple Mansion experts. With a clear and overwhelming numerical advantage, he hadn't needed to actively promote the cause recently. Many people in the tribe had flocked to join him. Once his father's retreat was over, it would be his turn to assume the throne of Crown Prince. Second young master, the soul lamps of the 5th and 8th young masters just went out. What? Upon hearing this, the second young master nearly lost control of the teacup in his hand. His expression darkened instantly, and he said coldly, "Fourth uncle, what on earth is going on?" Second young master, "I don't know the details. We need to send someone to investigate. But when the 7th young master died last time, the Crown Prince accused us of being responsible." This matter, the 4th elder didn't finish his words, but the implication was clear. The teacup in the second young master's hand crackled, dissolving into dust. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Send someone to investigate immediately." After a pause, the second young master narrowed his eyes, pondering inwardly. If the Crown Prince had been responsible, the evidence at the scene would have been completely wiped out, leaving him no chance of any evidence. With a fleeting thought, the second young master sneered, "Fourth uncle, keep the news of the 2 elders' deaths a secret for now, and then you, Xinguang Mountain." After Fu Changsheng and his daughter returned, they left Fairy Xian'an on guard outside while they entered the secret chamber. The chamber's formation instantly deactivated. Yao Iao's eyes lit with anticipation as she excitedly exclaimed, "Father, let's take a quick look at what's in their storage bags." After all, they were the storage bags of Purple Mansion cultivators. They might hold many precious treasures. Fu Changsheng flicked his right hand, and 2 storage bags appeared in his palm. He muttered something, and a spell slowly infused the bags. Instantly, a dazzling array of light gushed out from the bags, instantly filling the entire chamber with treasures. Among them, a pile of spirit stones, piled like a small mountain, sat in a corner, gleaming with an alluring luster under the light. Besides that, there were numerous bookcases scattered around. Yao Iao's eyes were first drawn to the pile of spirit stones, and they lit up instantly. "Father, there must be at least 300,000 spirit stones in here. We've made a killing." A closer look revealed nearly 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, emitting even richer spiritual energy. Fu Changsheng flicked his index finger, and instantly, these mid-grade spirit stones were selected and slowly floated toward Yao Iao. "Yao Iao, keep these." As a third-level formation master, Yao Iao needed many more mid-grade spirit stones in her training and formations than he did. "Thank you, Father." Yao Iao smiled, accepting the mid-grade spirit stones. Then, with her keen eyes, she noticed several ancient formation tomes among them. She immediately began to peruse them with rapt attention, as if the world consisted only of her and these ancient formation tomes. She no longer cared about what the other boxes held. Fu Changsheng observed Yao Iao's concentration and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Yao Iao still possessed the same passion for formations as she had in childhood. As Fu Changsheng opened the boxes one by one, he discovered that most of them contained low-grade third-tier spiritual materials. The few that were slightly higher were only mid-grade third-tier, and most of these materials were used for formations. However, he was already satisfied with having obtained the Sea Lotus this time. With this item, he could at least upgrade the third-rank Treasure Lotus Lantern to top-grade third-tier. If he could find a fourth-rank Blue Lotus, a fire-attributed item, the Treasure Lotus Lantern could be elevated to a magical weapon. Furthermore, the height of the Sea Lotus Demon could also be refined into a mid-grade third-tier armor. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the last 3 boxes, and he had a vague premonition that they might contain even more precious treasures. He silently chanted a spell, and a stream of magic power slowly poured into the boxes. The boxes slowly opened, revealing a familiar yellow light. Within the box lay a palm-sized jade pendant, meticulously depicting the outline of Mount Kunlun. It was the guiding token to the Kunlun world. Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up with ecstasy. This guidance token represented a tremendous opportunity. He had been worried that he couldn't single-handedly challenge the vast tribes of the eastern wilderness. Now, with this guidance token, he could find another powerful ally. However, the choice of ally would require careful consideration. Fu Changsheng immediately and carefully placed the guidance token in his pocket. He then injected the incantation into the remaining 2 boxes. As the incantation was injected, the 2 boxes opened one after another. Huh? Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. There was another guidance token in the left box. This was truly a double blessing. When his eyes fell on the other open box, he saw a pill bottle with a crane-shaped pattern inside. Within the bottle rested a drop of emerald green liquid. What is this? A brilliant green light suddenly burst out from the bottle, instantly spreading and illuminating the entire secret room, making it seem as if you had entered an ancient forest, filled with a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Yao, who had been absorbed in studying ancient texts on formations, was also startled by the sudden flash of light. Slowly raising her eyes, she looked curiously at the pill bottle held by Fu Changsheng. Father, what's in this pill bottle? Fu Changsheng himself didn't know what the liquid inside was. Just as he was about to open it to find out, the 5 elements cave heaven mark on his arm, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly heated up. Chunyong's voice slowly echoed in his mind, Master, this is needed for spatial evolution. Clearly, Chunyong had regained consciousness. This meant that the evolution of the 5 elements cave heaven had reached its end. Fu Changsheng felt a faint excitement in his heart. After all, this 5 elements cave heaven had absorbed over 2 million spirit stones, consuming a huge amount of resources. However, his expression remained calm, as he said, I'll ask your mother about the contents of this pill bottle when I arrive in Jingzhou. Yao, take these formation materials. Also, I'm going to retreat for a while, so I need to sacrifice and refine these sea lotuses as soon as I pick them. Yes, father, Yao smiled, pocketing all the formation materials. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you have killed 2 Eastern Wilderness Purple Mansions, earning your clan 2,000 Imperial Merit Points, 2 invitation tokens to the Kunlun Small World, and various formation manuals and other spiritual items. You have also earned 5,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard suddenly changed to 11,900. Fu Changsheng calculated that his family's accumulated Imperial Merit Points had already reached 75,000, just shy of 50,000, the requirement for advancement to a 7th rank aristocratic family. If the number of 3rd rank technicians could also meet the requirements, then their advancement to the 7th rank would be just around the corner. After Yao left, Fu Changsheng immediately deactivated the formation and simultaneously focused his mind on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Open the training room, buzz. The panel trembled slightly, and a large amount of yellow light surged. Then, in the next moment, he was in the quiet room, and the familiar sandalwood fragrance filled his nose. At this moment, the 5 elements cave heaven mark on his arm flickered more clearly, and Chunyong's voice came again. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.